Good afternoon.
Sorry about that. Microphone, that was me. So I knew it was gonna be something. Knew it was gonna be something. All right, JP, Sheree Chicago, Jarrell, everybody. I just wanted to thank you all for being here. I wanted to thank Knowledge and Relationships for allowing us the platform. First, M3, thank you. Mr. Best, thank you. Rico, did you want to say hello to while I get my audio squared away?
Yeah, I just want to say hello to the chat and for all the viewers coming out to support me and RShaun on our first live stream. We hope that we have some things to say that we can impart upon you, and we hope that whatever the words we say, that you take our voice, with the sincerity that we intend to give it. And I just really look forward to taking this journey for the next several streams every Wednesday as we try to discuss topics that we find to be relevant and serious in our community in a serious and balanced way as they should be discussed. That's what, myself and Arshawn came up with this idea. We think it's very important. And we're really serious about doing this, and because we know that there's a better way for our community. So with that being said, we're going to run this streams as sort of like in a mini series period for at least the next several Wednesdays. And if it gets off the ground and it's really popular, we'll extend it. We'll try to pick each week set subjects of questions and topics to talk about. We'll invite guests up to come and discuss it. Fans and detractors alike. We only ask that we maintain a civil and respectful space, because we're just like you guys. We're no experts on anything. We come from the same place that you come from, and we want to hear everybody's voices. We're not here for, all of the, whether we get the likes or not. We want to get the information and the message out there in a thoughtful, balanced, and positive way. So with that, I'll see if RShaun has something to say. I'll turn it over to him for a moment.
All right, hopefully my microphone is doing a little bit better. Everybody, I'm RShaun, your friendly neighborhood chat room troll. Had no idea YouTube was as robust as it was until about a year before the pandemic. Through whatever, I hear the feedback. Give me 1 second.
Okay. Can you guys hear me?
All right, sorry about that.
Hey, RShaun.
Rico, give me a second. I can go ahead now. I had to mute myself. Through whatever algorithmic path, I just want to let everybody know why I'm here. I landed in the manosphere, where a lot of people began, perhaps, at the average at best video through Kevin Samuels. That and some other pages really got me hooked. Then through the Lapeef lineage, through conversations with Kang, and now through knowledge and relationships. I done went through scrolling to trolling. Now we got the camera rolling. I'm here today because several people thought my chat points were useful to the conversation. I can't prove it, but to keep me from acting out in the chat, they pulled me up on the panels to keep me busy. See, I figured it out. I want to help create a dialogue that gets people thinking and helps us look at our own thoughts and ways and how we contribute to the mess that we find ourselves in. I don't think we're all aware of how easily we're influenced and manipulated. If me and you are more aware, we're less vulnerable to being hoodwinked, bamboozled, led astray, run amok. But right now, we're going to discuss various people, including the Godfather Kevin Samuels, and many red pill ideas that are becoming more prevalent outside in our regular everyday life. As these ideas gain more volume and traction, it's important that we evaluate the things we accept as fact. It's crucial that we look at ourselves in this moment, and not everyone can see it solely as entertainment. People are turning ideas into weapons, and we have to turn them back into tools. Go ahead, Rico.
Just a moment. Just bear with me a second. Okay, can you guys hear me? You can hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, so what I want to say is RShaun and myself are here as members of the community to discuss topics, ideas, and narratives that have been put forth into the community with little to no thought or nuance or depth. We have found these tropes and ideas being produced and put forth to be without context or evidence, and some are outright false. As two thoughtful and caring Black men who have brothers, cousins, and sons in the community, we feel called to speak to the community and to ask and show how we can be more proactive in vetting and verifying the information that's presented to us, no matter the source. As simply members of the community, we come before you with no credentials or expertise, but we put forth before you the same rational, common sense questions that we know you all may have. We're simply here to create a space and to give you all a voice to what's all of our realities. We have no personal vendetta against any speaker or content creator. Neither can I ascribe their personal motives for spewing misinformation. However, as a Black man, I must speak up anywhere and everywhere that I see information that may cause harm to my community. It is simply not enough for me to say that I know better. But as I do, I have an obligation to show those who would give their trust faithfully the truth. No matter politician, preacher, nor prophet shall be spared scrutiny. We do not do so carelessly nor recklessly as to align maliciousness to anyone's character. However, just as we are responsible for what we say and speak into the community, so should all. Finally, I would humbly ask and expect that all members of this community, fans and detractors alike, to hold us both to the same standard of honesty and integrity that we hold others. If ever we fail to meet these standards, please do not hesitate to call us to account immediately. As men of honor, we know admitting to our flaws and errors are our greatest lessons learned. So please sit back, enjoy the conversation, share and educate with us as we try to move the community to a more balanced, nuanced, and educated space.
Absolutely. I just wanted to jump in and say I want to make sure anybody that might be a Kevin Samuels fan, subscriber, we are definitely not attacking him. We do want to consider his points, consider some of the arguments he makes, because they're filtering down through other content creators. And those content creators are pushing that message out to more and more men. And now with Kevin Samuels over a million, some of these other acolytes, 200,000, 100,000, and we're quickly coming up into the millions of fans. So some of these messages definitely need to be vetted for accuracy. Rico had a tremendous conversation with me the other day, and he came up with some points that I honestly didn't even consider myself as far as valid arguments against some of the talking points. So I definitely thought that people should hear it. I know there's a lot of pushback against Kevin Samuels, but a lot of people do push back against him as a person. So we decided we wanted to push back against the ideas, and that's why we're here today. So without further ado, people, if you don't mind, M3, if you would bring up the first question.
Get the likes up, guys. This is our first
please,
stream.
like and subscribe. If not for you, for me, for them giving me a platform, they pull me up out of the troll sector. They want me on camera. Do it for me. Do it for yourself. First question, Rico, I want to ask you. Do people follow speakers like Kevin Samuels and others blindly? And if so, why do they do that? Kevin Samuels muted you.
Hey, he did. Yes, he did. Okay, 1 second. Okay, sorry about that. Okay, again, do people follow? Yes, a large number of people do, but not all. Some get attracted to the style and or the performative aspect of a content creator and then take everything that that speaker says as gospel. They become like that person's favorite musical artist or actor, and they tend to stick with them through all of their transgressions. It typically takes a scandal to dislodge their loyalty from following. This is problematic because this removes the listener from any sort of critical thinking that's required to dissect the information for its truth and accuracy. So, do I think that a large number, I'm not going to say all of them, follow speakers like him and others blindly? When I've seen evidence of demonstrable untruth, misleading statements that can be fact checked in the span of a couple of minutes and no one pushes back, yeah, I think they do. I think the evidence speaks for itself.
And I agree with you. I mean, just to give it a little bit more context, I really think people are following. It's not just Kevin Samuels. I think people are looking for leadership. I'm not sure what it is in society right now, but people are having a hard time looking within themselves. So they're looking outwardly. I mean, we're looking for somebody to save us, and in the black community, we need a leader to step up, and in churches, we're looking for pastors of charismatic attributes. No matter where we are, we tend to find ourselves looking for people to lead us out of whatever situation we're in. I think that's a societal problem. So people do follow speakers like KS blindly because he comes and speaks confidently. So a lot of times, in the olden days, they would call people like that confidence men. They may not know exactly what their that term shortened was con men. You probably heard that term, con men. So they speak with a lot of confidence and they sell you something that you probably don't need, may not work, may actually be harmful for you, but you'll buy it because of how authoritatively they speak. They sound informed. And that's what I think people need to guard themselves against, because it leads people to do damage to each other with the words that we're picking up. Because I've even learned some new words. I did not know hypergamy until, about a year and a half ago. So I'm like, hypergamy. We said gold diggers back in the day, but now I guess it's hypergamy, high value men. All these new terms, and we're weaponizing them. So I mean, definitely people do follow speakers like Kevin Samuels blindly, and if so, why? But real quick, I saw my sister Mar had popped up in the chat, so I wanted to say hello. Hanifa, yes, I do need another R. And Victor Freeze, please don't overtalk me, bro. Go ahead, Rico.
But you're right. Just to go back on it, to me, that's the culture of the flash and the substance. Because these speakers, they speak in a way where, like I say, you have authority bias. So if they can present themselves as being an authority, and if you notice, they'll take random subjects. So even things like dating, we know how subjective dating is. It's impossible to have a set structure for dating or life. Everybody's life is different. But if I can create this aura of I create this aura of me having my life together, and it could be a complete mess. People feed into that authority bias that, oh, he's got his life together. And oftentimes these so-called life coaches, their life is a mess. It's just a mess. We just don't get to see it. And they will never put forth, from what I've seen, I've never seen any of them put forth issues where it's like, yes, I'm right here, but these are all the places I was wrong at. Or, if they create no balance. So unfortunately, their viewers just take what they say, Bible and verse, whole cloth, and they just swallow it without question. It's a terrible way. I think they know what they're doing, because they speak, like I said, all these terms they come up with: high value, hypergamy. Like, I didn't hear of them, but the act that it describes always existed. Pre-internet, pre-television, 100 years ago, you go back, you had hypergamous women. So there's nothing new about it. It's just a bunch of repackaging of the same old information. And it's crazy that they can sell it. You're selling it through personal consultations. I'm like, are you kidding me? So
Definitely. And the point where you say it's crazy that they can sell it, like 'cause in our talks, I always notice that you put more onus on the speakers, but I always bring it back to us. It's crazy that we're buying it. Like I think we need to take more responsibility, personal responsibility or accountability, whatever words you want to use. I think we need to spend more time investing in our own selves, like doing the due diligence to look at who we allow to pour into us. And again, that's just my slant on it. But I wanted to ask you a quick question. I am also a product of the unmarried mother, the child out of wedlock. So I didn't have a father in the home. He decided to go on about his business. Do you think that the propensity or whatever the volume of men without fathers in the home is leading to so many of the people following Kevin Samuels? I mean, do you think he speaks as a surrogate father for some of these people?
I don't see how. I don't see how he could. I mean, and I recognize the reality that there are a lot of fatherless homes in the Black community, and we're talking about. Let's be clear, we're talking about a Black community issue because other communities don't have the same level of fatherlessness that we have. But if he's a surrogate father, what is he giving them other than a toxic view to women? So if you're a surrogate, you're supposed to replace something. Where are the positive aspects of a father that he's given his viewers? That's what I would need to see. So they may think of him as a surrogate father, but they don't know what a father is, because a father is a strong man that would teach you. A father wouldn't teach you wouldn't speak to you, would not tell. As a father, I tell my sons to honor women. And it's not pedalizing them. They use that term, you pedalizing women. I'm like, no, if it's a woman in your life, you should pedalize anything that's a part of your life. So if you take a woman to be in your life, that should be the woman you should put on a pedestal. Now, maybe you won't put all the other women's on it, but you should. I penalize my wife because she is of a huge amount of value to me in my life. To sit there and tell these young men not to do that is utter insanity to me. Why would you want her if you hold her in disdain or think that she has lesser value? You shouldn't even want her. It doesn't make sense to me. So saying he's a surrogate father, I think maybe there are a certain group of young men, because they're just like out there lost in the wild, and they're grasping at anything. I mean, RShaun, me and you, we talked about all the stuff that's out there in the ether. They just say so many crazy things. I wouldn't be surprised if some of them did see him as a surrogate, but I think that they're wildly misguided if they do. He's not. I mean, he's barely, from my understanding, he's barely a father to the child he has. I don't know that. Allegedly. Allegedly. That's just the stuff in the streets. So I won't cast that. But if he needs to be a father to someone, it needs to be to his child. And I'm not trying to be a father unless you're really going to, and especially the way he talked with disdain about stepfathers. That's the last guy I would want to look at as a father.
Yeah, the reason I'd asked that question is because he reminds me a lot of, I hate to use his name like this. He reminds me of a different version of this guy named Jordan Peterson, who I saw in the white community. He's become sort of a surrogate father for a lot of young men, like you said, who were lost in the wild. And I think a lot of people are like latching on to Kevin Samuels and other confident speakers. I'm gonna use a name I heard from you, the average or best attorney. I mean, I think a lot of guys listen to these men. They're speaking confidently. They project the way they feel like they wish they could. So they try to, take that on vicariously. I'm gonna live through you vicariously. I'm gonna live through your bravado. I'm gonna live through your confidence. So I think a lot of times they do, like, they don't think of it as a surrogate father, but the person is filling the mental role of instructing that a father would provide for the man. I mean, that's just my opinion on that. But M3, if you wouldn't mind, go ahead and drop that second question, and Rico, you can respond while he's pulling that up.
Yeah. So but just to say that goes back to what you were saying initially. The average at best attorney, Kevin Samuels, Anton Daniels, and more and more and more that I can think of. They speak as I'm not saying they have no expertise, because obviously the average at best attorney is an attorney, but nothing more, nothing less than that. Um, I've been working with attorneys for 35 years. There's some excellent attorneys. There's some attorneys out there that ain't worth nothing. I don't know. So it's just not even about their personal level. I just don't know how you can just say, just because a guy says I'm an attorney, you just take everything they say, chapter and verse. No more. If a guy say I'm in the Navy, I gotta sit there and say he's the top SEAL, or I'm a cop, he's Dirty Harry. No matter what the profession. So the authority bias, and I think they feed into it, is to sit there and to beguile their viewers and their members. So that's all on that. We can go to the next question, sir.
Yes, sir. And that second question was just up. Do you think, based on his marital status, I mean, because he does speak often about his two former marriages and his life, his dating coach, and was it men's style guide, or I guess he's men and women, I'm not sure, but he was like a style guide. So as a stylist and as a being wed twice and now divorced twice, do you think he's qualified to teach men or women about the how to get into and remain in relationship?
Absolutely not. And I think I don't even know how this is even. I mean, he's qualified to give the same advice that you and I can give. That's it. He's qualified to give his opinion based on his individual experience, but he is not he's not credentialed. He has no program. He is not qualified. He just says all this stuff. I've seen no testimonials. I've seen what qualifications would he have, and like you said, based on his outcome for marriage. I'm like, I've been divorced twice and I'm on my third wife. Okay. So mine is just as good as his. But I'm not qualified. I'm qualified to speak to you about how it was for me.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing greater, nothing less. If to be a real true, unfortunately, I hate the fact that the dating coach field and the life coach field has pretty much gotten to be so reckless that but they're actually professionals. I'm not sure about the dating coach, but the life coach, they're actually professional credentialed people that do life coaching, and they don't do it anything like. And I think this dating coaches, my mama hooked me up with one of her girlfriends or something another like that. That's all this stuff is. I'm gonna hook you up with somebody, and that's not a real dating coach. It got into the reality world, and it's a hustle. It's a scam. If you believe what I see them doing is basically putting a male and a female together, and if it works out, taking credit for it. But the work had to still be done by the two parties in the relationship, and the dating coach didn't do anything. So clearly, he has no insight into exactly, RShaun, this is the perfect person for you, but you got to go on 29 different dates to finally get the one. He just will try this one, try this one, try this one, try this one. And if they're doing that, unless he's telling me everybody I hook up with the first person out of the box, and I got 200 and they were all together, engaged, and wedded, are you qualified in any manner? Any manner, other than that.
You trying to tell me, Rico, that you're not tapped into Kevin Samuel's Patreon?
Yeah, nah, you don't need to. You don't need to subscribe to his Patreon or anybody else's. It's just it belies logic on any level why people think that these people. I mean, he's qualified to give his advice, his opinion.
Yeah.
But so are we all. Everybody in this chat can give their advice or their opinion, but that doesn't mean they're qualified, and I'm not either. And that's just the fact.
I definitely get that. If M3 or Mr. Best could go ahead and drop the StreamYard link so anybody who wants to come up, give their opinion, vent. I'm going to go ahead and move on to the third question while you're pulling up that link. Rico, is Kevin Samuels representative of the manosphere or red pill sectors, or is he something else entirely?
Well, this one I struggled with because his content. I don't know if he's representative of either, but what I do know is he markets to both.
Mm-hmm.
That's his audience because they're the rubes. They're the ones because and without degrading them any more than they do them to themselves, because they do enough of it of themselves with the things they say and the way they talk to people. So I'm gonna be factual about that. They say and do some terrible things to make themselves in a very terrible light, all on their own. So without me going any further than that, he feeds their confirmation bias. So he may not be a part of it, but he sells his program to them, and then that's the confirmation bias that they run over and go, see what Kevin Samuel said, see what Kevin. So I am right. Women is trash. Dumb women. Submit. See what Kevin Samuel said. See what Kevin. So he may not even believe it, but part of the hustle is to package it and sell it that way. and there's several of them that do it, and you're probably talking about, thank God the red pill at Manosphere is probably, I don't believe it's more than 3% of the black male population. That's too damn many. But it's woefully, the problem is when they get into their echo chamber or their bubble, they believe that their ideology is, that's 80% of black men. I'm like, no, that's 80% of the people in this room. Everybody in this red pill room don't believe in you, everything you say.
I mean, definitely. I mean, like you said, nobody's I've heard before, I can say, like you said, nobody's really a monolith, no group. But I definitely think he has some elements. I think Textual Chatter spoke on it. He does have elements of the manosphere because he did start with speaking to men directly about self-improvement. He does have some red pill aspects where he's talking to being kind of like burned in relationships and getting yourself back up. I mean, I do think he takes some elements, but because he's almost strictly speaking to women now, he's kind of on the outskirts of that space. And I think though, I think he is his own thing because of his perspective. He's looking for something different than the manosphere and the red pill spaces are. I think he's like a lot of people are just looking to get monetized. They're looking for that money, that quick bag. And I think there's more money right now, thinking what you said, in attacking the points of women so that people can get confirmation bias from it. Like I told you, we've been saying that for years. So I think a lot more people are feeding off the confirmation bias and are actually being helped, like self-helped, like being directed towards betterment. So I do think he does represent a sector of that, but I do think he's shifting towards more of a monetization platform.
But my question is this, RShaun, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to accept the premise that a lot of the complaints they have about females, we've always had. I'm 57 years of age, for full transparency to the chat and our viewers. I'm not no young buck. I'm even older than Mr. Sanders. So a lot of those complaints are valid and true. But we weren't snowflakes that just couldn't accept or deal with them. When did all of a sudden this became the solution with what the creation of the manosphere? If you want a space to sit there and talk about men issues, that's great. I initially told you that I didn't think it was necessary. You told me you think so. It's the way the space is being used. And when I thought back on it, I said, that's a very valid point. So I don't have a problem with the space. This whole, okay, you got dumped and you red pill raging. Like, dude, we all get up. That's part of the dating ritual, even with the animals, when the peacock's out there strutting and it's a female peacock, every male peacock don't get picked. She only picks one, and the rest just got to go off and sulk. They don't burn down the whole damn forest, and they don't decide, well, I ain't gonna never mate with the female peacock anymore. No, they just go chalk it up to better luck next time. So the creation of this space to validate their feelings, and then in the same breath, these men will talk about how emotional women are. I'm like, the fact that y'all are venting so much about this, it's an unbelievable level of emotion, emitting. It's like, okay, you just didn't get picked. The relationship didn't work out. That goes on every day, and it's going on in every other community that I'm not aware of that has a manosphere. And they've had those same issues in the Latino community, I know the Latino community, probably I believe the Asian community, and certainly the white community, the same way, where men are from Mars and women are from Venus. And so what's unique about us that we all of a sudden can't deal with it anymore? It's a
Now I want
grip.
to ask you a question about that, because what you said triggered a thought. Like, do you think that, like, and this is one of the scheduled questions, but do you think that there's something, I hate using this word, softer or weaker in men today where we need a red pill space? Like, do we need a space for those feelings, or are you more old school where it's like that's something you should got to be able to deal with, get over it? You got your heart
I
broke, move on.
Yeah, I am. I do, and like I said, I won't use the ad hominems to say that you guys are soft or weaker, but that's how it comes across. That's how I be honest with you. It's like, and I can tell you, I couldn't imagine. I got 5 sons. I couldn't imagine one of them. They couldn't come to me with that. It's like, deal with it. Are you fucking kidding me? I just couldn't. So I know it's not, and that's the only hopeful feeling I have about it, is I know so many other black men, young black men, that don't deal with it that way, that don't need, they talk. My sons do the same thing I did when I was their age. We talk among our friends. So they were right. These are the conversations that was had in the barbershop. Then leave them in the fucking barbershop. Okay? Let that be your manosphere. You don't need to come online. You don't need to. They were perfectly fine in the barbershop, and theirs in the beauty shop. And that's why I said, so all these problems that have always existed, that we were able to coexist, be married, have some healthy, some unhealthy relationships, but we had relationships. Why all of a sudden it's impossible to do? And people weren't running around telling women, submit, 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 submit. Women were working. Like, what? And so I find it really heartbreaking to argue with a 25-year-old that's going to tell me what it was like in the 60s or 70s when they weren't even fucking born. I'm like, dude, it was so much easier for y'all. It wasn't. It was not. Relationships have been messy since the beginning of time. Y'all just put y'all shit on the internet. That's all. But there is not a single problem that exists today that we weren't dealing with. We might have been dealing with it differently, but the core problem was the same thing. The cheating, the infidelity, the paternity fraud, she messing around, she for the streets. We had women for the streets too. We did. We really did. There's nothing that exists that we didn't have. Nothing that y'all doing is new.
Now let me ask you another question. You said you have 5 sons. Any of those sons follow Kevin Samuels?
Hell no. Hell no. None of them. Thank God they don't even watch YouTube. They don't. I'm the only fool. They don't. None of them do. I've asked them. They were like, "Who? What are you talking about?" They into sports and they all got plenty of girlfriends.
All right. What do you think Kevin Samuels? Sorry, hit the wrong question. Let me see. No, that was it. Do you think he is bashing or exploiting black women?
I think it's primarily exploitation. But the bashing is part of the performative act when he's trying to engage the male, so he has to, like I said, I once told somebody, like, what is Kevin Samuels' next 10 shows going to be like? And I always say the last 10. I mean, it's almost a scripted performance every day where he come on with his long, monotonous monologue. We know, however long, get the likes up, get the likes up. So all the front end grip. Then he gets into pulling a particular intellect of black woman.
We all know that. I personally think they're vetted and screened because I'm just like, the likelihood of a beautiful, intelligent black woman, which I know plenty of, coming up there, they would dismantle his ass. Even on his platform where he tilts the field. And the field is so tilted, when he invite guests up with the way the performative nature of the criticizing women for their size, playing the dog music. You're gonna die alone with a dog and the salute and all that shit. I'm like, what the hell did you salute for when you never served? Don't disrespect us veterans with this bullshit. Which I'm fine with everybody saluting, but you're doing it in such a pejorative way just to insult black women. Our soldiers and airmen aren't fighting for you to do this shit. That's what we're not fighting for you to do. So when you take all that, you can clearly see it's an act. and the don't overtalk me. I'm like, no, it's not. This is not an older gentleman asserting his authority as being an older gentleman. I've seen women come on the show and just, Mr. Samuels, this, Mr. Samuels. And I'm like, what did you call me? You called me Mr. Samuels? I was like, he picked the damn fight because the performance was overdue. It was like the performance was overdue. He had to get into this cat fight, shut him down, kick him off, because that bashing of them is exploited of all of the little red pill fanboys that simply sign in to see that. That's what they sign in for. They sign in to see black women be put down like that, which is a sickness within itself. It is.
So let me ask you a question on that. You don't think at all like he is bringing awareness in some of these women, like maybe their standards or expectations of relationships are out of alignment? You don't think
No,
there's any value to what he's saying?
absolutely not, because I know that these women know what their expectations and values are. They know. I've never met a woman in the hood. So I mean, if you twerking, your ass twerking. I don't need to tell you. If you smoking weed every day, you're doing it. If you getting turned up at the club or being passed around, that. What's the value in him just sitting there embarrassing them for public humiliation other than to get likes and to try to make money? There's no value in that. And I'm not saying that they've been told by everybody in their neighborhood before they even called his ass. There's nothing he done told them that everybody else ain't done already told them. He shouldn't even be allowing them to call in. But what makes me angry is he put these women up, and because we see these same type of women night after night after night after night, he's selling this narrative to black men that this is the average representation of black women, and that is so untrue. These women are nowhere near the average representation of black women. They are a part of black women. They may be like in the 10 percentile. Hell, give them the 20 percentile. But the vast majority of black women are decent, in the middle of the road. They're not prudes, but yes, they're fucking independent. Yes, they're modern. So he got these young men thinking any modern woman that won't bow down and kiss your feet, is a problem. And a woman that thinks for themselves is a problem. And that, I just think that creating that representation and putting that out there like that is just bad. It's bad, and I try to tell black men as much as he embarrasses them and make them look bad, it's making us look bad too. It's making the black men look bad as well. And I'm not saying that they're not that. They are that. But you don't have to have them all up here and him telling them that, the whole thing. But he's telling them the truth. I'm like, they know the fucking truth. You know what I'm saying? I gotta tell you, your name's RShaun. You know your name. Yeah. That's just dumb.
Yeah, but Rico, I promise you, I really didn't think he was bashing women. I mean, because one, women were calling in voluntarily. I mean, at their own free will. So I mean, I didn't really think he was bashing. But I listened to a young lady earlier who talked about he was practicing misogyny. Now, misogyny and all the other the names, I don't really have a great handle on them. But the way she laid it out, he constantly like dehumanizes women in a way by calling them assets, different things. Like there were different words he used that took away their humanness.
Humanity.
Like, I can't remember every example she used, but she had a playlist. And I was like, wow. I mean, because a pattern emerges and you have to think about it a little more deeply. I'm like, maybe his intent isn't to be misogynistic, but the impact. I mean, if women are telling you this is how it is, and she's laying it out point by point, you're calling us an asset. You're calling us this value. You know, you compare us to a car, or something about a dog, something like because dogs are loyal. That's what we went out of y'all. Like, so there was a constant comparison to these inanimate objects or animals or assets, you know, money producing things, like all these things that took away their humanity. And I was like, man, I didn't think he was bashing, but maybe the impact, maybe it lands different for women than it does for me. But the exploiting, I mean, he's definitely profiteering. I mean, he's getting that money. He's getting that money off of them. I was watching PBM junk vegetables and junk food, or junk food and vegetables. I'm not sure, whatever the channel is. He was talking about how Kevin Samuels has made so much money from this that he paid his back child support, and he pulled up the court records and everything. I'm like, dude, y'all so worried about paying alimony, y'all don't want to get in relationships, alimony and child support. Y'all so afraid of that y'all are going to actually pay his child support off. I'm like, that's crazy.
It's but I still will push back on the bashing aspect. and I think it's by design, because what I would consider bashing is the repeated doing of the same thing. It wouldn't be bashing if he did the average at best video just on that young lady and didn't go back to the same well for that again and 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 again. I would say no, it wasn't bashing. That was just one lady that called in, needed the hard truth, and he gave it to her. That was, believe it or not, that video, which made him go viral, I found his most productive video. I found that to be his most honest video. I found it to be the most truthful video. But from that point where that video went viral, something like April of 2020, I'm literally telling you, nightly, the exact same thing happened. And I'm like, that same woman wasn't calling up every night. That woman that called up, yes, she was freaking delusional. She was delusional. And I will admit that a large number of his callers are delusional, but they still don't warrant the mistreatment. That's part of the show. And bashing of the women is an element of the show. He may not even want to bash him, but that's how he get his bag. So he gonna bash your ass. He's gonna do it, you know, and he probably done it tonight. And if not, he gonna do it tomorrow too. You know, he just does. And it's out of control. And I will never give him a pass to say, well, I'm just, because people will try to say, well, I'm just giving them the truth. Like, you know what? If they ain't listening to you, then you just need to stop. You can't keep, if I say, I'm telling RShaun, okay, well, after you done ignored me for a month, when I go into February doing the same thing, be like, you know, this fool just won't leave me alone now. I done told you January, I'm not listening to your ass. And that's what Black women are telling him, that, Kevin, no matter what you say, we still see value in ourselves. And he's insistent on, I'm going to break you all down. I mean, I heard him the other night specifically say, the gender war, which I don't even believe ever existed. I believe there has always been gender differences. Why do we classify it as a war?
I don't know, Rico. I think you might be being disingenuous right there.
No, but my whole point is, no, I'm just trying. I'm not being disingenuous. What was the war? Women want equality and rights and to be treated like decent human beings. So, because that's the premise of what the war is. Women ain't in the house, barefoot and pregnant, doing. Because what are they talking about? Asking them to go back to fit, feminine, beautiful, to be a. Listen at the language they're couching it in.
Yeah.
What are they asking women to do? So if it's a war for me to say, I don't want to be your damn, and I ain't gonna use the word slave because that's a horrible, but I don't want to be chained in the house being your submissive. I don't see that as a war. I just see that as women have just finally decided they wanted their own freedom. It's not a war, that's just a difference. And they
Yeah.
got it right. If we flip the role, if they decide, okay, you know what, we're gonna go be traditional. Y'all asses stay home. We'll go out and work.
Now, just real quick before Mr. Best pops up.
Yeah.
I mean, we do have two questions. It's pretty much the same question from Hanifa and from JP. Now, both of them said that Black women have been doing the bashing for quite some time. JP said it, and again, Hanifa. Both coming from a woman's perspective.
Mhm.
Now, if they're saying that it almost sounds like a defense. I won't describe their intent. But what do you say to that question? Because in my mind, as men who say we're leaders, we're men, all that, all alpha, all that crap, we can't go on talking about what the women did because then we're equating ourselves with women. We're not the same. We should be different. We should have different standards. That's just my opinion. We're all human, but there's no way I'm going to say that, well, because a woman did it, I should also be able to allow myself to do something that's slick, sideways, or defamatory of a whole group of people. That's not how I would operate myself, and I would hope to agree with that. I'll let him answer.
This is where I'll put now. Understand what JP and Hanifa is saying. All the years in the past, women have bashed. I would put it in the same way with like when people talk about racism and they say, can black people be racist and white people can, black people can't. And then the argument they always say that why black people can't be racist is, and it's a true argument to me, because they don't have the power to affect anything over anybody. So we can be prejudiced, we cannot like you, but how can you be racist because we have no power over you? So I look at is that any different with the black women bashing? While yeah, they were bashing, I call that just complaining because they had no power. They didn't. We still know. We do know we're in a patriarchy, right? So if I'm the man and I'm at the higher level, the fact that they complain nonstop, then that's all they're doing. They can't actually bash a man in the same way that a man in that same society can bash a woman. That's the difference that I would say. And I do agree and acknowledge that yes, there was the previous instances where the women were doing all the talking, but that's all they were doing. That's all they were doing. They were just they still wasn't controlling relationships. They were doing a lot of talking, and then they got their, we say, feminism. I'm like, it's, women got liberated. We should have known it was going to happen at some point. What
So
are you
real quick,
saying?
what you're saying? So just real quick before we just let JP in, what you're saying is because it was asymmetrical, like the power imbalance, it wasn't a war because it was. Got you.
Yeah,
Got you.
it's
Welcome,
not a
JP.
war because the power imbalance. Hey,
100
JP.
watts.
Peace
Mr.
and
Watt.
light.
Go ahead, JP. What would you like to throw in? So we saw your question.
Well, my question was for the devil's advocate sake of it. I'm one of those people who believes that Mr. Samuels is after enough watching. I believe he's one of the love and the lie look the same. I don't believe that he really does have the love for black women that he was claiming he had in the beginning. I believe that you all talk about the women who call up to that platform consistently, but we also talk about how black women or black people in general have this need for attention. So why not, if given the opportunity, go on to that platform, even if you know you may not be, you may be mistreated. That's why some of them now call and they giggle or pretend to be older than they are or a different age or whatever it may be. I went on the platform mostly because I wanted to test myself and whether or not I felt comfortable putting my face on camera, which is why more often than not, I cam up wherever I go. It's just that I'm supposed to be getting ready for my own thingy right now. But anyway, but having said that, I think that from the title of the show itself, I think that the entire thing is a bit cultist. I'm going to take you while you're at your weakest. right here in the midst of this pandemic. Many of you have lost your family in these last 2 years because finances, whatever the case may be, and I'm going to reel you in with your emotions. And then from there, I'm going to start to siphon off your money slowly but surely. And that's exactly what a cult does. And so, in that way, that's how I see it.
That's a great point. I didn't think about that the financial aspect of it, but that is so true. And it does, and we named this the red pill cultist because for me and RShaun, more than Kevin or the content creators, we looked at it from the scope of the followers. Because you see, they can be pretty rabid. They can be rabid and they just will repeat things with no basis of, which I've seen a ton of things that he said that was just factually untrue. And I'm like, have you guys questioned anything that he said? It's patently false and outright lie, but you would get attacked just for pointing out that, look, I'm not even attacking the man. I'm attacking this story that's not true. And
hold on, Rico. Hold on 1 second. So we have a few questions in the chat. I'm gonna pull those up for y'all so y'all can see them and everybody can respond to them. Hold on 1 second.
Tell Chef I'm gonna need some clarity for his question because I do want to answer it, but I'm not sure if I got it. But I can answer K. Marion's question. I do feel like he held on to the wrong thing from that viral video. Yes. And I can almost see why. But I mean, now that's been a whole, almost 2 years now. Because that was what was the viral video? March or April 2020? And we're now in the 2022. So I can also see where I think his numbers have somewhat plateaued because it's overdone. It's overdone. As I said, the next 10 videos going to be like the last 10.
But I don't necessarily think that that's a bad thing, right? Because when you find out what your spot is, when you find out what your lane is, when you find out where your area is, sometimes it's best for you to stick into your area. Because once you start trying to do too much, you start trying to slide out of what you know, then you end up making a worse situation for yourself than what you need. If whether you intend for it or not, if you know your pocket, stay in your pocket.
But watch, I would say this is what I think though. I think that viral video was authentic. I don't think that was scripted. But I think everything thereafter I see for the script. That's why I said I think his best video was, I think that woman actually called, was that delusional, and he handled it as well as that was a work of art. That's what made it so viral. I think he was authentic in that, even when he talked to her the least salty. Since then, the way he dressed women down since after her, he wasn't playing the fat song. He wasn't playing the dog. He wasn't doing any of that in that video with that woman. He was just basically addressing her like, ma'am, you are shooting outside. You're punching above your weight. You need to stop it, like that. And then ever since after, all the theatrics came in. That's what I push back on. It's like, okay, you don't have to leave your lane. Stop the performative nature of it. Because you can still tell a woman she's delusional without the sound effects of how fat she is.
Real quick, Rico.
So
sorry about that. Let JP go and then Chef.
Well,
what up?
I
What
have a
up?
question
Peace to
for
everybody.
100 Watts. You said that to stay in his lane. What happens when your lane is dividing the community you claim to be there to support?
I wasn't agreeing with. I wasn't like saying that to like say that I agree with his lane. It's just I was, because you were asking the question based on the devil's advocate, and I was just like adding on to that based on what you said, because whether we have the perception to believe that what he's doing is positive or negative, right? He hasn't in his mind, he has what he's trying to accomplish, right? So based on what he is trying to accomplish in his mind, I feel like he found his space, he found his lane, he found the area where he can accomplish whatever it is he has in his mind to get done, right? And that's and to be honest, sometimes when you see somebody and you see what kind of lane they're in, you have to take them for that, right? For example, I have a uncle that's in my life that I know what kind of energy to get from him. If I call him and I ask him for advice, I know exactly what he's going to give me. It's not going to be kind. It's not going to be gentle. It's not going to be sugar coated. It's going to be quite a few questions he's going to ask, but I know exactly what to expect from him. So I can't be mad at him when I call and ask him for advice and he gives me that. So when you call up to that show and you know that you're going to get chastised, you can't be upset when you get chastised. Like, you knew what your uncle was going to tell you when you called him.
Hey, Watts, real quick, JP, sorry to interrupt y'all. I just want to say, it's 11 o'clock when you have all of the Nighthawks in the building. Shout out to 100 Watts, Chef Shapino, Just Vic, Victor Music. Wanted to acknowledge y'all. I know, Chef, you had a point, and I wanted to, not JP, I didn't speak to you properly when you came in. I love you. I'm so glad you're here. So glad to see you. How's your spirits?
My spirit is.
I love you. I love you, Nighthawks. I just can't hang out with y'all because y'all be all damn night. One of these weekends, on one of these Friday, Saturday night shows, I'm gonna do it then. But I do. I catch everything y'all put on replay.
Yo, son. Yo, Rico.
Yes, sir.
I say I hear the way your wife be banging pots and pans now. You don't want to be one of the couch hawks now. No, enjoy that bed, son.
You know what I'm talking about. Exactly. Go ahead, JP. I'm sorry about that.
You're good. I wanted to make sure that I've shown up to that tonight. Thank you all so much. Keep your spirit up. I appreciate you. My spirit is well, and I'll be moving to later night streams. So Nighthawks, we're gonna have to chit chat behind the scenes because out here in Arizona, it's just easier for me to wait until it's cool and comfortable, and that's like 9:20 out here. So outside of that, I really do appreciate y'all having me up here. I love you all dearly. Y'all are adorable to me. Y'all know how I feel about Black men of all ages and ranges. But like I said, the knowledge and relationships has been so supportive, and I have been late in getting my face up here and showing my love and appreciation for that. So before I go live again, I wanted to make sure that I got that out there. And then look at my fellas. Look at these two faces, the Butterscotch Gang, old and young, up here rocking it.
We just hope we got something that, something to put out to make people think of a different perspective. And of course, JP, I rock with you, 100%. And anytime you need me to come and do anything, if my hotel ain't sleep, I'll be there. Thank you for coming, though. It's big, huge.
All right, so I'm going to go.
Go ahead, JP. I'm sorry.
Chef, I'm going to reach out to you on Instagram. Thank you, gentlemen, so much. And I will hopefully see you in a little while. Peace and blessings, y'all. Keep your spirit up.
Peace, you as well.
Hey, Chef, now you were asked a question in the chat, but Rico needed clarification on it. Could you reiterate that?
Yeah. So, the question was this. Damn. Can you pop that back up on that screen? I was actually driving.
I was confused about the level set.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So I'll explain it.
Right. Okay.
He actually, that's the term that he uses for when he does those things that he does. He calls it giving them a level set. Okay. Why? Because the women are stating that they want a man of a specific criteria.
Okay.
So once they state that criteria, then he's like, oh, okay, this conversation is going to change to a level set. So, okay, tell me your height, weight, dress size, and things about yourself, right? So I had seen the show, right? And that was back before I had deleted the WorldStar app, right? Because it was a guilty pleasure every once in a while. But I saw it on there, and that was October. WorldStar made him viral. So I saw it on there, WorldStar, October 2020. Watched it. It was interesting. I went to see the whole video. The whole video made sense. The women that were calling in stating that they were not able to respect average earners. They were stating that they wanted men that made over 6 figures a year and lived within a specific socioeconomic range. When those women, many of them did not live within that range. But then He's saying, what is wrong with average men? Because those men that you're mentioning, oh, you want black? Okay, that whittles it down to less than 6%. So now you're living in the middle of West Bum, excuse me, in Ardvark, Kentucky, talking about you want one of the 6%, one of the little 6% of men. But so what's your criteria? What makes you special enough to be able to take that from the other people? What's wrong with the other guys? There's a lot more of the other guys. There's a lot more average earners than there are the ones that are earning like you're asking for. What's wrong with them? Oh, I don't think I can. Hold on one second. I just want to give it to you. I don't think that I can respect them. Okay. And at that point, that's where he would push it. So now, let me just give this guy. I don't want to stay all night. I just want to say this, bro.
Go ahead. When I see your question.
All right, when I see what he does, after he had that show, you know what happened? All the shorties, all the women who wanted to disagree started getting their makeup on, getting their hair done on, and they're like, you know what? Yeah, I'm going up to battle. And it was a succession of people that wanted to go up there and battle and show him how dope they were. Women that had fit within the criteria, heavier women he was talking with, got dolled up to show him, yeah, I'm different. They walked themselves into the lion's den. You know what I look at him as? That guy that sits at the table on the college campus. He's like, hey, I'll debate you about anything. You know that guy on the campuses, the one that sits at the table, prove me wrong. That's what it is. He's the guy that lifts up the weights or whatever at the carnival. And people want to see if I'm the one that could take him out.
But, Chef, okay, great. I'm glad. Thank you for that explanation, because I didn't quite understand it, but the way you just explained it to me, it makes perfect sense. Perfect sense. And I get it. And I almost even agree with it a little bit, except for the fact that level setting is just another way of saying, okay, well, I just don't want to tell the woman that she's not as attractive, she's overweight, and she's, so the height, weight, dress size, blah, 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 blah.
But she's saying you ain't shit, Rico.
Right.
And she's saying that she couldn't respect you at all, Rico.
But this is what I'm saying is, first of all, when I look at the women now in the latter half of 2021, I'm gonna give the first half of 2021 a wash. I even think it was even earlier. But from June 2021 through the end of the year, what I see calling into his show, and I'm like, he has to know it by now. These chicks are looking to be the next average at best. Because they know they don't look no better than average at best, or barely better than her. They're looking for a viral moment. And that's a problem that we have. You got women and men that will do any kind of nonsense to create a viral moment. And I think it worked. I think it's working for both of them. If I'm that girl, I'm that one that he gets extra crazy with. Because I think it even worked out for the woman that he called average at best. She ended up, I saw her getting interviewed by several people after that for being dogged out by him. I'm like, how the hell you get another 12 interviews after he just basically called you ugly? So people that were bringing, you're a pretty woman, and just that, whatever. Like, no, he was absolutely right. But she got more publicity out of the virality of the interview, and I don't think her circumstances changed. He clearly knows that if you look at his last 10 shows, the type of women that are calling in, I'm like, come on, Kevin, they're delusional. These are nowhere near the top 10% of Black women that are calling in. I just don't like the way he makes it representative that these chicks that call in is a representation of our Black women as a whole. These will be the same women that was told that your ass is average at best before they left the house, that are calling to him, and he just gets them, number 1, 2, 3, 4. So the next 15, 20 that come up, and that show gets pushed out into the algorithm. Say, see, this is what your Black women is. Like, no, this is what the bottom of the Black women are. The middle and the top is not this, because they're not calling in, Kevin. That's where the show's not level setting. Yes, the show level sets for the performance, but he's not going to say, oh, I'm dealing with the bottom 30% or 40% of black women. That message doesn't come across unless you guys heard it, and I haven't. But if y'all are telling me that representation y'all see is the top 25% of black women, all the beautiful, and I don't mean beautiful physical, I mean intellectually, smart, dedicated. I mean, just women I know that's in philanthropy, into volunteerism, and all kinds of stuff. They're not calling in there. He don't get those calls. He gets
Well,
the viralness.
right. Well, what he's saying is that the men that they are looking for are at the super apex of industry.
Those
men, wait. And he's saying those men ain't looking for all of that stuff that average guys like you and me may feel important, because they got purpose and they got stuff to do.
What I'm saying is this, Jeff. He's 100% right. They're not looking for them. And they fucking know that they ain't looking for them. Them chicks ain't never smelt $100,000 man, much less. So if you ain't never been nothing but with $30,000 men, all of a sudden you think you can call Kevin Samuel and say, I need a man with 6 figures? Ain't nothing changed from yesterday.
So what would you say to them then? What would you say to them then, Rico? What is the graceful way to lay it down to somebody that she's being delusional in terms of the level of qualification she's putting herself out there for?
They know they're being delusional. They know they are. I think
they don't know. They don't know. That's the point. They don't know.
They don't know. Delusion shows that you don't know. That's
how many, Mr. Freeze, how many girls you know? Because if the woman has ever had $100,000 man in her life, then maybe she'll believe she can get another one. If she ain't never had one, and she got 6 baby daddies and done slept with another 30 guys, and they all making 25, 30. By now, she know what she qualifies for. She knows.
But you don't think it's hood babies? You don't think it's hood babies out here swerving good men out here?
Not like that.
Oh,
I think
man.
they swerving. I think that now. I mean, if she's that IG look, because you will unfortunately, but that's because guys will be sucker for that IG look.
Oh, you gotta pick a side, bro.
I'm saying
you with us or them.
No, I'm saying that there are
this is a short conversation. Who you with?
I'm with the truth. That's what this is.
Truth pill. Okay. Now we can talk.
Go ahead, Mr. Freeze.
Listen. If you want to have a conversation about Kevin Samuels, we can have a conversation about Kevin Samuels. If you want to talk about the red pill community, those are 2 different conversations. So what happens is a lot of Kevin Samuels followers happen to fall under the manosphere flag. So what you're seeing is the vitriol that some of those outliers of men that don't represent all men feel about women. And a lot of it is misogynistic. But if you're going to say because those men are his followers, then somehow he is a representation of his followers, that's not I mean, you can disavow people and say, hey, listen, I don't support what they support, but a lot of these people still support me because they believe in my ideals. What he's doing is battling black.
Show Hanifa's message while Vic is talking. Show Hanifa's message that actually lays right into what Vic is talking. The one about the women.
What I did say, and we'll get to it in a minute with the other questions is, I mean, I think it was the question we did was, I don't know if he's manosphere or red pill. I don't know. But I think he creates a message to market to both because it's to make money. That's all I'm saying.
It's definitely a business. He understands that the soundboard is entertainment.
So he markets to both. He might not be red pill, but he's like, oh, I gotta get these suckers too. He might not. I don't think he's either. I just think he wants money from both. So he markets his message to both. That's all.
It's what Watt said. He found his niche. He spoke with men for 3 years before he ever talked to a woman. And nobody said a word. He told my man, he said, you can't be short fat.
Short and fat.
And he said, listen, you got to pick a struggle.
Right.
He been telling men to do better.
Right.
So when he crossed over and ran into that young lady, and I promise you, I've watched him for a long time. I don't continue to watch him because, like you say, the trick has gotten old. You know what I'm saying? I seen it. I said that was cool. I said, oh, you're gonna run it into the ground. Okay, cool. Well, I'm not gonna go with you. You know what I'm saying? So cool, salute. But it's not like he's lying on these women. Now, what he did do is he pulled out while people got mad for real because it went viral again when he told old girl she looked like she built like Emmett Smith. And he's not lying. She was like Emmett Smith's exact measurement.
It's unnecessary, though.
According to what, though?
No, I'm saying she's built like a running back. It's unnecessary.
So did he lie?
No, I did not say he lied.
Rico, have you heard the way some of these women have spoken to him? You realize that in terms of some of the levels of rudeness, like you remember the Fat Noise Big Shirley thing?
Yeah.
That was literally targeted and based on a specific content creator, that was going at him hardcore, calling him gay and all kinds of stuff. The PhD, that was actually a clip from a woman that told him, yeah, I'm a PhD. I don't need to worry about that. The dog barking was based on the actual caller whose dog jumped in the room and she started screaming because she came in to go at him.
But my question is this: why the energy for all the others? I mean, I've sat there and I've watched women call him Mr. Samuels repeatedly, and then he go into that same performance that wasn't disrespecting them. So that's what I'm saying. If someone's disrespecting me, you give them that same energy. But if they're not, what are you doing it for?
I mean, but let's also keep it a bean though. Let's just go ahead and keep it flat out, keep it a bean. If you went from having I don't know accurate numbers because I don't pay attention to the man like that. But let's say you woke up one day and you had 20,000 subscribers, and the next day you had 1.5 million. I'm just throwing numbers at you, right? Who is not gonna put the suit on to perform for that? Who's not? Like it's a human thing. When you find your pocket, when you know what's gonna put money in your pocket, I'm staying right here. I'm right here, and it's because like. If we look at sports, if you look at the NBA right now, nobody's doing any brand new cross moves. It's the same cross moves we've been seeing forever.
So can I ask you a question then, Mr. Watts? Let me ask you a question. So what we're saying is, just to center the conversation, for our community, the only thing, because this is what I want to say, even with, I'll say you guys, King, and even the content creators I like, that I rock with and I support, are we actually saying that the only thing we can sell is negative shit?
No.
The only thing, I'm just saying, all I'm saying is, I get he went from 20 to 100,000 or 100,000 to 1 million. All I'm saying is that show that made him go viral was an authentic video. That was not a performance. That was not a performance. That was him speaking from his heart to that woman that I will tell you, she was freaking delusional. She was delusional for what she was asking for. But he spoke to her in a far more respectful way than I've seen him speak to black women since. And that's what I'm just trying to reconcile and bring together was an authentic moment made you famous and got you rich. And you can only go one way.
I got you.
I don't think he said anything new. The only difference is he's saying it to a woman now. That's the only difference. The same exact lines that he uses on women is the same thing he said to men. I think that's the only difference.
He wasn't telling men to buy a cat and die alone. He wasn't telling men. I didn't see it. If you can point me to the video, you will buy a cat and die alone. If he was telling men all that, then I'll accept it.
Here's the thing. You said negative shit, right? Would you admit that that's subjective?
It can be, yes. I'll admit
that. Okay. So what I would say to you is, I know a lot of women who I've turned on to Kevin Samuels or who say that they ran into him. And the majority of them would say, even though they don't like his method or his process, that the things that he says usually hold weight. And he's killed the messenger. He is not fighting black women, because this is a universal problem with the modern women. So he's fighting an ideal that is starting to spread like a virus of women unrealistically wanting the same man, and saying that, hey, this man may exist, but he exists in such a quantity that you are creating the same environment that you hate. He's warning them about their own self-destruction that is not sustainable, while helping the average man become desirable again.
Okay, can I ask you a question? Did any of those women ever said he told them one thing new that they hadn't heard all their life?
When you change someone's perspective on that same thing that they already knew.
No. That just because of, and we don't, let's not confuse people saying, okay, my perspective changed or I finally listened.
Right.
Because you could be saying the same thing for 20 years and then one day they'll wake up and they'll decide to listen to you and they're like, my perspective changed. No, you finally decided to listen. And that's what I'm sitting there saying is, I can tell you as a gentleman that's 5 years older than him, I've not heard him say one thing that has not been said the entirety of my life. So I don't say what he says is wrong, because a lot of it's true.
Can I?
So is he helping the community by spreading this message, or is he hurting the community by spreading this message? Which one is greater? I'm sure that there's a piece of little of each, but in general,
I see harm.
You see more harm than good.
Yes, and I'll tell you.
Wow. So is it more harmful? Which is more harmful? Him speaking to women and letting them know about the true ratios of what they desire and are holding out for? Or is it more harmful for us to have a generation of modern women that are only looking for 6% of the population?
You ready?
And now anybody that's earning average is almost like becoming a Pookie and Ray Ray. Which is worse?
I'm going to tell you. And I don't speak to a specific thing that he speaks of. I speak more harm to, I listen to a lot of stuff he says. So that one particular thing I may not have an issue with. But I have an issue with other things he says that are flat out lies. Flat out, demonstrably provable untruths.
Name two.
I can name one. I'll name one he told on Kay and Kayla Street. He told this lie about himself, about he was divorced from his ex-wife within 5 months of being divorced, and then she named him as paternity on the child of a baby she had with someone else. That's not how paternity is established in the state of Oklahoma. Fucking look it up. Go look it up. That woman, as a divorced woman, is an unmarried woman. No, he told this verbatimly, word by word, on a stream that's recorded. And then he put this message out in the ether to tell young men, well, when you get divorced, if you ain't been divorced more than 11 months, she can put a baby on you that she had with her new boyfriend. That's bullshit. That's motherfucking bullshit. Then he stipulated even further.
How does it work? How does that work?
He stipulated even further that it was a federal law and it's in all 50 states. I'm in the state of Maryland. That's bullshit. It's not in Maryland, DC, nor Virginia. So
we should come back to that one. We have to do
I'm
some
just saying,
fact
you asked me, I got more. But what I'm sitting there saying is, there's not a particular thing, but the things that I heard him say that's untrue, it's been too much of it, and that's when I talk about the harm or what's misleading.
Even Michael.
Another thing, I'll tell you another part that chaps
Yeah,
my
yeah. You
ass.
gotta give me more than that one.
I mean, but
another one.
even Michael Jordan missed a couple of jump shots. Like, I mean,
Excuse me. I'm gonna
who's
give you
100?
another one.
Who's
I'm gonna give you
100%?
another one.
100% of
I
the
need
time.
something else.
You
Yeah.
don't have to be 100%. You just have to stop being deceptive. Okay, so here's another one. And I mean, and if y'all a fan, I'm sorry.
Oh no, I don't.
We're fan of truth. So he talks about the color purple, right? Y'all know how he disparaged the color purple.
Okay.
That's just the narrative. Do y'all agree that's a narrative that he puts out?
Yes.
The color
Wait.
purple.
So if you want to bring it up,
Mhm.
there's a reason the color purple, and he calls it the color purpling of society. And I haven't seen this stuff in months, bro.
Mhm.
But if you understand the whole essence of the color purple and what it represented, and the fact that Alice Walker was a feminist, she attended Sarah Lawrence College,
Yes.
and there's some heavy depths in there. So
Well-
if you're going to bring that up, you have to bring back the historic resonance to the whole reason about the book. The book was written by a lesbian feminist. Just saying.
That's
Right.
all. Yeah.
Okay.
That's all one fine. And I'm glad you're on the stream rather than these two young boys who might not even know that Alice Walker wrote it. Okay. Y'all hear him say it, but y'all don't even know who she is. And I know that, Chef, you will also agree that she was a Black female literary giant. Will you agree to that? Forget her sexuality, feminism, ideology. Was she a giant in the literary field? Especially for a Black woman.
Let's assume she was.
Yeah, she was a giant in the literary field, but but watch this.
Mhm.
You see what people were saying? The same shit you're saying about Kevin Samuels, about her.
Sure.
The image, hold on.
I
The images that she was putting out there of the Black man and made us look like ogres, most horrible,
Okay, but
horrible people. You
Here-
see, and
here- But here's the particular part that chaps my ass. The color purple was set in what time period? 1900. Not 1910, not 1905, 1900.
Uh-huh.
Black women and white women were getting the fucking brakes beat off of them. She told a fictional story. It's a fictional story. It's made up. So everybody know it's made up about a period of time.
yeah. But the color purple was set during the 1930s. I was trying to come off mute. It was the 1930s.
Where the truth existed. We just come out the Great Depression. Motherfucking people you had hobos eating people. The country was so screwed up. But to sit there and push this narrative because you didn't like the depiction of a fictional character, which was based in truth, that you would
What's the narrative?
The narrative is that Black men just didn't do that. And I'm like, that's bullshit. We know
Not in mass.
Excuse me, not in mass, but in large numbers. And not just Black men, but white men did it. White women were getting the brakes beat off of them back then.
How would you know?
It's historical. Women had no.
How would you know? We don't even know now.
White women or Black women had zero fucking marital rights. They were property. They were legally considered property of the husband.
Bro, why you so mad with the man defending you, bro? You a good person. You deserve to be defended, man.
No,
you got good in your heart, bro. We not all shit, family.
I don't need to
come to the dark side.
You a child of God too.
No, I don't need to be defended. I need to live in a space of truth. I know all the shit that Black women did. I know all the shit they did.
What they did,
They done all kinds of. First of all, they didn't do anything that we didn't. I don't want to say it.
What they did?
No, I want to sit there.
Tell the truth and shame the devil. You the truth pill now. Tell them.
No, I'm being truthful. They ain't
tell
done
them.
shit
Hey, are we? Listen. Are we? Are we boycotting telling women the truth? Is that a thing? That toxic masculinity?
Let me be crystal clear. Ain't no woman on the face of this earth ever done a damn thing to me that I didn't allow them to do because they couldn't. I put myself in spaces and places and situations that I had no business being in. And did they sit there and use that shit against me to my advantage? Yeah, they did. Whether it's children out of wedlock, I just should have never even been there. I didn't have to be the fucking idiot that I was. That doesn't.
So they use your guilt against you.
No. That I sat there and said that does not excuse them for what they did. What I'm saying is I should have never gave them the power because they didn't have it until I gave it to them. They didn't have. Nobody had no power over me until I gave it to them. They don't.
But that's the thing. Somebody does because of something that you did.
Yeah.
We live in the world of sociopaths, bro. We live in the world of narcissistic people now. Right. So this is a new guilt-free generation. So what I'm saying is that you doing something, you're stating that something that you did gave someone else power over you. You allowed your guilt to put yourself into a subservient position, whereas now you feel as though you're bound or obligated to move within a certain subset of actions based on
it's not
but then how is it giving him power?
Yeah. If I have power over my life and my domain and my choices, and I hand over any portion of that to another person, it's not guilt. I accept responsibility. Like right now, I'm currently married.
They hypnotize you with that thing, man. They hypnotize you, bro. They hypnotize you. They get us all, man. They know what they're doing. They're not innocent. They're not innocent. They're not innocent, bro.
Mr. Freeze, you answered the question. You answered the question, Mr. Freeze, 100%. I'm telling you that. That's the power I gave them because of the power of the fucking bot. And I was stupid enough to give it to them, but I didn't have to. That's what I'm saying.
Sounds like you red pill.
And bed a woman and decide I'm going to do it.
Hey, look at Dave. Call him out, Dave.
We do it. But if we do it, then we can't play victim. Because you know, whoever you decide to sleep with tonight, you ain't got to give that chick nothing. If you do, you chose to do it. Don't pity party me.
Can we preach two sermons at the same time?
Yes, sir.
What I'm saying is that there's a sermon for the men. The men are not without accountability, and I'm pretty sure they've been told that their entire lives, including now. But that same accountability can be and should be preached to our women, who are the mothers of our children, even when we're not present. So for us not to preach to them at least the truth about their situation and about their ideals and how skewed they are from watching social media and TV and basketball wives all day. Whoever is entertained by that, because I know a lot of people who are highbrow who are still entertained by that.
Well, can I
spend a lot of time with those ideas?
Can we preach two truths at the same time, truthfully? That's all. That's it. This whole stream that me and RShaun got, it's not about not the other side. Because believe me, this miniseries we're doing is not Red Cultists exclusive. We going into issues with the Black community on conspiracy theories. We going on to political engagement. We're going into a whole lot of stuff. The fact of the matter is, what I want us to be is honest, completely honest and truthful about everything with context without leaving anything out. And that's where I just don't understand where we get so much pushback, because everybody that's pushing back against Mr. Samuels, I'm like, tell me demonstratively that everything he says is true. If it's true, I'll be the first one. I'll come up here and make a public apology. I was wrong. It's true. But if it's not, then you have to say, not with what you said, 100 watt. Everybody don't hit every shot. No. Hey. When you catch me missing a shot, when you catch me or RShaun missing a shot, you got a personal invite to come up here and check out as public. That's what I want. I want to be
the thing is the amount of averages and numbers and statistics that you pull. And then when we go to statistics, you'd be like, man, that statistic is bullshit. But then you use statistics. Where do you draw those statistics from? Right? Because what you're saying is that he has to bat 1,000 in order for you to believe him or feel that he's doing anything positive. Because you said, if I said anything wrong, or if he said,
untrue,
tell me everything that he said that he never lied about.
I'll use two words, Chef. I said either untrue or unsubstantiated, which means unsupported. So in other words, he makes statements, and I'm like, we all can make statements. I'm like, I can say I believe or I think.
Rico, you could have lied to your mama. You could have lied to your mama last week. I'd still give you a hug.
Sure, but I still be a liar too.
Have you?
Right, but that's not. But my relationship with you is not built on that. I mean, like, if you a dude that you know how to armor on my tires, dope. I don't care what you do with your old lady behind doors. That's not my business. Is what you're doing beneficial to my ecosystem?
We're not, but so you don't think lies in the ecosystem that mislead or misguide young men is harmful? Is that
here's a question for you. Hold on, wait. Let me ask.
Go ahead, Watts.
Here's a question for you, Rico. Have you ever been in a situation where you're having a conversation with somebody, and as they're talking, you know they don't know what they're talking about, so you just pull something out your ass just to see if they know what they really talking about? You ever done that before?
Yeah.
It's the same thing. It's the same thing. Because if you feel like somebody is in front of you and they're talking about something that makes no sense in the world, and again, it's a perspective thing. If you're talking to somebody and you feel like what they're saying makes no sense, if what they're saying is unsupported, if there's a person that has this idea that is completely untrue and unsupported, I'm gonna just pull something and throw it at you and just see if you can justify the bullshit that's coming out your mouth right now.
Let me jump in at the watch, Rico.
Okay, one second.
Let me push back real quick, and then I'm jumping in.
Okay, I'll say this: you telling me something out the side of your ass, I can accept that. You telling the masses, that lands differently. That's all. I look at it as just a responsibility to the community. Go ahead, RShaun.
Dave, I want to pose a question to you because I want you to talk, but I got a question for you.
All right.
Did Kevin Samuels at some point say, I don't want to be the one having this conversation? I think women should be the ones having this conversation with other women. Did he ever say that?
I don't know if he ever asked that question or said that. That doesn't sound familiar to me. But speaking of women answering the question, we have Queen Forever on the stage right now, and I'd like to get her input on the topic, whatever she came on to say.
For sure.
Hello.
What's up, Queen?
Hi, Queen.
Not much. How you guys doing? What's
Peace.
what's the question? Is there a question or is it just free?
I got a question. Do you watch Kevin Samuels content?
Hell no.
Have you ever?
Hell no.
Do you feel any type of way about him at all? Positive or negative?
Well, my thing is that I don't know much about him. Maybe I need to get more information, but I wouldn't take advice for someone who's not successful in the area where he's giving advice in.
That's theoretical, but I understand your point.
Some of the best athletic coaches, professional athletic coaches, coaches that have not won or been successful within their careers.
You're right, but for instance, my husband, he's very on top of sports, right? But he's not but he studies it. He understands it. I don't think he studies it. I think he jumped on a platform to make fun of women and to tear them down. And, because there's a lot of men out here who are hurt and broken, he took off.
I do think he does study. I mean, he's very studied. I mean, he's an intelligent guy. He brings lots of information. But what Rico's speaking, but he wants to say, what is the source of your information? Can we check the veracity of it? Can we prove any of it? I mean, because I've listened to him for quite a while. He's an intelligent guy, and he makes a lot of valid points based on statistics. But what Rico's saying is, where's the context? Because context does change a conversation.
What are you saying, Dave? What are you saying? When you say a context?
My whole thing was coming up with the questions to couch them in the middle. I don't really care about the man himself. My thing is the message. Is there validity to the message? Is there something useful in it? Is the harm or the hurt? Like, that's why the questions were about, like, does it help or hurt the Black community? Does it actually help or hurt Black women and men get into a relationship? Like, overall, generally speaking, because none of what we're really saying is provable. Like when Rico said something about I can't even remember exactly the point, but it was like he countered a point, but even his point wasn't provable. Like, I mean, so if it's not provable, I don't want to really get into something I can't even validate. There's no point in that.
Right. Right.
But like,
That's
is that so? Like, so if we're gonna speak about something unprovable, it's about our feelings. So, do we feel like he is useful, or is he a detriment? Like, that's what I kind of want to like fall in on. Like, for
yeah,
instance,
that's
she
the
doesn't even
question
know
right
his
there.
content,
But
but she
if
doesn't
I
think
could,
he's. Hold up, Rico.
right.
She doesn't think it's valid for him to speak if he wasn't successful. Well, that depends on what you mean by success. Like, if he's telling you how to get married, he's been married twice, so he's successfully gotten married twice. So if I want to get married, he can help me to get married. Now, can he tell me how to stay married? I mean,
Yeah.
probably not. But go ahead, Rico. Jump in.
Because just to use an example, I think one of the ones that I'm stuck. It's actually two in particular, and I'm just gonna say them briefly. One, this narrative that 16 or 20%.
Hey, yo, chef, you barking.
That ain't me.
Chef
16
let
or
the
I get it.
20%
dogs out.
of Black men father 80% of Black children. We know that that's just not mathematically sound. Even I said it's not mathematically sound geographically across the country. It's not even mathematically sound if you say just in New York City, 16 to 20% of 80% of the Black children are fathered by 16 to 20%. That would be a story heard. It's just no way that makes any sense. Okay. But they take it chapter and verse. And then the narrative that's put forth that, and I lived this experience, so I'll say this to you, Mr. Freeze and Watts. No, Black women were not taking welfare to kick Black men out of the house. That's a twisted narrative that's been put forth. That's a horribly twisted narrative that's been put forth. And the last one I will say 100%.
No, stay on that one real quick.
Okay.
Explain what you mean.
Because Black women were not taking welfare to kick out men who were already not in the house out.
Can I push back on that a little bit?
Yes, sir.
Oh yeah.
Now look, the idea might not have been to push him out, right? But this is what I can tell you the play in the system is, okay? There's two people, they come together, they have a baby. The father purposely does not sign the birth certificate, even though they stay in the same apartment, for her to be able to apply for benefits from the government. As long as he's not on the lease and not on the birth certificate, she can get a lot of separate benefits. Now, there may come a time to where these two people are no longer together and he has to leave because he's not on the lease, nor is he on the birth certificate. He doesn't have any bills in his name or anything of that sort. So that within itself is a separate problem in itself, because it's not necessarily that they don't want them in the house. They're using the fact that the father's not in the house as a tool to leverage a benefit for them.
So let me just make sure I can reiterate what you just told me. That's not the Black woman kicking him out the house. That's him effectively putting himself out the house, whether not physically, but on paper and in any other way, by sitting there committing welfare fraud.
Yes,
Right.
there's men that commit insurance fraud so that they can feed their family, and they will self-delete themselves in order to make sure that their family is well off. So a man taking himself out of the picture on paper when he's actually there in order. Shut up, Chato. Sorry. All right. No, you're screaming at the dog. Right?
All right. I'm not judging. I'm trying to make sure that I'm clear in what you're saying. In that instance, we can't say for whatever reason, whether it's right away or later on when she puts him out, it's for the check because he willingly made that decision in the first place. He agreed to do that, to say, I'm not here. So if she kicks his ass out 6 months from now, you can't go, oh, she kicked me out for the check. No, you said that 6 months ago when you did what you did.
Yeah, but she wouldn't have kicked him out if she wasn't getting the check. And that's the bait. You put the cheese out there. You ever seen that movie, that Indecent Proposal? with Robert Redford and and Woody and them. He wanted
That's
He
what it
wanted the
is
chick
in a
from Jump
decent
Street. He
proposal.
wanted the chick from Jump Street.
Mhm.
Right. He wanted the chick from Jump Street.
But
You
Hey,
know.
real
So
quick, Chef, after you done.
this narrative that
go
we're
ahead. You got it. You got it.
I'm gonna tell you, the narrative that's being put out that all of a sudden, and remember, we're not talking about 2021. They're talking about 1960s, 1970s. I think when they push it, that the woman. So I'm like, the woman got a black man in the house making $150 a week. I'm saying $150 a week, roughly. That's $600 a month. She gonna kick his ass out for a $200 a month check. So I'm gonna take a $200 check over $600 from a man that's also giving me the D. Where's the logic in that? What the Moynihan report tells in 1965, this is where this trope comes from. It comes from the Moynihan report. If you read it,
You're going too deep, Rico.
Probably, but it speaks of the scissors effect. It speaks of a drop off in male employment and an increase in black women going on to welfare.
I'm
That's
on
what it
record saying
speaks
fuck that Monahan report.
But that's what the manosphere and the red pill community hold up as bad. They hold
But you didn't like it though.
They love it. They swear by it, but they don't read enough into it to say that it says some things to your favor, but it says a lot of stuff against you. And that trope about welfare, it's not saying what they think it says, but that's what they go to say, oh, the black woman kicked the man out for welfare because all of a sudden they left out the house and more women went up on welfare. And I'm like, no, that's bullshit. That's not what happened. The numbers did do that. The statistics did that. But the reasons behind it is different. And the last thing I'll say is the emphasis they put on 80% of divorces are filed by women. Where's
all right, now,
the
Rico.
evidence of that?
Oh, Rico,
Come on, man. Rico, you bring it up on
Okay,
Hold up, everybody. We're going to be going into some of these topics. And right now, we're trying to keep it on this topic where we're talking about Kevin Samuel's relation to the red pill. Now, everything else Rico just brought up is all different things that we're going to bring up on our next stream. Should knowledge and relationship allow us to. So, Rico, I know you want to get it all out at once, but if you could hold some of it since we're supposed to be coming back. I wanted to get to the next question because I wanted to get back to the message because I wanted to touch on something Vic said. Vic talked about separating the messenger from the message. And I wanted to point out that sometimes the messenger becomes a part of the message because of who's choosing to follow. Like sometimes we saw with politics, and this may not be apples to apples, but Trump and white supremacy. Trump became the face of white supremacy, even though many would argue that he wasn't a white supremacist himself. I'm not making that debate. I don't even want to go into that. What I'm saying is it was hard to divorce what he was saying and how it aligned with what white supremacists wanted. So then when Kevin Samuels is making these talking points and it strongly aligns with what Red Pill is using as ammunition against a certain population of people, we do have to consider that even if it may not be his intent, we have to look at the impact of it. Is he feeding more ammunition?
No.
Oh shit.
Hey, I want to
That
answer
Kevin
his
did
question.
that. Kevin did that shit. That was Kevin did
I
that.
know he did that. Look, to answer his question, because I'm sure he'll be back to finish it.
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead.
How about let's address this, right? He said Trump couldn't go ahead and finish your thought, brother Dave.
All right. I don't even remember where I was, but I was just
You was talking about how it would be how Trump couldn't separate himself from his followers.
Right. And I was just saying that to just make the point. Kevin Samuels is not a representative of the red pill. He said, I'm not manosphere or red pill. But sometimes when you're delivering a message, you become the useful idiot for a group of people. And I think that's what's happening with him and red pill. So that's what this part was, trying to see how much his values and talking points align with what the red pill community wants out of women, wants out of themselves, wants out of the world, whatever they want. We're just trying to see, is he divorced from or is he married to? So I wanted to kind of not go into the points we're going to go into on another show. I wanted to see if we can get back to our questions. And with the Nighthawks here, I want to take advantage of y'all's wisdom, if y'all don't mind.
Shout out to one of the best moderators in the game, because boy, we was about to go down a rabbit hole.
Hey, yeah, shout out to brother Dave.
Real quick.
Hey,
So
I want to before you go to a new question, Dave. I want to
Yeah,
respond to what
tell
you
him to go
said.
back.
go ahead.
Tell him to take number 8 off, RShaun. We're not ready for number 8 yet. We got to discuss number 7.
Now, my response to what you were just saying,
Mhm.
I would pose a question to you. When Barack Obama ran for president, there was a big thing about Reverend Jeremiah Wright and the brother minister Louis Farrakhan being followers and supporters of his, and they wanted him to publicly disavow them. Now, in his heart, he didn't really want to do that, but he understood for business sake that he had to. He played his cards. Even the brother minister gave him his blessing. But the fact of the matter is, those supporters, you can't say that Barack Obama is a Muslim and a Muslim supporter and whatever, just because the Muslim community seen his benefit in his message and the things that he said he would do. So in the same instance, Kevin Samuels can't be painted or colored by his supporters because they align with some of the principles or the things that the red pill community also would like to see done. Now, what they have in the red pill community is a tool, but it can also be a weapon. So some of those brothers weaponize it, and some of those brothers use it as a tool to help them find the relationships that they didn't have the equipment to acquire, the social adeptness to use to step to some of these women who do have a lot higher standard than their mothers and grandmothers, whether it's realistic or not. He said, hey, stop going off of possibilities, which a lot of women do. How about people? A lot of people have a lot of lofty goals, and they go off of possibility instead of probability. So not only does he preach that, he says, hey, I shouldn't even be the one having this conversation with women. I wish there was a woman who would take my seat. They don't want to hear what I got to say. But as long as they keep calling, I'm going to keep taking the calls. I'm going to keep getting this money and pushing whatever agenda that I have. So as far as I'm concerned, he's doing it on both fronts.
Well, I got to push
That's my
back on that real quick, and I ain't going to belabor it. Like what you said the first about the Obama, you actually fed into my point. Obama had to change his tactics based on who was aligned with him, because the optics. So that actually feeds my point that Kevin Samuels needs to be careful who aligns with him because of the optics. Those
It's
things
more beneficial for him to get money though through this YouTube means by taking all. That green dollar don't care which pill it come from.
Hey Vic, that's fine. I'm not saying he can't do each one. What I'm saying is it should be a something you think about. It should be a point of consideration. I'm not saying he didn't. I'm just saying that anybody who's following him needs to also. What I'm talking about is bringing up thought. Like, what are we thinking about when we see things? So a lot of people are in their feeling spaces. So I want to get out of a feeling space and like, well, what does this mean? What does this mean when they say this? What does it mean when they do this? So like that's what I'm talking about. When he does that and he's aligned with Red Pill, let's think about it. Is he actually encouraging this? Is he just taking advantage of it? Because intent matters. And then the second point you made, which I can't really remember, my fault. But but the first point, but that stuff matters. We need to think about it. I'm not saying we need to cast him out or cancel him or anything but about that. I'm talking about personal responsibility. As a viewer, it's my responsibility to understand the concepts I'm taking in, especially if I'm going to regurgitate them. Anything I'm going to put back out there in the world, I need to look into. That's my responsibility. And it's his responsibility to look at what he's putting out into the world with his much larger platform. Great power, great responsibility. So that's my big point. I can't remember the second point you made, but that's the first.
I was talking about how he said don't think he's the one that should be having the conversation, that he wish a
Perfect.
woman would take his seat.
Appreciate that. Like I was saying, once you have the platform, if you're going to say, I wish somebody would take this cup from me, but you still take on that cup, that's your cross to bear. Like you can't say, I wish somebody else would do it, so I shouldn't hold any culpability. Well,
Where are the women that have these platforms that are holding women accountable?
That's not, but that's deflecting. Like we're talking about Kevin Samuels, we're not talking about the women. Like, I mean, we can have that conversation.
No, that was just that point, that if there was a woman present doing what he's doing, he should feel comfortable getting out of that space, and your point would be more valid. Like, what is he doing over here, when we got qualified women who can present it in a much more presentable manner? He giving it to man style.
Go ahead, RShaun.
Once you take on a role, it doesn't matter who abdicated that role. Once you take it on, you are responsible for fulfilling it. So if you want to have a conversation of why aren't more women stepping up into this space and encouraging women to better themselves, that's one conversation that we can have. And it's a perfectly valid conversation and a perfectly reasonable argument you're making. But it's not anything to do with this other one. The person that is in the role, also has to be evaluated. The person that is there and the person that is not there are separate conversations.
So I think what RShaun is saying is Kevin has that responsibility until he relinquishes the role. And as long as he has the role, like me and RShaun go back and forth all the time, where this is the thing, we love to go back and forth. He puts the responsibility on the listener. I put the responsibility on the speaker. I think both of them are irresponsible. I think we have irresponsible speakers and we have irresponsible listeners. I think we're trying to level set so that they both become more discerning and they both become more responsible. I'm not trying to alter anybody's message. I'm just trying to tell people, speak responsibly. Listeners, listen responsibly. Neither side you shouldn't be believing shit and you shouldn't be talking shit. Can we just get the shit out of both sides of the conversation? That's all.
I want to throw a certain situation out there and see if this maybe this helps, right? So anybody who's been in the military understands like basic training, right? So in basic training, I remember there were two people in particular that were my MTIs. So let's say for this analogy, I'll say Staff Sergeant Rico was the bad cop. Staff Sergeant Rick was the good cop. Now, Staff Sergeant Rico was an asshole to everybody. But he was instrumental in me getting my physical health together, because I remember him standing there berating me about my stride, opening my legs up, trying to get my 1.5 mile time, my 2 mile down, right? He would berate me about my stride, opening up my legs, using the power of my legs. But he would be so disrespectful about it, but it worked, right? And then I can go to Staff Sergeant Vic. I'm having problem with the chain of command. I'm having problem remembering the chain of command. And I can go to Staff Sergeant Vic, and he's going to be able to talk to me in a way to help me remember it, because he's going to actually take the time to listen. He's going to be polite. He's going to do everything like that. No, those are two separate people. They were the same to everybody across the board, but they just delivered their message a different way. I just don't think he just delivers his message a certain way. It's consistent. Now, people are saying he's beating a dead horse or running into the ground or whatever. He's consistent.
Hey, look, watch this right. And that's why you say it's a dog and pony show, because he run the same trick every time. Whole thing is what they really mad at, and let's address it real quick. They're mad at height, weight, dress size, and they're mad at what do you rate yourself. Now, he doesn't say I'm gonna rate you. He say, what do you rate yourself? But women don't like to be put on that scale. Every woman I've ever talked to hates that scale. And I think we addressed it. Me, Mr. O, Chef, the Nighthawks, you know what I'm saying? We spoke on that, which was the conclusion we came to, which is, I think, is very logical. As far as a scale goes, we don't need a scale, because every man's taste is different. What you think is an 8 is not necessarily an 8 to me. So we don't even need a scale. And then when we're talking about height, weight, dress size, these are realistic things. He is a image consultant. He's consulting for free as a sample to a paid service he offers. That's why he said book an appointment.
But
This is his
Mr. Freeze,
business.
Mr. Freeze, you said something and you countered yourself exactly. You said we need to get away with it because each man is different. I agree. Then
Right.
you came back and said he needs to have it because he's an image consultant. I agree. I agree that for an image consultant, these are very important variables that you must need for an image consultant. For an image consultant, it is necessary for me to know height, weight, dress size, bust size, hip size. I need to know all that. It's very important for that. For dating, it could be just pointless. I could ask it. You might give it to me, but I don't really need it. And that's what I'm saying. That's where the conflict comes in.
You got to remember, we're looking in on a conversation that technically speaking, we shouldn't be privy to. But everyone here volunteers to be here. This is not being secretly recorded. Everyone knows that they're on camera and there are millions of people
Technically and
watching.
practically, it shouldn't be, but I agree with you there. Perfect.
Right. So if we're looking in on a small group of people who are looking for an even smaller group of people. So the things that they use as their rules and their structures to their world don't apply to our world. They apply to people who think like them. So if they don't apply to us, that's why I'm not worried about him thinking Beyonce's a 8 and Kelly Rowland's a 9. What do I care about what Kevin Samuels thinks of Beyonce and Kelly Rowland? Honestly. And I definitely not judging other women off of how much prettier are you than Beyonce. That's not how I move. So I can leave that because that's a conversation for men in that bracket that he talking about, who move like the men he talking about. That's not descriptive of all men, what they're looking for. But those men, yeah, they want the pick of the litter. And at an American society, amongst these rich men, these women look like this in his experience. So he's grooming the women who are calling, who are generally fit the description of these gold diggers, we might call them in other spaces. And he's telling them how to accomplish their goals. Telling all of these other women who don't qualify to be in the gold digger conversation, hey, you don't even qualify. Go back down there with the regular dudes and give them a shot. So you have a chance and won't end up alone by yourself, for real.
Can I ask the Nighthawks a random question? And it's to all three of you gentlemen. Do you all think he really knows what the supposed high-value men want? I know he says he does, but I'm just saying, I question. I don't know, so this is not a shot. I'm just saying to myself, like, how does he know what high-value men want all over the country? Maybe, I don't even know if he knows what every high-value man in Atlanta wants. Even by I'm going to accept his definition of what a high-value man is. But I would propose that a high-value man in Atlanta is so vastly different. I don't think anymore that high-value men are the same geographically than I know black people are not the same geographically. Black people in the South, hear me out. Black people in the South are different than black people in the North. Do we accept and believe that?
To some degree, attitude-wise.
Exactly, sure. But they're it's not a monolith. And the people on the coast are different from the Midwest. We're all black, but we think differently. What's important, how we talk, even some of our cultural aspects, how we eat. It's not the same. How people in the South eat ain't the same as how people on the East or the West Coast or in the Midwest eat. It's not all the same. So all I'm saying is the preposition that high value men, I think that uniformity existing everywhere, and no matter what category you place, is a fool's errand to say that all Asian men, all Latino men, all black men, all poor men, all rich men, all middle class men, all want the same shit.
Now he doesn't say all, right?
Right.
But let's say this:
He
is it
infers all
a fool?
high-value
Is it a
men.
fool's query? So would it be a fool's query to assume logistically that anybody who's 7'4" can dunk a basketball?
Overtime.
Yeah,
Okay.
no.
Hold on a second. Is it logistically, astute to think that everyone that's 7'4" can dunk a basketball? No, maybe not everyone. Hold on a second. Maybe not everyone. Some people were born with no arms, right?
Right.
But the thing is, logistically, when you make a natural assumption, right, or a hypothesis that's not built in empirical evidence, logistically, you would assume most of them can. So what I'm saying to you is this: if you, when the HVM term, the high value man term, is a specific term that was based on a set of criteria, right? There's a group of men that women call select, and those women came up with this. There's men that select, and then there's high value and all of that stuff. Now, the women that are stating that they want the men of these criteria, the men of that criteria, the high power executives, the men that are masters of their craft, that are men that other men follow and who are needed within the community, there's going to be some subset of requirements in terms of the criteria,
I believe
especially if they are living and working within their purpose. So the point I'm saying is, does the rich guys, Rico, do the rich guys get what they want? Do they pick the women that they want? Do they get the ones they don't have problems? So that. So then,
my question is this.
But wait, but we go to the question. I'm just saying. So if you know that's a fact, why would we be even debating his veracity on other things in terms of talking about that specific topic when you yourself believe it's the fact? The rich guys get whatever they want, and they're not going to lower their standards. They're going to get what they want. Pretty Woman with Richard Gere, and that was a movie. That's Disney.
Yeah.
Cinderella, that's the Cinderella tale, is a movie. It's a story.
Chef, I'm not questioning the premises that rich guys get what they want. I'm questioning the premises that they want what he says they want. Is that question landing differently? All I'm sitting there saying is what he says is the most important thing to them.
Are you concerned about whether he?
True?
Are you concerned truly about is his description of what high value men want?
Say
accurate?
they want. What
I'm saying even let's just say it's inaccurate. They want a completely different set of things. How does that change the point of what he's saying?
It changes it from the fact that he's telling young men what they want and they want something else. It changes it completely.
He's telling these women he's telling the women
in what he told them that they wanted, and all of a sudden it's like, no, that's not what they want. So all these little bubblehead dolls just doing all it. So for example, they want big boobs, fit, friendly. They don't care about your education. And if in fact these high value men do want educated women, well, you just told their audience they don't give a fuck about your education. And I just don't know that to be true. I don't know if it's true or not. I'm just sitting there saying, can we say factually that they don't care about your education?
So let's talk about middle class men. Let's talk about middle class men. Let's talk about most men. Are most men's standards relative to what he's talking about as far as attitude and things that men feel like they need from women? Sex, sandwich, and silence. Is that accurate?
One more time. I just want to make sure I understand you. I don't want to.
Middle class men.
Okay.
Let's take high value men out of the equation. We know exactly what middle class men want. It's not all the same thing, but the things that we can say that the things that we can say that we have in common. If we did a compare and contrast, it might be more contrast than compare. But what I'm saying is there's going to be some things in common. Sex sandwich silence. I don't think we should have to argue about whether it's true that men want sex sandwich and silence. Do you agree?
Food. Sex and food. I don't know about the silence, but I agree with the sex and the sandwich.
So you want to be harassed while you eating your sandwich?
See, I don't take the extreme. Either
When
she shuts the fuck up or she don't shut.
Mrs. Rico get to banging them pots again. We heard it.
She's not here. That's a good thing.
Hey,
Look,
hey, blink twice if Miss Rico is in the room.
She in California, so
He was a Dodger Chocolata.
He can get off. He can get
I'm
off
not going
today.
with the extreme, but yeah, I would give you that proposition. Sex sandwich.
You gonna get some when she get back.
Well, she coming back for the weekend, then she gone to the DR, so I got another week.
For sure.
I'll give you sex sandwich and salad. I'll agree to that, sir. I can see.
I'm good with that. As long as they understand that that's a thing, and that's a principle to strive for. Because those three things that we think is small, that we can at least admit that most men would have that in common. And nothing else he said was true. That much is true. I think that's a big enough conflict with the quote unquote modern woman for a man to want not only sex, then a sandwich. Who gonna fix it? And silence? You trying to shut me up? This is a common attitude and thought process, and it's not being corrected. Nobody's trying to check it. Matter of fact, it's getting exponentially worse to the point where mothers and daughters can't even get along because the disrespect is out of control. So this whole, I've seen him check young women and say, "Listen, your parents can come back and watch this."
But Mr. Freeze,
are you out here? How many bodies do you really got?
I'm gonna make you famous.
Can we level set the conversation that middle class we're talking about is the majority of everybody?
Okay,
which is fine, and you will agree to that. Now I'm going with your sex sandwich and silence.
Okay,
you'll agree that middle class is the majority of the population, but correct. that high value men, which is supposed to be the top 10%, they're distinctly unique.
And the top 6% of black men, 6%.
Well, just high value men, whatever, because he don't even say black men; he just say high value men. So whatever they are, as unique as they are, I would preposition that they're unique by race, location, generation. So a 25-year-old high value man is different than a 65-year-old high value man. They ain't the same. They ain't looking for the same shit. Sure. And if he's a white guy and a black guy, they ain't looking for the same shit. And if he's in LA or Atlanta or Kansas City, they ain't looking for the same shit.
So here's a question I'll pose for you. If he was able to gather a panel of men of all walks of life from all different areas, and they were able to express what it is that they actually wanted women, and that lined up with what it is that he's been talking about, would that now validate what it is that he's been doing?
Yes, absolutely.
Somebody tag Kevin Samuels. Let's put this up. Send it off to him.
He already didn't start doing it on the low. Dude got a long road to go, and he ain't no slow dude. He a real hustler, and he's an ambitious guy. Now he's got his own live set. I've seen him with multiple women and men on a panel, and I ain't talking about on those StreamYard.
Mr. Freeze, can I ask you a question?
I mean, and he can't hit a mute button on a real woman.
Okay.
What was the question that Watts just asked? I missed that question that Watts asked that Rico said yes to.
The question I asked, if he was able to gather a panel of men of all walks of life from all different regions in the country, at least in the country, would that now validate what it is that he's been saying this time?
High value men. Yeah, exactly.
High value
men,
we need
receipts. I'll just say one thing to you, Mr. Freeze. Did you get your refund from Mr. Daniels yet?
I'm not gonna do that to you. I almost gave you the finger.
You know what I'm talking about, right? What?
Hey, that's fair. That's fair.
Right.
That's fair.
He gave you the book with the empty pages analogy. I remember that.
That's
the book with the empty pages.
So y'all see what me and RShaun is about. Me and RShaun about them fucking receipts. We need to see receipts, not for me, not for him, for the community. I want receipts for everybody. I don't need it. I'm old. I'm about to retire. But I want receipts. If it's true and it's validated, bring us the receipts. Other than that, just stop saying it. Go
Hey,
ahead,
real
Archie.
quick before we move on from this number 8 question, I mean, y'all touched on the accuracy and the fairness of it. But do you think with him speaking so much to women that he should, because they always make this complaint, I don't really think he should change it. But do you think he should change his tone? You know, the tone policing. Does he need to be more kind if he's speaking to women?
I think it
Fuck out
helps.
of here.
Oh, Lord. Why you want people to be mean to women for no reason?
Hey, listen, man. Some people teach with love and some teach with fear. And some people need that dad that they never had to tell them the truth, or that big brother or that uncle just to say it like it is. And say,
Do all
sit your
of
little
them,
raggedy
Lord.
ass down. You ain't all that. Now before you go out here and die broke, take your little hoeing ass and go sit down and find you a good regular man with a blue collar job and go live your life.
You got to
You know what I'm
see
saying?
Now
Now
watch this.
take your, you know what I'm saying?
Now, Vic, I'm gonna show you how to do this. The shameless plug. We still showing you the marketing thing. So if you
Alright.
guys take a look, if you check out on the Chef Chupino page on YouTube, and you'll see one of the things, a series we have called the Fatherhood Cognac Sip that we do every Sunday. And one of the conversations that we had over the Sunday related to that. You remember, Vic?
I do.
part 1 and part 2. I watched them both.
Exactly. And it had to do with men being teachers. And thank you. I'm honored you got to watch them, Rico, about men being teachers. And we had a male teacher from the Chicago area named Hannibal. You guys might have known him from the internet, from YouTube. But one of the things that we did, there was some research done by Dr. Warren Farrell, you could find online as well, which showed that a lot of, the issues that took place with certain kids were related to them not having male
Hey.
teachers in the mix, men being teachers. And I posed the question and I said, so does that mean that the gangs and the street thugs actually are doing it smarter than we are because they're utilizing men to generalize the message? However, within our education system, it's primarily women right now, right? And when you speak to it or you think about it, Kevin Samuels, if you listen to what he's saying, he was saying stuff to men for a long time. He was giving men the business, literally giving men the business. And it was rather entertaining. But if you had the tough nuts to watch it, then you had better be on your purpose. He was that dude. He wasn't playing with the fellas. So when it came time to start speaking to the aspects of the women and what they wanted, he's that shit talking uncle. He's that shit talking uncle. And that's his manner. That's his flair. That's his swag. That's his essence. And the thing is, people come through to see, and there's people that literally come through. I don't feel as though he's exploiting them because they're not coming in there to get exploited. They're coming in to knuckle up. They're coming in to knuckle up, and they want to see if they can win that debate. So they're walking in there, feeling their way, and many of them get dolled the hell up. They get dolled up.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. I gotta stop the show for a second.
Hey, damn! I wasn't even looking at the screen.
It's all good.
I
Yeah.
got my smartphone on.
For one second.
Oh, too much beauty entered.
I gotta welcome in my sister. You know what I mean? She's wonderful. You just mentioned Chicago, and she just popped up out of nowhere. The phenomenal Sheree B. Chicago. Yes.
Thank you, M3. How you doing? How's the panel doing? How everybody doing?
What's up, though?
That wasn't M3. That was me, girl.
I'll take square for it, though. He's a little straight be
What
Chicago.
up,
If y'all
Sheree?
drop, if you drop the comment, if you
That
drop the
was you.
comment
Was
off, we
that
can see the
Mixing up
name.
with M3.
If you
I
drop the comment,
apologize.
we can see the
You know
name.
what's funny?
It's all
It
good.
was just as you were saying that M3 popped up, so I apologize. That was my fault. I'm so sorry. Look, I'm
We all want him to sing. We all want him to sing.
I'm
It's all good.
sorry.
It's all good, sis. We love you. How you doing? What's on your mind? Speak to us. What's going down?
I only came. I mean, I'm just coming in on the tail end, but I would say something in regards to what Chef just said. I'm assuming you guys are talking about the guy in the suit who's been viral for the past year or two.
Ooh, the guy in the suit.
The guy
Okay.
here, the spook,
Like that,
the
like
spook
that.
who
Just
sat
let them know we
the
real.
spook who sat next to the door.
We
So
call it
I didn't know.
Kevin
I didn't know if you guys wanted to say his name or not. So I wasn't.
we said we ain't got no
You cool?
we ain't got no fear. Kevin Samuels, El Charlatan.
Okay. Because I say it too. I'm going off of the way that the show is going. So if
We
I
good.
can say
You
Kevin
good here.
Samuels,
This is
okay.
safe space. This is
All right,
safe
cool.
space.
So Kevin Samuels. Now you're right. There's to your point, Chef, when you're saying that they're going there to debate him, but they're also going there to go ahead and build their stuff as well. Like, let's not act like there's some women on there that's not capitalizing off of the fact that this man is going viral all the time, and that he
Yes,
conversations with the women that he has.
without
Like,
question.
you say who?
Oh, no. I was saying without question. That was just the
Yes.
first point. The second point was they were trying to get popular. They wanted to get their name up. Clout chasing.
Shark Tank.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so I'm pretty sure also, because I don't know if you guys are familiar, you guys mentioned Chicago. So one of the things I will say, if you watch one of the clips is from a Chicago radio personality that he did with what is her name? I got her face right there. What is that name? Kendra G. He did one with Kendra G. Kendra G called in with her own perspective, but he ran the show the way he normally runs it. He had the conversation with her the way he normally runs a conversation.
And gave her the business.
And gave it listen. And had the
She thought it was going to be like an Oprah show. She thought it was going to be like an Oprah show, and she had no
I don't know
idea.
if she thought that. Yo.
I don't
She
know
thought she could
why.
hang too.
I don't know why she thought like that, because honestly, Kevin Samuels already has his certain layout that he does every time. You either come in and say you extremely agree with him, and if you give a hint that you're giving some type of pushback, here it comes. So it's either one way or another. So not even so to even come in to say that you want to come with some type of proposition, I think she should have emailed him and then came with that type of proposition and showed him the receipts of what she's doing in the Chicago area and what she's doing with her IG. I just think she approached it wrong. But that's just me trying to stick up for my radio personality love. That's all I'm doing right there. But to your point, like, seriously, any woman who calls in without understanding how it's going to run, they're asking for it. And I have not one lick of blame on Kevin for it. Not one. Black women are the reason why Kevin Samuels is as big as he is.
Sheree, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Let me ask you a question, Sheree. What do you think about the representation of the type of women that call into his show? Do you think that they're a fair representation of Black women as a whole? Or do you think they're the upper echelon, the middle echelon, or the bottom echelon? Because you've seen repeatedly the type of women, because I see it's like a typeset or a typecast. Do they represent Black women?
Represent Black women? No. Like,
listen. Hey, only you can say that. I ain't saying nothing.
Right? He projects them as, see, this is what Black women are like. And I'm like,
so
that's the bottom 10%.
Right. So look, this is the thing, though. This is the thing. I think it helps with his narrative. So if you're able to because I could use another platform as an example, right? I'm going to use them as an example, Fresh and Fit. The women on their panel, I sit there and I immediately know, because they just had a rapper on there, Asian
King Von girl, Asian doll.
Right. I didn't even know that. I just knew she was a rapper. I didn't know anything about the fact that she was King Von's girl until
Why does Rico know that shit?
I really want to know why the fuck he knows
that. It was news in my news feed.
Look,
I don't know this shit, but I'm like, I don't even know who the hell King Von is.
Sure, Rico.
Okay. So this is what I'm saying. So if you watch the show, right? You watch you notice that the type of women that they have in this show. First of all, Asian Doll had no business on the show because she has a brand. And when you have a brand, you have to understand another brand and see if it matches yours. So she should never been on the show, first of all. I don't know who made that choice or helped her, who a publicist is, they should have reevaluate some things, because all it did was boost Fresh and Fit. It did nothing for her. When it comes to Fresh and Fit, we all know the type of women who are going to be there, sitting there, having a conversation. And then on top of that, if you really think about it, they're in Miami. That's a whole nother world when it comes to dating in general. So that's the reason why I don't necessarily blame that they have those type of women on that panel, because they probably deal with those type of women on a regular. So that's what they're going to know. That's what they're going to encounter. That's what they're going to bring on there. And that's the perspective that they're going to have. So it's the same with Kevin Samuels. If Kevin Samuels is trying to bring a perspective, a point of view that he's trying to have, of course he's going to have people that are going to complete that narrative. So if I come in and I'm Tabitha Brown and I do all this veggie food, right? Am I going to have a conversation or somebody that's going to show up on my show who is an avid meat eater? No. It's the same thing. It's branding. We know what it is. It's capitalism at its best. Come on, let's be real. So either you're gonna click in or you're gonna click out. It's either that. You're gonna like the videos, you're gonna comment, you're gonna share it, you're gonna do whatever you're gonna do. Just understand what this platform represents. And then after that, hey, make your choice. But deal with the consequences if you choose to go.
Absolutely. I want to ask a quick question because Watts, I wanted to find out what your answer was to that question about tone policing, and then Miss Queen Forever. I'm gonna reform the question since you don't watch his content. But Watts, your answer might be quick. Do you think he should change his tone for women?
I don't necessarily think that he should change it. If my unsolicited advice was to be anything, I would maybe like to see more of an escalation. You know what I'm saying? Maybe there are some times where he can come in a little cooler and then build up to it. You feel me? However, what I will say is we might not always be privy to what's going on in the private chat when he has them in the green room. You see what I'm saying? So he might be coming in hot to some of these just based on what they might be typing in the back chat while he talking.
Facts.
All right. Is Queen Forever, are you still there?
Yes. I'm here.
I want to reform the question for you since you don't want Kevin Samuels specifically. But if there's a male coaching, dating coach, life coach, and his audience is primarily women that he's speaking to, and those women, like Ray said, are coming for clout, are coming for exposure. Do you think he still has the responsibility of monitoring the way he speaks, like with kindness or with some kind of civility, tone policing? Do you think that's a responsibility he has, considering that they're coming for clout and exposure?
Well, I don't respect anyone that uses someone else to gain followers, or no matter who the person is. If I'm calling and you can tell that I really don't want your advice, I really am doing it for that, I would respect him more if he said, you're not serious. I'm not going to do this. I would respect him more if he did that. I don't know her name, but there's a woman who I've seen on my IG or Facebook, whatever, and she talks to male and females. And the first thing she does, like there was this one girl saying, "Oh, my husband is dying and I'm trying to get a plan B." And she said, "What did you say to me?" She was like, "So your husband's in the hospital dying. He might not make it, and you out here trying to get you a plan B?" She said, "No, get off my phone." And she hung up on her.
Mm.
So I would respect it more so if But I feel like everybody wants that ghetto stereotype for
M3.
for views or whatever else. And I think it's sad because we like to drag each other.
Yeah.
We like to make each other look like these ghetto hood chicks or these bum Negroes, like we love that. We get a rush out of that. And I don't respect people who got to use somebody else's ignorance or whatever, immaturity to get clout. So no, I don't respect him. I never will. And I think he's a joke.
All right. Want to
Wow.
welcome
So
Yella.
I want to answer that, Rashawn.
All right. Okay. Got you. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll say this. You guys, if any of you have access to a computer, Google Miss Ann's Burgers, Atlanta. Miss Ann had a little burger shop. Rest in peace. She's no longer with us. It would have people lined up all the way down the block around the corner to come to get her burgers. And she was known for cussing people the F out. If you rushed her, she would kick your ass outside, make you wait 10 minutes before you could come in and order. They had video. I think she was on 2020. Famous. They ended up selling the burger joint for like a few million. They offered her millions every year. She refused, but she would cuss people out. People, when we want to do something, we'll pay for pressure. Why the hell you pay for a personal trainer? Their job is to press you in ways that the people that you love would never be able to press you, because they don't say it in a way that the people you love will never be able to take it. And then even if they said it to you, it would cause family problems. So you're paying them for being that buffer, but also giving them the license to whip your ass. Why? Because you look sexy naked in the mirror, right? There's a reason. So in terms of his process is his process, okay? So when we talk about effectiveness, what I could talk about is somebody that tills the soil, not just plants the seed, not just sows the ground, reaps the fruit of the harvest. I'm talking about the people that till the soil. I believe he tills the soil. He's getting to the underbelly of a lot of conversations. It's creating the conversations. And that to me is a blessing within itself. That to me is a blessing within itself. The fact that he's creating those conversations that other people were not able to create. But also it created a form of catharsis. It gave people points of articulation, things like masculine energy, things like, high value, things, all of the different things that are out there now. It gave people some levels of articulation to understand, ways to express it. So whether we like what he says or not, the fact that he was able to now open up that conversation, he's more of listen, to some degree, and it's not even that I follow him because I don't, but I'll tell you the truth. I met all of you guys literally. The first point of inference to you, all of you guys, was that Average at Best video. Okay. And now we're here. I'm sitting with the Nighthawks. I'm sitting with Rico, with R'Shaun, Dave, Knowledge and Relationships. I opened up this freaking YouTube page October 12th. Pardon my enthusiasm, y'all, but I'm feeling the passion. I'm getting goosebumps, right? And I'm sitting here at 420 something subscribers by just sitting on my ass and talking to people. And people who are moved by the way that I think and stuff that I say. So now, when somebody says, is he better or not? I'm sitting next to two young men each night. That's we call ourselves Nighthawks. I might be the body, but I got a head, I got an ass, I'm fat in the middle, but those two dudes give me wings, left wing, right wing. We the Nighthawk. You understand? But the point is, that guy that y'all consider an asshole, that was literally the first asshole that I heard that opened the door into this universe here. Because I seen him on World Star.
But Chef,
I was gonna say something, so I'll go after you.
Yeah, I want to give you pushback, but I'm not. I'm gonna let RShaun bring up the new guest because he.
Damn, you can push back on that.
No.
Damn, man.
What's going on?
I was trying to cook for you, Rico.
I'm not gonna forget. Believe me, I gotta say.
He
But
dedicated to that side of the street. I want to answer Dave's question. Hey, go ahead and introduce your guest, bro.
Right.
Yeah, real quick. I want to introduce Yella. All right, Rico.
Yeah.
I want to introduce Yella to the stage, especially before he drops off again.
Yes,
if you got something to say real quick, want to get your point in, then go to Sheree, and then come back
and
to
don't
Vic.
go anywhere. Say it and stick around, sir, if you can.
Oh no, I'm here for all the smoke. What's going on, everybody? How y'all feeling tonight?
What up, though?
What's happening? What it is?
Yeah, I want to especially want to give out a shout out to my Chicago sister there. You know what I'm saying? I'm partial to the city. You know what I'm saying? So
I
I
wanted
love
to ask you, are you on the radio or
Mhm.
something? I hear your voice sounds very familiar.
No, but
You have no
if you,
platform.
He's the voice in your head.
I'm on I'm on Twitch. So I don't know if you be on Twitch like that. I'd be kind of talking about the same thing on Twitch, but no, I don't have I don't have no platform and nothing like that. No, not yet. But no, I'm hearing y'all talking about about mainly the Kevin Samuels thing, and it's an interesting thing to me now because when I first caught dude, it was like, man, I caught him at like the right time in my life. Like, you know what I'm saying? It was just like, yeah, Kevin, get him, goddamn, get him. You know what I'm saying? You know, and that's mostly it. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Because for black men, we ain't never really got to see, you know what I'm saying? We never really got to see men get down like that. You know what I'm saying? We've always kind of seen it from the opposite view. You know what I'm saying? We've seen the female platforms and got to hear them kind of voice their opinion and all that. So Kev was just like a breath of fresh air. You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, I'm gonna come in and I'm gonna shake it all up. But after a while, and after watching so much of the content, you do kind of see like Kevin Samuels can be in a mood one day, you know what I'm saying? And everything every woman say gonna get an argument, you know what I'm saying? You know, he some days he just be cutthroat, but some days he be chill. And unfortunately, the ladies that come up and the qualifications for the man they want don't add up. You know what I'm saying? And that kind of sends him into another thing. So everybody got to take it with like a grain of salt, man. Like it's YouTube, so he's here to entertain. If you really want to get something out of it, you kind of got to sift through the bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Like you got to kind of pull back the layers to kind of get down to what he's talking about, because at the end of the day, he's not really. I know. No. I'm like this. If you can't get whatever he's selling from the video, then it ain't, you know what I'm saying? I don't need no coaching and all that. You know what I'm saying? I don't it's gonna sound bad. I don't believe in none of that coaching shit. You know what I'm saying? If you ain't got somebody that you know personally that has results that you can go to and talk to, then you just got to figure it out on your own, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like the game ain't the game ain't to be sold. You know what I'm saying? That's how it is. You know what I'm saying? You can't make and you definitely ain't selling the game off to no dudes. You know what I'm saying? That ain't how it go. You know what I mean? So if it's like an investment type of deal or whatever, then cool. But nah, man, I could get what I get from them in the video. And that's just like any other platforms, like all these quote unquote life coaches and shit. That's just crazy. Like, I mean, I kind of do the same thing on Twitch, but my idea is more or less just, yo, if you got an issue, we can sit here and bounce the ideas off each other. You know what I'm saying? I ain't no life coach. I ain't no image specialist. I ain't none of that. But I'm a motherfucker with a brain. You know what I'm saying? I'm somebody who try to operate in common sense. You know what I mean? I lose my way sometimes, but I try to operate in common sense. And I'm just tell you straight up, if it don't make sense, it don't make sense. If it do, let's build off that.
All right, go ahead with your point, Sheree. Then Vic, I'm gonna put the question up on the. I'm gonna put the next question up after Sheree and Vic, so everybody can think about this question.
Mr. Yeller, thank you for dropping those gems. That was spot on.
Yeah.
And thank you for coming up and stick around, because we need more of your voice, because you know it's important. But go ahead with the next question. But thank you. I don't want you to sit there and drop those gems, because it resonated with me like hell. So
I'm here. Oh, yeah, I'm here. We here.
All right, go ahead, RShaun. Thank you, though.
I figured out what it is, Yella. I figured it out. You know who? Just real quick. I'm just saying this real quick before I say my point. Do you know who Tone Capone is, right?
Yeah.
That's who you sound like to me. That's who you sound like. And then your
You
name
running
is,
background checks,
It's that.
Sheree?
and then your name is
It's
Yella.
that.
Just don't make it no
Yes,
better.
I'm gonna say it's that light
Oh,
skinned Chicago shit.
Sheree,
we all
Sheree,
we all got the same energy. Yeah,
Exactly.
true.
That's a Chicago
Sheree,
moment, y'all, real quick.
Sheree, time
Yeah.
out, time out.
Yes.
Everybody go to their avatar. Sheree running background checks. She with the popo.
Oh wow! I just googled it too. Goddamn! Oh my
You get
goodness!
my gum in everything. I'm just messing with you. I'm like,
That's
damn,
funny.
she got the investigation quick.
I know. No, I kept hearing his voice, and then I was like, "Why does it sound like a radio?" Now it made sense because Tone
Yeah.
Capone is a radio personality, so he understood what I was saying.
He does have a radio voice.
Yeah.
To me in my ear. But I was like, so like the way you just put all this, I was like, damn, she's an investigator.
Yeah.
Hey, if I can get compared, hey, real talk, if I can get compared to Tone, man, that's a good dude. You know what I'm saying? He been on the radio for a minute, so if I can get compared to him, thank you. I can appreciate it.
Yeah, that's a legend in the Chicago radio streets. This is what I was gonna say to point with Chef, because Chef said some dope stuff, and to go with what Yella said, so I'm gonna mix what they said. What Chef said, right? When it comes to, he sparked the conversation, and that remember Raekwon asked, should he change his tone? I say no. Why do I say no? I say no, he shouldn't change his tone, because his tone is the reason why we're listening in the first place. And that sparked the conversations that Chef is talking about. And even though it can be detrimental, he has certain points. And those men who never had a voice, to Yella's point, get a chance to have a voice. Now, the problem that we all know, and I think we can agree, is that it can still be detrimental, because if you cannot go from what Yella did, from listening, understanding, taking what you can, and then dipping when you notice some things, that's when it's a problem. Because then you become a troll, you become one of those people that's just stay angry at women, and you don't get out of it, and you end up those men in the chat who are going crazy talking about the women who are talking and having a conversation. You end up in that when you end up in that trap. That's the problem that a lot of people are having, because if we were able to at least write him off and people weren't calling in, you get what I'm saying? It'd be different. But we're not. He can't go. He's not going back to the same formula, because I think some people don't even know he was talking to men. He wasn't even talking to women. He was talking to men at first. And just like anything else, when it comes to relationships, the number one consumers are women. So that's why women are still calling, because he's talking about relationships. Oh, you trying to tell me how to get a man? So I'm either going to fight you or get advice or find a way to get some attention, so potentially I could get a man. Whatever the reason is, or whatever their point is, they're going to be there. You get what I'm saying? So that's the problem that is necessarily frustrating, because you do still get those guys who never grew up, never grew out of that pain or that frustration from dating women, and they still stuck there listening to Kevin Samuels, thinking everything he say is the gospel.
Sheree, question.
Can I say something?
Oh,
Go ahead.
One second, sister, and I'm
Okay.
gonna come right back to you right after it. But so after Sheree, you answer my question. We go back to Sister Queen.
Okay.
The question is this, and I want y'all both to think about it, because you said, and I've heard other people say he was speaking to men, but he didn't have any traction. He wasn't viral speaking to men. He didn't have any traction. Why not?
Because men are not. That's not men. The number one consumers, period, in the world are women. Period. No matter where you go.
So men wasn't checking for that shit. They wasn't listening.
No.
Right, but it got traction now.
Right.
No.
It got traction now. And that's what's most important. Because guess what? His stuff went from 400 views or 30 views to 100,000 views on the men's stuff. So it didn't get its traction, but he planted those seeds, and it was just a different type of fertilizer. A different fertilizer was required.
But let's be clear, Chef. He planted the seeds in the field of men. It didn't grow. Right, Sheree?
No, it didn't grow.
We just ain't making no noise.
I think it reached it. I think the better way to. I think the better way to look at it. I think the better way to look at it is his men's content reached its shelf life. You can only keep telling the. You can only keep telling the brothers what type of cologne to wear, what type of shoes to wear, before you pivot. You know what I'm saying? You got to pivot. You know what I'm saying? He's done. You did all you can with the guys. Now it's time to fix the other half of the equation.
So he got 100,000 men subscribers, only 10,000 active, and then they just turned the shit off. So he pivoted. That's what I'm saying, Yellow. That's all I'm getting at. It's like, how are we dismissing the whole performative nature of it when we see? No, let me finish because I don't know. I'm gonna get out because I was asking Sheree and I was asking Quinn, and we'll come back.
I'll answer you afterwards. I'll answer you.
I want you to come freeze. Hang on, because I'm just asking it. I'm just in my head. I'm looking like everybody said he was with men, he was dogging them, but he didn't have that traction. He flipped to women. He had the viral moment with Average at Best, and the shit went times 10.
Damn, women, I wish I said that shit.
Right? It went times 10 after he dogged the sister. It didn't go times 10 when he dogged the dude about being fat and fucking broke. And
that went viral too.
He wasn't dogging him.
Yeah, but how viral
he wasn't dogging
did that
him,
shit go? That
the
shit
only reason it went.
It went
but
viral.
The only reason the clip with the dude.
I have a reason. If y'all allow me to.
No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
It went viral after he dogged the black woman, not after he dogged the black man. Why? That's all I want to know. Go ahead, Sheree.
So let's be all the way 100, right? He dogged a man, right? It went viral. It didn't go crazy. You say he dogged the one. I don't think he didn't dog it to the end. He didn't dog it to the end. He just told her what he thought. Then he dogged at the end.
Sheree. One second. I apologize. Because I said it earlier before you came up. I told everybody on this panel that was the most authentic and honest fucking thing I ever saw him say. Did I not tell you that, Mr. Freeze? I thought that was authentic, and everything thereafter was bullshit.
That's what I say. That's what I say. It invalidate what you're saying now. Because he's saying the same thing.
Okay, so I understand. I agree. That's a good point. But like I said, he came in and said he capitalized off an opportunity. Average at Best went viral more than the other video, and he capitalized off an opportunity. Now, like I said, that viral moment, he dogged a man, right? And it was about relationships even then. He dogged a woman, quote unquote, towards the end, and it went viral. They both about relationships. Who's the number one consumer with relationships? Women. And then on top of that, when men hear other men get dogged, they dog him too. And when it comes to women, though, when you dog a woman, you got to deal with all the other women who are mad that you dogged her. So it's different. We operate differently. That is why both went viral, but both couldn't do those tractions because, like Chef said, it didn't take the right fertilizer. The dogging of the dude, it fertilized it a little bit. He probably got some subs out of it. It probably grew. But when it took the right one. You know how some people say you got the right one today? It was the right one that day. That was what it was. And it took off. It is what it is. It's not his fault. All he's doing is capitalizing off of it because we're in a capitalist country. I can't get mad at a man doing exactly what this country is built off of. So it's whether or not, that's what I'm saying. I'm putting the responsibility on us. We should stop paying attention and tune him out. That's not his fault. That's not his fault. He is capitalizing off of something that every person who wants to capitalize off of opportunity in a capitalist country is doing. I'm not telling this man a damn thing.
Hey Vic, do you remember your point?
Let Queen.
And
let
if you,
Queen,
do you mind if I ask
Wrote it
Queen, because
down.
Queen was trying to jump in?
but RShaun, let Queen.
Hey, Rico, hold up, because Queen was trying to jump in, and then Vic he's been waiting a minute. But Queen, do you remember your
That's
point?
cool. You can let Queen make her point.
I think I was gonna say that I don't know. I don't believe in a narrative. I don't believe in you got to drag anybody. Image to me, an image. You made men with money feel like they were high value based on their bank accounts and not on their character. You made men feel like they were high value based on what they looked like or what they wore, and that to me that doesn't distinguish a high value man or a woman. Image consultants consult what you see, not who you are. So you can be in the snakeskin boots and the Armani suits, but you a dick and a jerk. So, to me, an image consultant has no right or no place telling someone about relationships. You consult people on what they wear, the image they put out there, but not on who they are. You can change that. You can put on this face, but who you are will come out if you don't deal with it. That's why I like people like Ayanna Van Zam. I don't know if many people like her, but she gets dirty and she drags the inner you out, and she gives it both to the men and the women. She don't have she doesn't have a filter. She doesn't say, "Oh, men, you're this." She checks plenty of women, but it's also the way you do it. So that to me is how I feel about him.
But they say the same
Everybody
thing.
can have, but I don't think it's done with the same intent. That's my
that's
thing.
where and okay, and that's
This
where
is
I'm at,
her this
and
is
that's
her
where
profession. This is her profession. That's not his profession. His profession is an image
I
consultant. So when he goes and gets a relational or
I
a
got you,
degree
bro.
in that field, then I would say okay. But his degree, his
I got
job is an image consultant.
I
I'm
got you,
not
bro.
going to
I
go
got you, bro.
to
I'm
an
address
image
it.
consultant to
yeah.
check me and my heart and who I am and how I move. There are plenty of
Queen,
adults
Queen,
who
Queen,
are
I wanted
Queen.
high
to correct her
value
real
in
quick on
money.
something.
You stepping all the way off the ledge. Now I'm just gonna stop you there
Go
just
ahead.
because I love you and I respect you as my sister, right? Now, what most of these women that Rico say he drags does, right, is they hear from their girlfriends about the boogeyman Kevin Samuels. Now, when they go in there, after they see homegirl get checked or chunked off, they say, hey, you know what? I'm going in there. They take that 10-second viral video and say, I'm finna go tell him because he would never do that to me. But what they fail to do is their research.
Yeah,
And what happens is when they walk in there, he asks them, because unfortunately, when I asked you the questions I asked you earlier, I was hoping that you said yeah, because I wanted to hear your honest opinion based on it being an informed opinion. And unfortunately, if you don't review enough of the material, you can't make an honest opinion. And I think that's what a lot of women do in general with this particular man in particular. Now I don't
well,
know about all the rest of the red pill community.
I can't get past 2 minutes of him talking. I
There's
can't
so
get past
many
it.
videos. You making
So
my point. So there's
yeah,
so
well,
many videos.
Can
you're
I say
right,
something
and
real
He
quick?
don't talk to everybody nasty.
I think the women who call in there, they want clout, and they deserve everything they get. I'm not saying they don't.
But
I just don't like him,
I,
and I think he's a clown, and I think his show is a clown. I don't care how much money he's making. All money's not good money, and that's my thing. He's an image consultant. He has no right telling me how
But
to
to
get a
what?
man, and he can't keep one. He can't
He
keep a
don't. He
wife.
don't.
You
He
have
don't.
no
He
right.
don't.
But to
You have
what
no
he's saying,
He
right
hold
no
on. But to
counselor.
telling
what
me.
he's saying,
Hold
though, the
on, hold
reason you
on. I'm
can't get
talking.
2
I'm
minutes,
gonna
the
go
reason
to.
you
I'm gonna go
Wait,
to
wait.
a woman.
Let
I'm.
Queen finish,
I'm
gentlemen.
gonna. I'm
Gentlemen,
gonna
let
Okay.
go
Queen
Okay.
to.
finish. We're gonna get to everybody. I promise you, we will get to everybody. I swear, we ain't going nowhere.
My
We ain't
I
going
have
nowhere.
people.
Go ahead,
I
Miss
have
Queen.
people who've been married 5 years. I have people who've been married 10 years. I have people who have multiple marriages. I've been married going on 12 years. I'm not going to go to someone who's just got married for advice about what's going on with me and my husband, because they're not there. I'm going to go to the person who I know been married 30 years, got some issues, had some serious things that they had to work through to get some advice. I'm not going to go to the person who don't understand where I'm at my milestone and where I'm at. And that's how I feel. And anybody can go viral. Anybody can go viral. And I feel like, there's always someone to be made fun of, and there's always someone that's going to do the making fun of. And that's who he is. He checks the women. To me, he has a very arrogant stance. He has a very he's standoffish even in his demeanor on video, on live. So I'm not going to listen to that because I can't get past that. So that's where I'm at. I don't support him. Everybody who do, let them do them, but I think he's a clown, and I'm not interested in him or what he has to say about me or the women that call in there.
All
That's
right,
it.
Miss Queen Forever. I appreciate that, Rico. Give me a second. I don't want anybody to push back because she was speaking her feelings. I don't think we need to rebut anybody's feelings about something, and she's already communicated that she hasn't watched a lot of Kevin Samuels content, so I don't think we need to rebut her feelings. I'd like to then go ahead and move on to the question, and we'll go ahead and start with Rico because he's been
Can,
nice.
can I can I
Rico
can
been
I
actually
respond
good.
to the question? I've been
Oh,
waiting.
Vic, sorry, you did have a point, Vic, and then
Okay.
Rico, please go to question 9. Start off.
Your question was, should he change his tone? Correct.
Yeah, and that's when you say hell no.
Right. So I did say that. Now I got a couple of points. I don't want no pushback. I just want to say them, and then if you want to rebut, please do. But let me
That
get
ain't
them
how
out.
we work.
All right. Cool. Uh, his message changes according to the person he's talking to. So no matter what you've seen, I've seen him have plenty of conversations because they're not all on YouTube. Half of them are on Instagram that he don't even put on YouTube. And he's just talking just fine with successful black women who don't necessarily always agree with him, but he has a nice conversation with them because they know or seem to know how to communicate with a man without disrespecting him, and they respect his platform. And I think that is the key to getting him to be the respectful man that we're looking for. But I think when the women get out of pocket, even like Watts was saying, they be doing a lot of things in the green room. He talked to them off camera. So he kind of already be sizing up who he's dealing with. Now my last point is this. One, the women that meet the criteria that he's talking about, they're happy to spew them out. Okay, what I'm 5'4", dress size 4, 135 pounds. Anything else, they're happy to spew them out. They don't feel no type of slighted. And then I honestly think the mute button is what really more than anything else. And what every man wish he wanted is if he had a mute button and he could just mute somebody when he wanted to. And because they're calling to his show and volunteering, he has the right to stop them from speaking. And I think that's what pisses everyone off because it's like, oh, he's bullying them. He won't let them get their point out. He's cutting them off. It's his show. And he says, hey, if you want me to be nice to you, book a session. Because I don't do that to paying customers. But this is for entertainment. So he doesn't really mince his words about what he's doing. And if you see him off of set, when he goes on the other people's panels and shows, including the people across the street, his whole mannerism changes. He's just another brother in the classroom. But you understand that that's his show and that's his business. He doing you like they do on the runway models. So no, I don't think he should change his tone because that's his business, and he made it clear. If you want me to talk nice, pay me.
All right, so let's move on to question number 9. Go ahead, RShaun.
No, we got question number 9. So if you were just
So
starting
we
out
got 3
dating,
more after this, ladies and gents, and we're gonna finish this shit. But they're all good. I promise you, they're all good, and I serious. They are thought. Let me say this. Let me just, hang on, RShaun. Let me level set for a minute.
go ahead,
Okay?
RShaun. Hang on, RShaun.
Hang on, RShaun. Look, seriously. Me and RShaun put a lot of work into this show. We did. A lot of thought. We, as much as we wanted to be lighthearted, we want to engage, we want to bring people forth, people with different ideas and opinions. We want these things to be discussed, comfortable or uncomfortable. So we really did. So we come up with a series of a dozen or half a dozen, whatever questions each week. We want to try to get through them. We're not trying to shut anybody off because you know what? When we come back next Wednesday, whatever we don't finish, we'll have a free-for-all. Y'all can bring shit up. We don't care. But for now, this is our first show. We ain't never done this. We're trying to perfect it. The Nighthawks, y'all know better. Y'all know y'all first show didn't go that smoothly. So give us some grace. Give us some grace, sir. Mr. Freeze. Chef, give us some freaking grace. We're trying to put forth a thoughtful conversation, respectfully. You know, we want vigorous debate, but, you know, we need a little bit of help. Can y'all please help us? That's it. That's all I'm asking. Go ahead, RShaun. Next question.
I'm sorry. Before anybody else goes, I do just want to one more time acknowledge we have what is it? 1, 2, 3, 4. We have like 5 different platforms going on right now at this same time right now.
That's
this is
some
an
beautiful
amazing
shit.
thing. I just had to acknowledge the fact that we have all of these different groups of Black people coming together, and we are really having a productive conversation right now. So this is proof. This is proof right here that this can be done. No matter what perception people have, this can be done.
And let me say this one last thing. Y'all can take this entire total fucking screen. M3 might cut my throat in the morning, and y'all can copy it and put it up, and I don't care. As the content creators, myself and RShaun, now we don't do that copyright strike bullshit. We want our message to get out. I want it to get out. Retweet it, restream it, whatever. Let anybody and everybody that want to sit there and question and push back against us, we welcome it. I admit I could be wrong. You got to show me. So you ain't got to worry about, it did a copyright strike. No, that's not going to happen. And as long as I'm a part of it, the first time I hear about these guys doing it, I ain't with it no more. I did not decide or agree to come on with this to silence dissenting voices or discussion. So feel free to pin it, text it, pull it up, discuss anything I said that was stupid. I'm okay. It's more shit I don't know than I do. RShaun, my partner, the mastermind.
Oh, I can go now?
Yeah, you the mastermind.
All right. Well, I'm gonna say this real quick to the answer to number 9. I'm gonna say it real quick because I might not get to speak for another hour. If I were just starting out dating, would his teachings have helped me? Kevin Samuels, no, because he's talking to the top 10% of men. The small portion he talks about were self-development, that would have helped me, but I would have had to go through too much content. I mean, once I started with the average at best. If I started from the beginning, sure, he would have helped me. What would have been more helpful is the red pill content. The red pill content speaks a lot more to what I needed at the time. But Kevin Samuels, at this point in his career, where he's talking about the top 10% of men, he would not help me. But since Watts had jumped in, I want him to answer the question first after me. If you were just starting out dating, would his teachings have helped you?
Let me just say, because I don't have nothing long to say, absolutely not. Hell no. Go ahead, Mr. Watts.
Would it have helped me? I'm a probably have to agree with what RShaun said and say no, because I'm not in that space. I'm really not in that space. And even when you listen to the talking points to what those specific men are looking for, that's not what I'm looking for, right? Me as an individual, there are certain things that I'm looking for that doesn't fit the narrative that he talks about, right? Like this, we can go through talking points. I just don't think that he describes what I'm looking for.
All right, we can go to the next Nighthawk. Go ahead, Chef. You've been quiet for a minute.
I'll say this. All right. In terms of my level of earning as a man, I fit into that particular category. Even in terms of what I bring to my community, in terms of me being a man that other men defer to, in terms of building, growing, I fit into that category. Do I subscribe to the criteria for women that he sets, or the criteria that he states is statistically the norm for this particular group? Because, I'm getting near retirement age, you know what I mean? So I don't subscribe to it. Maybe I'm just different. Maybe I'm just an anomaly. I'm 49 years old, and I'm a master within the industry that I'm in, put in a lot of years. So do I move the way that he's stating is the statistical norm? No, not at all. Not at all. But do I believe there's some meat on the bone of some of the stuff he's kicking? Yeah. Yeah.
All right, Vic next, Daniela. I want to say the ladies for last because I know whatever they got to say on this is going to be the most interesting for me.
You say, if I would have heard him as a young man, would that have helped me? If you want to divide the half of his career from, like you say, at the average as best video, yeah, the stuff previous could have helped me. Significantly. Everything after the average at best is mostly, to me, entertainment. To me, I know it means more to some people, but to me it's entertainment. And I just like a show I used to like, and I don't watch it no more because they didn't ran that same episode into the ground. And I would say that the only thing that I would say if I was young and I caught that information is it would either propel me to be in that category of that top 10% of men, or help me to understand my reality that, hey, nothing's wrong with me in particular being a middle class trade worker, a blue collar Henry, high earning, not rich yet. It wouldn't hurt me as much to be in that category and not be able to get the woman that I desired because she's looking for Mr. 250 a year instead of Mr. 75 a year. You know what I'm saying? It would help me understand that the field of battle was skewed. So either I go into that category if I want that kind of woman, or I change my stats. I change what I value in a woman. No, I don't need Kim Kardashian. I don't need Amber Rose. I don't need all of these women that they put on these pedestals that they say these high value men want. You know what I'm saying? We don't align in those aspects. So would it have helped me? I think I could have gotten some value out of it, but more the first half than the second.
All right, Yellow, you can go ahead and jump in, please.
Hold on, before
Yeah,
anybody says anything. Hold on, Yellow. Hold on. Before you say anything.
Peace up leveled approach.
Yeah, I have to give a
Peace,
shout out
Miss
to
Marion.
Up Level Approach, Kim at Up Level Approach. Thank you, sister. You know what I mean? Peace to you as well. You know what I mean? Much love. You know what I mean? Please like and subscribe to their channel. Hit that bell. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Best. Appreciate you.
So the question is, what does it say? If you're starting out dating, if old 16, 17-year-old Yellow who was actually just starting out dating, and Kevin Samuels was around, I would probably have to go with partially kind of like the last answer, because you know what I mean. It'd have been cool to kind of know about like different ways of dressing and stuff like that. You know what I mean? How to present yourself a little better as a man. You know what I mean? How to kind of go out and make something out of yourself. That type of motivation would have been cool on a different level instead of what I got motivated to do. That probably would have been a better option. But I don't know. If that would have led me to being a high value man after that, then yeah, I guess I'd have kept rocking with him. You know what I'm saying? Like but I don't know. Now in the real world, it's telling you all the things not to do. It's showing you the type of dude that you ain't. And that's really, you know what I'm saying? Or sometimes that's really what it be showing. If you take a step back and kind of look at, get away from what he be saying to women, he ain't talking to every man. And I think that's what be kind of pissing off women, is because these regular old jabronis be thinking they high value men. You know what I mean? Because they sit up and watch 100 hours of Kevin Samuels. You know what I'm saying? So I think he's quietly trying to keep reminding men, hey, if you ain't this dude, because this is why I keep referring to these high value men, Henrys and all that. You know what I mean? Because if you're not that first and foremost, then you really just here for entertainment. So I guess, yeah, young Kevin. I'd have been cool with it.
Cool. All right, Queen Forever, if you're still with us, and then Sheree, please close that question out.
No, I would have. I think I would have, honestly, if I could go back, I would listen more to my mother and my older sisters. That's it. Because I saw the examples. I saw my mom be married and literally die with her husband and have 6 kids and go through hell and back, but still fight for their marriage. So, hell no to the nah. I would not be listening to him. I do not listen to him. I will not give him any views. I will not subscribe, like, or dislike his video. I bring no traction to his page. No.
I love you, Queen. I love you.
So you said it's a no,
So
right?
what
I
if
just want to make sure that's a no, right?
So what if somebody downloaded? So what if someone downloaded this video so that you wouldn't have to give him views, so you would actually be able to debate fully on
Queen,
it?
tell him to listen to Rico. I love you, Queen. I love you, Queen.
What are you saying, to download? I mean, you can do whatever you want with the video. I would never talk to him.
Not
Hey,
here.
could y'all?
No.
Could y'all
What I was saying was this.
Could y'all
Because you were
imagine Time
saying,
Life come out with an 8 DVD Kevin Samuels box set?
right?
I love you.
You know what I'm saying?
Queen, don't listen to this
Look,
nonsense.
and it's gonna come with a commemorative Gucci shoe or some shit.
Okay.
But listen,
Queen, you and I,
Candle
right
of
here.
Eve.
I don't promote Gucci shoes. I don't promote racist
well,
racist.
Yeah, I seen that movie too. Boy, they was
That's
sketchy.
my girl can't come to the cookout.
Hey, nah, I'm with on that one. I seen House of Gucci. They was on some extra.
Yeah, I would prefer Mushu in Brooklyn, Courtney, Washington. Support my black brothers.
Okay, we on Sister Sheree now. Go ahead, Sister Sheree.
Okay.
Drop that knowledge. And make me love you too.
Okay. I'm okay. I don't know if you're gonna love me, but we'll see. Look, this is what I'm gonna say. First I want to say real quick. Love you too. But first I want to say real quick. I want to, before I get to my point. Well, I mean, answering the question. I want to let Queen know that he does talk about character when he brings up his list of things to be a high value man. Having good character and being vouched for other high value men is one of his points. So I just wanted to let you know that, because I know you don't pay attention to the content, but as someone who just did my research, I found a video where he talked about it and breaks it down.
I appreciate that, but most of his videos don't. So I still will not be giving him any views, any traction. I'm okay. He's still an image consultant, not a dating coach.
And one additional pushback, Sheree,
Mm-hmm.
it's kind of hard to talk about character when you just paid off your child support this year.
Oh my God.
Well, come on, cuz that's dirty.
Bro, Rico, you can't do that, Rico. You talk about character all of the time. You talk about character all of the time. And you talk about how you live the hedonistic lifestyle.
Yes, I did.
Right, and that you are not a nice person. So then how can we listen to you, bro?
No,
Discredited.
listen to me. What I'm saying is, don't listen
Discredited.
to me. I lived a very hedonistic lifestyle, but I paid my child support. They didn't cut me no sugar. That's all I'm saying.
Hey man, he just trying to feed his daughter.
You be,
Wait a minute, he didn't say, hold on. His thing wasn't that he owed child support.
Live in a world of reality. So
The book of Rico.
If you are telling young men, and it's traditional, he say traditional men should pay 100%. Yes or no? Is that his word out of his mouth? Traditional men should pay 100% of everything. I would assume that's child support for your child that you're no longer with, not to fall in fucking arrears. Because we know plenty of deadbeats fall into arrears. I ain't saying he's a deadbeat. I know plenty of deadbeats that are in arrears. His ass was in arrears. You take it for what you want.
See, that's not fair, Rico. That's not
You paid it though.
We
Rico,
live
that's
in
not
the realm.
Hey man, hey, everybody turn your
I
camera on. Rico
respectfully,
doing background.
huh?
This is the face of truth, and we're gonna hold
Rico doing
everybody
background
accountable.
check.
And I'm gonna tell you this: look, for real, for facts, I've been behind on my child support.
Oh, come on now. Knock it off
What are we
already.
talking about?
No. I believe in
Come on, Rico.
Hey man, where that cup at, man? Somebody get that cup.
No.
Foul ball,
If you
man.
have,
Foul ball, man. Foul ball.
Come on.
You get pulled up. That's it.
All right, let's
How is a bad
Shut your white mouth.
doing what you were supposed
Shut
to
your
do?
white mouth.
Like,
You know what I'm saying? Shut your
I'm
mouth.
truly interested in how a bad characteristic is doing what you were supposed to do.
Say it again.
How do you describe a bad characteristic as in you didn't say he owed still. You didn't say he had kids out here that he ain't taking care of. How dare he pay all his child support? What the fuck?
Wait. Everybody, hold on. Time out real quick. Time out. Everybody, I'm calling. Time out real quick. I gotta give a shout out, a special shout out to Marcella Flowers. We haven't seen her in the chat in a long time, so
Peace, Marcella.
Sister.
Let me say something to that real quick. Let me say something to that. Because definitely thank you for doing that M3 for me. To Maricela Flowers. Listen, sis, I know you hit me up earlier this week. I just want to say thanks for your love and support. Appreciate you. Be hearing from you soon. You know what I mean? We definitely appreciate all the things that you have, you've done and all your support. So thank you.
Tell Maricela.
And if you want to join in, feel free to join in, Marcella.
Yeah, and just tell her, Maricela, from Rico to you, I hope you will be part of the family. At least we're doing this on Wednesday night, so I'm too old for the every night shit. But every Wednesday, I commit to every Wednesday. So between this Wednesday and next Wednesday, I expect you to show up and show out because I know how you are, and I can appreciate you and I respect you, and that's that. So my blessings to you. So again, I didn't mean to, Brother Yellow. You 100,000% right. If a man is doing what he's supposed to do, it is no slight. There is no slight. But there is a slight if a man is in arrears, putting foots in his ass about men who are not in arrears. If I'm not behind, I don't want to hear you talking to me about, and your ass is behind. That's disingenuous. So it's not the fact that you got caught up. It's the fact that you were late. And I've been late before. But I ain't never fucked with nobody else. I kept my mouth shut because I knew I was late. See what I'm saying? You see where my energy
I got you, but that's exactly what you're doing. It's like you're doing that now. You know what I'm saying? And that's like the equivalent of what you telling me is, how you gonna smoke crack? I used to smoke crack, but how you gonna smoke crack? Only I can do that.
Don't never listen to no nigga that used to smoke crack. Okay. Even though I used to smoke crack, and I'm telling you, don't listen to them. Don't never listen to no crackhead.
Rico. You didn't have to tell that certain
Family, hold on, family. Hold on, family. I gotta send a special shout out to Uncut with Daryl Long. You know what I mean? What's good, family? We're glad to see you in the building, man. Come through if you can. Definitely. Much love.
Pause for the cause. Daryl, I show up for you. You need to show up for me. And I'm going to leave that at that,
motherfucker.
I'm going to leave that at that, sir. I show up for you. Come on, Cam, up for me, bro. Please. Please, I'm asking you. That's my guy.
Let's get you in here.
That's my guy. That's my guy. I love him, my brother. I just want him to just show up and just say, hey, for 5 minutes. That's my guy. I rock with that guy. Me and him on some single father shit. And none of y'all motherfuckers gonna come between that. No smoke. But again, okay, on my crack. Okay, I used to smoke crack. No, I'm just fucking with you, Yellow. You did that shit.
I said, oh shit.
So yeah, I got something to tell y'all.
You went up there.
That's the part that
I remember putting my feet in Eddie's couch.
It did sound like a crack analogy, but that wasn't what I was trying to say.
Motherfucker, you can get another couch.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, that would be the equivalent of That would be the equivalent of us catching Judge Mathis smoking crack. You know what I'm saying? Like, for real.
Look, I'm from DC. My mayor got caught smoking crack. Okay, I was with Mayor Marion. He was like, the bitch set me up. Okay, y'all don't remember that shit?
No, y'all good though, man.
The mayor of Washington D.C. He had been the mayor like four consecutive terms, and the trick set him up. And the
Marion Barry.
Man, Barry, yeah, facts.
He like, the bitch set me up. And
shout out to Marion Barry.
I was like, Jesus Christ. We can't
What's
get a
number
break.
10?
Yeah.
Okay.
So you Marion
Hey,
Barry.
save him from himself, please.
Thank you, Yella. Thank you. You made my night. That was good. I'm done.
I'm with you, bro. We here, man. I'm with you, bro. We here. I got you back 100%.
That was good.
All right, sure. Slide in when you can.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So if you were just starting out dating, would his teachings have helped you? The funny thing is, I was gonna say to the men, I could see it helping men to a degree, only because he speaks to the high value. So if you're really trying to reach that, go ahead and like I think some of the guys broke it down. So what they said, and as a woman, a little. I'll say a little, only just a little. And the reason why I say only a little is because if you're looking to date that kind of man, like they said, he speaks of high value men. So if you're looking to date that kind of men, then you find out what those kind of men are interested in. And I only say to a degree because the way he speaks to women, on some degrees, sometimes dudes don't really talk to women like that. So on an everyday basis, so that can potentially skew my mindset, especially as a woman who doesn't have her father in her life to level it out. level it out, it wouldn't necessarily be beneficial. I'll be kind of messed up thinking that men are to talk like this, and then I will put men to a certain pedestal, and it's like it's certain things that I should not take home. To go back to what Queen was saying, I should pay attention to women for things that are really good nuggets, but as a caveat, as a file of information for me to know and to take with me when necessary, Kevin Samuels will be beneficial. But of course, that's where the women and the men in my life will play a part in giving me the opportunity to be well balanced on the information that I'm taking in. So yes, there are some things that as a woman you can take in. Just do not, I repeat, do not take what he says as a woman and hold it close to your heart. Please don't do that. So that's what I will say. Yeah.
All right, before we move on to the next question, we're going to introduce Stanley Joseph.
Yeah, let me welcome my family, Stanley Joseph. What's up, bro? Holla at us.
What's up, guys? Happy New Year.
Can you clip the echo?
Happy New Year, bro.
You in that basement?
Say it again.
You in that basement?
No, I'm inside my new home. I don't have enough furniture, so just
okay.
As you can see, I'm on this is the 3rd floor. It's 4th story.
He's stunned.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Light stunt.
Go ahead, big dog. Go ahead, dog.
Fourth floor problems.
Hey, so what's the topic? It sounds like learning from Kevin Samuels.
No, we're not.
Yes, that's exactly what's going on.
No.
Okay,
so run your ass back upstairs.
He said, "You the wrong way. Give me another way."
He come in the room with that. Y'all learn it. Run your ass back upstairs.
So what's the question? I'm here.
Well, since you're here, we're going to move on to the 10th question, and we're going to let you get the first crack at number 10, if you don't mind. Has there been anything you learned directly or indirectly from Kevin Samuels? Like, I'm asking for a specific point that you took in. Not has he helped you, but a specific point.
I've learned that I've learned that women do not listen to what men want to know or what men are concerned about. That's what I've learned. It's kind of crazy because for the first time you hear men talking. It might not be nice, right? But the biggest concern I always had as a man, I'm in my 40s now. Like growing up, men don't talk, so we don't know what's going on with men. So long as I've been complaining, because the men in my family, all they do is they either disappear, drown in depression with alcoholism, and then they die, and that's it. In between that, I don't know what's going on.
Can you repeat that one more time?
What
did you learn?
I learned that women do not care about what men are thinking, and for the first time, I'm learning that there's a lot of stuff that men are going through. Because as a guy, I feel like I'm by myself, or it's just only me thinking what I'm thinking, or I'm going through what I'm going through, and I'm just silent and I'm quiet because I think that's the norm. And again, like with my family, when I look around to talk to the men in my family, which is not too many, they're either quiet in depression, they drink themselves to death.
Okay, and you learned that from Kevin Samuels.
No. What I learned is
I'm just trying to frame it so we can defer the discussion.
What
you learned, and did you learn it from Kevin Samuels?
No. What I learned is more men are talking, more men are speaking up.
Okay, so you came to that conclusion on your own, and Kevin Samuels opened your eyes to that more men are talking about that.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. That's all. I'm not pushing back on it. I'm just trying to frame it so when we discuss it, we know how we're discussing.
Yeah, because Kevin Samuels is not the end all to be all. There's also Mr. Let Go. There's also other guys that you can follow. You always take everybody with a grain of salt, right? Because there's some stuff I don't.
Do you?
Yeah, I don't follow. This is great. Got it.
I do nothing with you.
Even the whole thing, high value men. He does about that not even being about a price. but there's a difference between you want a 6-figure earner and a high value male. And he has a video where he described it had nothing to do with the money, but it has everything to do with his character.
Okay.
So there is a big difference, right? So I think what's alarming for me is that like women feel threatened about this, but not take this as an opportunity to like, hey, so I didn't know you was thinking about this when this comes up. I don't know this stuff about men. And, I mean, that's this whole thing. Like, it's open up a dialogue between both sexes to talk about stuff.
All right. Well, I mean,
it's not always pretty.
I just wanted the framing of it. I appreciate it. And that's the only reason why I asked you the questions, not to push
Yeah,
back. But
that's all
just to
good.
sit there and see how it's set. Okay, so you came to that framing on your own, and you came to the fact that he speaks about it, or speaks about it in a way. So he didn't come up with the framing. You came up with the framing. He came up with the fact that he speaks about it. That's all I want to know. So when we go to the next call, it's like, okay, that's not what Stanley said. Don't put words in his mouth. That's why I just want to make sure, because they'll do it. They'll conflate the shit and say Stanley said, like, no, that ain't what he said.
Yeah, because that's like, man, if you watch now, if sisters think that Kevin Samuels is rough, watch Alpha Male Strategies.
Oh yeah, he gave it up.
You ain't ready for
Don't
that
get
one.
me started on him. Please don't get me started on him.
Let me be clear.
How about my boy Dr. BOA?
But let me be
Dr.
clear.
BOA.
You gotta get the motherfucker. You gotta get the motherfucking cruising signals.
Asshole does not forget another asshole. Okay, they're all assholes. So when people sit there and say, "Well, you think I'm an asshole," you should see that asshole. Okay, it's 2 assholes I see. Oh,
yeah, but Alpha Male Strategy is different. That right there is Iceberg Slim. I'm
gonna tell you, you can be objective a little bit with Kevin Samuels. Now he's the one, AMS. He's the one I turned on and turned off, just like Queen did with Kevin. Like it's crazy because Kevin Samuels, all he did is bring light to that world. It already existed. The red pill is not new because of Kevin.
It already existed.
It always existed. So matter of fact, Kevin Samuels had AMS on before he was as big as he is. So it's not new. So
he didn't bring light to it. He just fucking talked about it. We always knew it existed. We did it in the barbershop. That's it.
No, I'm not just what I'm saying is the red pill community on YouTube. That's what he brought to light.
But
see, the dudes were already talking amongst themselves on YouTube. In the scheme of things, people didn't know that YouTube existed with these men. They didn't know until Kevin Samuels came around.
Sheree, what I'm telling you is pre-internet. We had real pill motherfuckers in the community. Nobody just didn't listen to them because they just bitched and whined about shit. And so I'm a pre-internet baby. I'm the last of the boomers. 1964. I'm the last of the boomers. 1964 was the last year of the baby boomers. And then it went to whatever the fuck they call it next.
I forgot.
But literally, I mean, I don't know, Gen X, Gen Millennial, whatever.
Oh, yeah,
I think it is Gen X. I think it is Gen X.
So the reality is, all I'm trying to tell everybody is like, literally, the incel community. We had incels then. People just didn't pay any attention to them. They existed. They just existed in their own individual bubble. The problem with the internet is that you can take a bubble and you can expand it. So if I'm an incel here, say I'm an incel in outside Washington, D.C., I can reach an incel community all over the country. When we were coming up, you couldn't do that. You couldn't do it. You ain't getting no buzzing. You could talk to the motherfucker across the street. That's it. You had no reach beyond that. And I think the reach is what creates the problem, because then if you can reach to all these communities, it gives you validation to believe that your problem is greater than what it is. See, this is the problem. All these women are not fucking talking to us men, and it's like, no, dude, it's still like 1 or 2 of you motherfuckers in every community. And then we hear the news about how they drove around Colorado and Denver shooting up everybody. All the women that wouldn't sit there and fucking give them a chance. Because that's what they do. That's what they do with their sexual frustration. That's reality. Stop acting like that shit don't happen, because it happens every fucking day. It does. It does.
You know what, Rico? I have to agree with you.
I'm not pushing it, but I'm saying that's the reality, is that people create these silos. And
You didn't let Uncle Rico talk you into that hot circle. Damn.
Go ahead.
He didn't got one, coach.
No,
He's trying to sway the jury.
I would add this though, right?
No, I still believe what I believe when I say about Kevin Samuels, but I have to agree with what he's saying, because Myron games must be stopped, because this man ain't getting no.
That's not even his
that's the whole. Man.
That's not even his real name.
We just had a shooting a few weeks ago about this shit.
Yeah.
Now, and I'll tell you this, I'll admit, unfortunately, we don't like to read. Look up at the screen. We don't like to read. I love to read. So y'all ask me, how did I know about Asian Doll? I love to read. I read all kinds of eclectic shit. Most of us...
Man, stop the cap. Ain't nobody reading Asian Doll. Ain't nothing on her body to read, man.
Asian
Yeah,
Doll.
come on,
I was
man.
reading
This guy...
the fucking news. That's what I'm saying. Okay, what's the news? What's the latest news for the day?
You was reading the bumps on that booty.
I got my own reading ass guy right here. Okay, so he gonna fact check you today, Mr. Rico.
That's all I'm saying. I don't know who the fuck Asian Doll is. I didn't care.
Okay.
I saw she walked out on Fresh and Fit, and that was newsworthy. But go ahead. You know what? Y'all go ahead and believe it's cat.
But
y'all go ahead and believe it's cat.
Add one more thing.
We having fun, bro.
No, but I'm saying I'm not offended, Chef. I'm cool with it. But I'm just sitting there saying I'm trying to do a PSA to say we're us as people. The whole purpose of the channel is how we have to start becoming more discerning, scrutinizing factors, scrutinizing. What like it? The same way you scrutinize the shit I say, scrutinize Kevin Samuels the same fucking way. How about that, sir?
Yeah.
Pew, 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 pew. Shots fired. Pew, pew.
No, you scrutinize the shit I say. I'm capping and talking out the side of my ass. Make sure you look at his content the same way and say, that nigga talking cap. Because I can show you demonstrable cap that he's talking. And motherfuckers don't question it. That's what I want. Cap me, because I'll make some shit up.
How many people do you think are actually watching him? Huh?
I said what?
How many people do you think are actually watching him on a regular?
I don't know. I know he got 1 million subs. I really don't know. I'll be honest with you.
And of those 1 million subs, how many people do you think are regularly watching his content?
I've been told like 10% of your subs is what you get. I don't know.
Okay,
that's what I've been told. I don't know.
Let's say 50%, right? So let's say 500,000 people actively and avidly watch and consume his content, right?
Yeah.
There's 42 million black people in America.
That's why I always say.
So even if you were just, all of his viewers aren't black, just for the record. But
if they were all black,
let's assume that they were all black and 500,000 of them were avid watchers. That still wouldn't even be 1% of the black community that he's affecting.
I agree. If it's 100%,
if we can agree that it's entertainment, and let's just say it has no value whatsoever.
Yes.
What problem? Because the original question was, is it doing more harm than good? I want to pass it to Miss Sheree because she got something. She's calling time out.
I gotta say this. Listen, I hear exactly what you're saying. Unfortunately, because he is getting the traction he is getting, he's going to get on bigger platforms. Now, I hear you, because I do that. I put things in its category. Okay, that's trash TV. That's informative. This is just strictly entertaining. You know, I do the same thing. Kevin Samuels is definitely in the entertaining area, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, Unfortunately, some people see it as gospel. And also, unfortunately, because it's entertaining with a splash of gospel, people paying attention, his channel is growing, he's constantly going viral. You think, you heard of Spoken Reasons?
Yep.
Okay, matter of fact, if you watch Wild 'N Out, all them, a lot of them on there started off on Instagram and YouTube.
Okay.
Justin Bieber started off on YouTube. Don't think for once that it's not possible Kevin Samuels can end up on a whole nother platform and he gonna be affected by millions. I'm just saying. Because if we don't even think, that's the reason why I said the reason why he is as big as he is because people still tune in. And he did get big out of nowhere. And he exists for a reason. You get what I'm saying? There's people who think like him, believe like him, wanna. It's now if we can act just like he had to switch it up before, right? He was talking to men, then something happened, and now he's talking to women. Have you guys been paying attention how he has changed the format with some of these conversations? If you saw the Brittany Renner conversation, if you saw another thing that he did with 4 other women when he was talking to them, I'm not stupid. Something going on.
But my question
what do you think is going on? Real quick. What do you think is going on? Where's he going with this? Because you say he's dangerous, he's growing. So where's he going?
I'm not saying he's dangerous. What I'm saying is because we don't know what's going to happen if he was to get to that level. So we don't know what's going to happen. So I don't know if I'm going to say he's dangerous to that degree. What I'm saying is this. What I'm saying is what I'm think is going to happen, he's going to get on a different platform or he's going to end up on TV shows or something else, right? I really believe that he's gonna end up possibly on a clip of something. Something's gonna happen where it's gonna spark something, and and you know what happens in entertainment. This is what happens in entertainment. Once you get a spotlight on something, on a TV show or whatever the case is, somebody makes a phone call and say, "Who was that you had on your show?" If it's entertaining enough, they make a phone call like, who's that you get on your show? And if he gets in contact with the right person who likes what he's talking about and what he's doing and what his platform is going on, all he needs is a stage. That's it.
But let me ask you this, Mr. Freeze, question. He's got 1 million followers now. When he get 10, 50, or 100 million followers, you think it's going to be easier to stop him then?
100 million?
If we can't
100 million followers.
If we can't stop him at 1 million,
Jesus,
why would you be trying to stop him?
Because
unless you think he's young Hitler, what reason would you have to stop him?
You wake up and you decide, oh, this motherfucker been lying. He been living in a same-sex marriage all this time. Let me finish. I'm just making this shit up. I'm not asparaging this to him. But if you come to find out that the messenger's message was so distorted from who or what they say they are, and they reached the high of heights, are you telling me, well, yeah, he was full of shit all them years, but we just gonna let it go? Is that what you're telling me, that I gotta tell a community that, you know what? He was full of shit. We gonna let it slide because the message was good. No, it matters the messenger. People
I'm
want
going to challenge you on that. It doesn't
matter.
matter. It doesn't matter.
Let me finish.
Because we already lived through that already.
People sell the narrative that the message.
Vic, check the private chat.
I'm gonna pass it right to you.
Yo,
I can't get right, yo.
What if a murderer delivered your medicine?
You still need to know it was a murderer.
What if a murderer delivered your medicine?
You still, well, I mean, look, we're not, when you conflating the two. I'm not sitting there saying that the murderer can't deliver you the medicine. I'm not.
Does it make
I'm not saying the liar
the medicine ineffective?
No, it has nothing to do.
Oh,
with
you booted. I'm trying to see in real time. That's all I need.
I'm not saying that the messenger, if it's biblical, that it dilutes the message. I'm not saying it dilutes the message. So I'm saying if Kevin got 1 million subscribers or 10 million subscribers, the message is the same. The message is the same. What changes is the realization of who's giving you the message. So in other words, you use the perfect example. A murderer gives you your medicine. That's different than a doctor giving it to you. Don't tell me you don't look at the two differently. I'm going to take the medicine. Let me finish.
You know how bad you need it.
Delivers.
Let me finish. If I'm dying, I'm going to take the medicine. I don't give a fuck who it's from. However, if you sit there and tell me a murderer is sticking a needle in my arm, and
if you're dying,
let me finish.
No, I'm gonna let you finish. Right. I want to come back to that.
And I'm dying. If you tell me there's a difference between who's administering the medicine, don't think it doesn't matter. The medicine is the message. I get that. So what Kevin is saying is the message. But don't tell me that the messenger has zero to do with it. Because it does. It's like, I'm dying. Fuck it. I'm going to take the medicine. But I'd rather it come from a doctor. Nobody going to say, well, fucking give me that rapist or that murderer over there. They're going to ask for a doctor. Everybody is. Knock it off.
So Rico, bon ticas. In Haitian Creole, that means, let me get a little piece. Give me a little crumb. That's ticas. Come on, sac passé, c'est haïtien, frère. Come on. Come on, bro. I already knew.
Get his ass. Get him. Go ahead.
So, let me get my little ticas. Rico.
Hey, Rico, I just want to say this, right? It had already happened. And it already happened this past 8 months ago, 6 months ago. One, we're not going to stop there. We're not going to stop Kevin Samuels. Not going to happen. Two, I was probably not going to talk about Fresh and Fit, where they just talked about they don't deal with brown girls and they call them night riders and Shaniquas. And that's recent, right? Here's guys
I don't like that shit at all.
Near a different part, right? But when I get at number three, we have already experienced that when the messenger and the message did not add up. And that was Derek Jackson.
Yes.
Come on now, brother. Come on, brother. Come on, brother.
But look what happened, though.
There we go.
Look what happened, though, right?
I agree.
Hey,
I have a
drop the mic.
too.
Drop the mic.
I agree. He's a piece of shit, too.
But he came back. But he's back.
A piece of shit, too.
But
he didn't come back for me. He came back for them, not for me.
And
he's still a piece of shit.
Fool came bouncing back like mystical. You can't keep bouncing back. That came bouncing right back.
Y'all can't give him back to everybody. He came back for them, not for us.
No, but the women, he never cared for no men.
Sir,
Derek Jackson was for the women.
He came back for people that didn't cancel his ass in the first place.
But the women accept him back when they found out that he has
Hold on, brothers. I gotta show respect to the OG. OG Queen, I'm about to add you back. Don't go nowhere. OG Patrice, peace and salutations, sister. Much love. Sherelle, what's going on, Sherelle? Peace and salutations. You know what I'm saying? Much love to you as well. Hey, OG Patrice, how are you, sis? How's your spirit? What's going down?
Who are you talking to me?
Patrice.
Oh.
OG.
Here she go.
OG Patrice.
That's my sister. You ain't gonna disrespect her.
Nah, that's TT. She good though.
You gonna disrespect my sister. Not on
She
my
don't like what you're saying tonight,
She's
Rico.
good.
So she don't want to talk to you right now, Rico.
No, we love each other. She gonna pull me up, but we love each other.
I don't know what's going on.
Well, go ahead, chef. No. We're going to circle it around because I was talking too much, and OG ain't going nowhere. Go ahead, chef. Drop your jewels.
Nah, man. Nah, I'm gonna keep my jewels. Pause.
Okay.
I need them. But look, straight up, I don't know, man. Rico, I would say this to you. You're denouncing aspects of the message that you don't like and using discrediting to do it. It's not about discrediting the person. Just like you, just like me, just like any one of these people in the panel and in the chat, we are not infallible, which means that we all have the ability to make mistakes, you know, and we're not 100%. So you can't discredit him for the things you don't like about him, yet give his word credence for the other things. If you're going to discredit everything, then you discredit everything. But then if you discredit the things that you actually truly believe that he says, then you're discrediting yourself based on a bias towards another person, which means that you're creating a natural cognitive dissonance within your own mind and your own heart, because you truly dislike a person so much that you will even reject the same thoughts that you share based on your disdain for this person and who you think they are. What do you think about that?
I ain't got nothing to say. That was Chef.
No, there's some roads to twist. I think that yes, there are some things that him and I agree on or believe on. Do I throw the baby out with the bathwater on his message? Yes, because that's how I generally look at. Let me tell you, that's how I generally have always looked at all speakers that have spoken into my life.
That means you jumping in the trash after you throw them into the trash. You jumping in with them, right?
No,
let them go, Chef. Let them go, Chef.
No,
okay, my
no.
bad.
What I generally do is, if you speak to me in my life in a particular place, and I believe wholeheartedly in what you say, or I believe in what you say, and it comes to light that there's been some deceit, disingenuousness, something that caused me to cause it into question, it's demonstrable, then I have to question the totality of what you told. I literally do. I can't just say, okay, well, I only question this part that's in question. I have to question everything. Even though someone only spoke to this part, I have to question everything. So in my mind, I toss the baby out with the bathwater and I revet all of the information that was given to me, but I take that revetting from other sources. Now, there may be other sources that will validate that, oh, the 70% that Chef said was true, the other 30% was bullshit. And maybe only I should have threw out the 30%, but I threw out 100 because once I discovered the 30% was false, I didn't even trust the other 70%. That's how my inquisitive nature goes. It's like if what Chef gives me is 30% false and it's demonstrably false, I question the other 70 and I throw it all out because I mean the other 70 might be true, but it's just like I don't fucking trust it. I don't. So I look for someone else to give me that 70, and then I look for someone else to give me that 30 for me to feel comfortable. Other than that, I'll be honest with you. If you lying to me is a cardinal fucking sin. Especially if you don't have any reason. You know what the worst liar to me is? You know what the worst liar on earth to me is? A motherfucker I didn't ask anything. You ever asked me to lie to you and you didn't even ask
Hey, that shit pissed me off.
Unsolicited liar.
You don't even ask them anything. It's like, I didn't even ask you anything. They're the worst. And throughout my life, I've dealt with people like that professionally, personally. And it's like, I mean, and if you don't have your blinders on through life, people will volunteer a fucking lie. I'm like, I ain't even asked this nigga nothing. He just came up and just told me some bullshit because he just wanted to sell me on it. And I almost bought that shit. If you don't think that your world is full of people like that, because people are looking to gain favor, they're looking to create an advantage. They're looking for people that are gullible. Maybe I just look fucking gullible. I don't know. Maybe I have a gullible look. And I've always said, I just look stupid. Motherfuckers just think I look stupid. And they would just come up to me and volunteer a fucking line. I didn't even ask you nothing. That's just, that's an American thing, not overseas. When I go overseas, I don't have it. They lie to you, but they wait till you ask. In America, you ain't gotta ask. They're gonna bring that shit to you. Bruh, let me talk to you. I ain't even asked this nigga nothing. And he lying. That's my reality. Sorry, I'm fucked up like that.
Rico need a hug.
No! Look, I would challenge everybody, go out, look in your circle and say, do you got people that just unsolicitedly make shit up to you? It doesn't have to be
that
outright
person.
like do they embellish shit for no reason? And you don't ask. My boo was, whether she talking about a boyfriend, he talking about a girlfriend, like, why do you embellish it and make it something so much more grandiose? That's a lie. And embellishment is a lie. And omission is a lie.
Okay, so
it's a lie.
So somebody's about to roll out. You know what I mean? Sheree Chicago's about to go. Let me give her a little solo layout, you know? Give it a respect.
Hell no, Vic, get the duct tape and the rope.
Oh my goodness. Be quiet, Chef. Hello, thank you for having me. I had a great time. I think this conversation was necessary to give a different perspective on somebody who is largely hated. I think this was really cool. And I'm definitely tuning in next Wednesday because I'm sure you guys gonna have some more heat for us. But thank you for the spotlight. I'm Sheree B. Chicago, and on my channel we like to talk about the community, how we can make it better, and how we can highlight people who are contributing and trying to make it better. It's all about the community, baby, over there where I'm at, and we focus on Chicago. And when we talk about relationships, everybody's more than welcome. Okay. Shout out to Knowledge and Relationships. Now, I want to thank y'all again. Rico, it's nice to talk to you again. I liked it. Chef, I ain't spoke to you in a minute, so I am so happy. I think I got your last name. I'm gonna look at it again.
No.
100 watts.
Shoe P no.
Shoe P no. I got you. Shoe P no.
Bang bang.
Gotcha. Okay, and thanks everyone else that I got the chance to meet. I love it. You guys' perspective is cool, and shout out to the fellow Chicago and Yella. I had to. I mean, it's a Chicago thing.
Oh yeah, Chi-Town. Yeah, put C's up. You be good now.
Oh yeah, they don't know about that. It's okay.
Yeah.
They don't know about that.
Miss Sheree, let me say on behalf of myself and RShaun, this is our very first live stream. We didn't know what we were doing. We still don't know what the hell we doing. We don't. This is day one. I'm not lying. You popped our cherry. Okay? You did. We never done this.
Go clean yourself off, Rico.
And then there's a red background. Okay.
Right, but
Rico about to get canceled on his first at the end of his first.
All kidding aside, we have never done this. We came together as a collective, as a group between myself and RShaun, and we felt like we had a voice that we wanted to get to the conversation. And I think that you coming in and camming up, your voice and your perspective was so spot on, so solid. You, Yella. I'm waiting on my sister OG Patrice, Stanley. The night.
Can y'all hear?
The night.
Oh yeah, we can hear you. Yes.
Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Hey, everybody.
With that quiet storm voice.
I want to say this real quick right before I go. I thank you so much, Rico, for what you said. I appreciate that. I really do. I gotta say this real quick before I go because I almost forgot because she's been so quiet. Shout out to OG Patrice, also another Chicagoan. Pretty sure she know what it is with the seeds. She already know. So shout out to OG Patrice. That is one of my favorites.
Yeah, Chi-Town stand up.
You already know. I rock with OG Patrice. That is like your favorite auntie in the YouTube streets. If you do not, watch or pay attention to when Miss OG Patrice is talking, you are missing out, seriously, because she be dropping some gems. Okay, so yeah, just shout out to her. I love her. You already know.
Shout out to you. Love right back at you.
Yeah.
But for me and RShaun, who are the hosts of this show, we wanted to give you your flowers and thank you for coming to support us, because you didn't have to, and that means a lot. We didn't know what it was going to be, and I told RShaun, you know, we're going to put on the show if we got 5 people or 5,000 people. It doesn't matter. We're going to put our message out. We're going to say what we got to say. We expect a certain amount of pushback and people that, you know, connect and it resonates with, and we try to do it in a positive manner. Then that's what we want to do. But I want to say, most importantly, thank you. Your support is just like been a rock that we can rest on. We can anchor on in ourselves for our next show and our next show. And every time you or people like we get better, we get stronger, and we want to reach out to the community and want you guys to come up and hold us accountable. And you know, push us. We want that. But so thank you. I'm not gonna hold you up anymore. Thank you. God bless. I love you, Sister Sheree. Blessings.
Appreciate y'all. Good night.
All right, now.
Good night.
Oh, got one of those.
Shout out to one community in the building.
I gotta welcome in a few people. You know, definitely I have to welcome in OG Patrice. I gotta give her love. You know what I mean? Salute to OG Patrice.
Can you all still hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you, sis. Hold on 1 second. I know, but we here with you. I'm gonna welcome in one more person, OG Patrice. I gotta welcome in my fellow New York City brother. One community. What up, baby? What's going on?
Peace and blessings, man. Just stopped up to show some love. See Rico and them had a show going on, you know, just stop by, show some love, man, show some support. You know, the voices that I listen to online, you know what I mean? Great voices as elders, me being a younger guy than him. You know, most definitely we need those positive voices. We need those minds. Get out some of this toxic masculinity. So, you know, anything I could do to help the brothers lift, anything they need to do, you know, I'm also here to help in any way that I can help. So I just wanted to step up to just say, I appreciate the conversation that y'all been having. These kind of dialogues are needed. And as an older voice, I'm always look towards older people like y'all and like you, Rico. And I appreciate what you and RShaun's doing on this. I salute to y'all. Facts. I just had to top you. Right now it's 7 o'clock where I'm at. I'm in UK. It's 7 o'clock.
Oh, wait, rub it in.
7 o'clock, man. I ain't slept, man. I still on New York time. I ain't slept.
Let's get OG Patrice. We've been waiting.
Hold on. Our brother Stanley Joseph about to drop out. I'm gonna just highlight him real quick.
Salute. Can y'all hear me?
Hold on, OG Patrice. I'm just letting Stanley say his goodbyes.
Can you hear me?
I know he has to go. Yeah, we can hear you, but I'm just letting Stanley say his goodbye. Go ahead, Stanley. Stan, go ahead. Unmute yourself, bro.
Yeah, unmute yourself, bro.
That on there.
Okay, he's having a hard time. It's all good. Okay, he dropped out. All right. Go ahead, OG Patrice. Go ahead.
Can you all hear me? I'm gonna go out and come back in.
I can hear you, OG.
We can hear you.
You perfect.
Question is, can she hear us? Can you hear us? No.
Okay. All right.
She can't hear us.
Well, let me just take a moment to sit there and say to one community, brother, thank you. Peace and blessings. Thank you for coming up, showing up for our first live. It is special, you know, and just seeing all you guys, you, Yella, the Nighthawks. Come on. I'm pressing their asses and they pressing me twice as hard back. That's what I love about them.
Yeah.
Vic, Freeze, they stay on my ass. It's like good. Keep me and
no, we don't.
That's the space we trying to create. We trying to create this. Well, not that kind of right.
Yeah, I know.
See, that's why I don't fuck with them. They too late night. I'm late night. They late night.
OG Patrice, can you hear us? OG Patrice, can you hear us?
She can't hear us.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Yes, we
Yeah,
can.
we hear you, OG.
Okay, awesome. What's good? What's good, family?
There we go.
It's good, OG.
Hey,
How y'all
TT.
doing tonight? Hey,
What's up?
nephew.
It's another
Salute
beautiful
to
day.
all the gentlemen on the panel. And my brother Rico, what's good? So I'm looking at the topic. So is it anything I need to know as far as like what's going on? Is it literally RShaun and brother Rico against the red pill cultists?
Sister Patrice, to set it up, yes, it's set up as a premise, and we asked a series of questions, and the series of questions that we asked was about the red pill manosphere space cultists and their behavior. In particular, specifically throughout the night, we discussed Kevin Samuels and the tropes and the misinformation and things that he said. We didn't go into them specifically, but I'm sure you know what they are. And just what's positive, what's negative, what's traumatic, what's good, what's bad. Should we learn anything? Why are people blindly following him? So we went over all those questions. I think RShaun, I'm not sure what the last question we were at. RShaun's gonna pull up in a second, but we're on this next question because we got like 3 more after this. And we're trying, we put all the questions out and we're trying to get everybody's feedback, pros or cons. So like we're on number 11. Is there something he could say? You know, Kevin, is there something he could say or do differently to make himself more acceptable or effective? What do you think, Sister Patrice?
Oh, let's see. Is there something he could do or say differently? Now, I have not watched him that much, and I've never watched an entire show because his show, I just can't stomach it after a while. If I would have to say one thing, it probably would be the way he talks to some of the females that I found that's a little aggressive, a little a little problematic, yeah, at times. I've seen where if the women are kind of following his program, he tends to talk better to them. But if they're questioning or going against the grain of anything he's saying to them, then that's when I see that one thing I definitely saw is he cuts them off before they can complete a full sentence. Sometimes he cuts them off. And just in general conversation, he started using all his little antics, those little whips and sounds, and like right in the middle of a general conversation. I think that's kind of, like whatever, dude. But like, I'm just sit here trying to have a conversation and you going with the whip and like, what? So yeah.
Sister Patrice, let me push back on you a little bit for the Kevin Samuel fanboys on the panel. We got a few of their fanboys on
Hell
the panel.
nah, stay your ass on that side.
We got a few of his fanboys.
TV timeout.
Let me finish.
No, that's fine.
I didn't name nobody. Hit dog don't have to holler.
Remember, it says verses on it, so he needed to have a villain. So okay, I'll take that.
Hit dog don't have to holler. Okay,
and that's fine. I'm right. Just giving my opinion and view, and that's all it is an opinion and view. So that's fine.
I'm just trying to set it up, but you heard the hit dogs, right? We got a couple of fanboys on the panel.
I love you, so I'm gonna give you that, yo.
They're not fanboys, they be quiet, right? But if they keep speaking up, maybe, I don't know, right? So, what's the problem for his fanboys that he talks like that? That's my pushback.
You want to hit it again?
I'm sorry, you said what's the problem?
Yes. What is the problem that he's brutally honest or curt or short or direct with them for his fanboys?
Probably the delivery. It's not always what you say, it's how you say it. At least that's how I was raised. And I don't mind constructive criticism, but if it's in a demeaning or bashing type of way where you're being condescending, then that's a whole different ball game. Because if I'm talking to you like I'm talking to you guys now on the panel, and I'm getting a condescending tone for no reason, even if I'm saying something you don't like, but I'm not speaking to you in a condescending tone, so why not give me that same respect back? Even if I say something you don't like, but I'm saying it in the manner that I'm saying it now. You know what I mean? So I can say one community, I don't like that hat you got on. So what you gonna come back with some like ugly condescending, like are you gonna like really say something that's gonna demean me as a Black woman because I say I don't like your
I'm gonna say
hat?
height, weight, dress size.
Exactly.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Want to talk about my
Right.
hat? Let's do
Yeah.
it. Oh, you want
You
to
see
do
what I'm
this? Come
saying?
on, let's do it then.
Right. Okay. Okay, fanboy.
So yeah, so that's the difference for me. And I did notice in almost every video that I did see, he doesn't let the women complete their sentence, their thought when you're trying to have a conversation. So I would say those things.
Okay. Okay. Excellent. Excellent. Okay. I hope you fanboys are happy. We ain't giving you no more explanation.
Hey, that's about unless you talk about
I ain't
Facebook,
need
don't come across
nobody.
that no
Get
more.
dog, don't holler. Get dog, don't holler. Right? One community. One
Oh
community
man,
didn't say nothing.
you talking about somebody in this room. That's
but
all I
he
know.
Yella, did
he
you
ain't
say
said
anything,
nothing.
Yella? I ain't hear nothing from Yella. I ain't hear nothing from one community.
I don't see nobody else, so you must be talking to me.
Ah. I love you, brothers. I love you.
Rico in his WWE right now.
Yeah.
If
Excellent answers, Sister Patrice. Who up next?
if I could real
Go
quick,
ahead.
because y'all know I don't give long answers. Y'all know that. Like I said earlier, if there is anything, my unsolicited advice, maybe there could be more of an escalation. Like I said, sometimes we do come in a little hot. You feel me? You know, maybe you can come in a little smoother and then build up to wherever it is that you end up at, right? Because at the end of the day, you're not gonna go to a Lil Jon concert expecting him to rap like Jay-Z. So when you buy a ticket to the show, you know what they expect when you get there. You feel me? Like
Yeah.
It gets to a certain point. Like if this was something that was brand new and he just started doing this and he came from out of nowhere and this was unheard of and he never did it, I could understand why people would be uncomfortable with the switch. But this man ain't switched his step. His cadence been the same way the entire time he been marching. That's all I'm saying.
So he haven't switched up his program as far as the way he handle men and women?
Not at all. He literally gave a man the business and asked him what his weight was, what his height was. And when he found out what they were, then he asked him about his income. And the guy said he was making a little less than $400 a week or every 2 weeks. And then he said, so you're broke, you're short, and you're fat. And then he said, what is your sausage size? Right? It threw people off. He said, what's your sausage size?
I heard about that.
Right. But the thing is, what it was the guy was like, well, I don't know. He said, come on, man. You know if you got a big one or a little one. I know I got a big one. So you probably got a little one. So now you got too many problems. You got to pick a problem. You're short, you're fat, you this and that. You get what I'm saying? So, and you're complaining about why women are not getting with you. You have
I think the latter question was a little bit of an issue for me as a man asking another man that, because I know as a woman, I'm not going to sit up and act. I did. I'm not going to sit up and ask another woman, what is your cat, you know, this and that. I'm not doing that.
I mean, I understand.
I thought that was a bit inappropriate.
What it was, though, the thing is, I wouldn't say that. Here's why I would not say that it was inappropriate, because the person was seeking counsel from someone that he looked to as an authoritative person, individual. And he was seeking counsel from that person because of some level of expertise that he possessed. And in terms of the things he was speaking to him about, right, whether we thought it was appropriate or not, That's what we deal with, plain and
But
simple.
that part is a private part. You're
But
talking
it's
about a
not.
private part of a
But it,
man's body. So I can
but it's
understand
not.
the other
That's a part
question.
that I'm sorry, no disrespect to you, OG Patrice. You know what I'm saying? And I definitely want to show deference. The point that you're saying is that that's his private part, but that private part is what we are judged by within modern society by women. So when this young man is speaking to him about trying to be able to qualify for these modern women, and all he did was ask this man each of those criteria: physicality, financial stability, and the ability to please a woman. And he possessed none of them. So I think that him asking that question was more clinical rather than a social intrusion.
Well, on the latter question, he kind of made him feel embarrassed, right? So who is him to judge just because the man may not be size par, that he may not be pleasing a woman? That's not for Kevin Samuels to judge.
That's what the women say.
No. But can
I think it was more in context, though. I think it was a little out of context, though, because the question itself was in context, because if we round off the whole thing of what he said, he was like, so you want this type of woman, and she ain't got you ain't tall, you ain't got you fat, you ain't got no money, and she can't get no good D.
Right. It
You know
was
what
like
I'm
that.
saying?
You don't even got a good. You don't even got a big one.
Right,
So what do you got?
and like
I'm trying to give you something
what
to
are you
stand on.
offering her?
hello?
Right. You ain't got and leg to stand on. Literally,
This is how we school a young buck.
Check this. Hello, I'm a woman. I'm an older woman. Just because you got a BD, don't mean you know what to do with it. Don't mean it's good.
Nope. Can I ask you one question though?
But they going for the younger women.
Let me ask everybody a question, though, right? So hypothetically, he asked that young man that question, and he based it off of his belief. My question is this, because we asked the question earlier and we passed it. What the fuck makes him qualified to determine what they want? I'm not saying, but personally, I look at he's short, he's fat, he ain't got no big dick, he probably not qualified. But I'm not really qualified to say he's not qualified because I really don't know. So my question
So let me ask this question.
What makes him qualified to say what the qualifications are? That's
So
all.
let me ask this question. So
arbitrator of what the qualifications are, because I don't see him with no baddie.
So let me ask this question. Does he ask women, do they got good pee?
No.
Can I address
He's
the question?
talking to men, though.
Hang on. Can I address the
Women
question?
call him more than men now.
I would like to address the question.
He like pee.
OG, you said that the problem is that you thought that last question was inappropriate.
Correct.
I believe that the conversation that is being had at large is women don't listen to men when they tell you what's important to them. This is a panel full of all men and you. And with all respect to who you are and what you know and the experiences you have, I would like to ask the gentleman in the room, if under those circumstances, not just a random guy just asking you how big your joint is, under those circumstances, you're seeking counsel for how to solve your problem with women. If you were asked that question, even if it was in front of people sure, it would be an embarrassment, but do you see a problem with a man asking you that? Did you see it? Did you feel as a man, not even as a problem question, did you feel an issue or offended by that man asking that other man that question?
Mr. Freeze, let me be demonstrably.
Hang on, just go around the panel with the men that's here.
I'm going to answer the question. Let me be demonstrably honest with you. There's not a single solitary fucking question that Kevin Samuels had ever asked that I have ever asked a woman in the totality of my lifetime. I've never asked.
That ain't what I asked. That wasn't the question.
No, but
did you have a problem with him asking another man? Take women out of the equation. Did you have a problem with him asking the brother, Yes or no? Did you have a problem with it? Did you was like, man, you shouldn't ask him that? Did you have an issue with it?
I thought it was
Did it make you
questionable,
want to
but no,
stop
I ain't
watching
have
him
an
because of
issue.
that?
I thought it was a dumb question to ask him, but no, I didn't have an issue. I didn't care one way or the other. I just thought it was a.
Did any of the other brothers see that as an issue where you wouldn't want to
I ain't asking
support
nobody.
Kevin Samuels? Did you
I
think
ain't
that was
asking
highly
nobody.
inappropriate?
I didn't think. I mean, it all fit within the context of the conversation. It was actually funny as hell.
Okay,
It
better
was
question.
actually wait. Let me answer, bro. What I'm saying, it was actually funny as hell because he was like, okay, you're less than 5 feet tall, you make $200 a week, okay, and you big as hell, right? And you're complaining why the women is not hollering at you. He's like, what do you got? You got to pick a problem. He was like, damn, you don't have
Drop the
nothing.
link for Sherelle.
Wait. He was like, oh, sorry. He was like, do you at least got a big dick? Damn, yo. I mean, what you got? It was more of a punchline than anything because what he was trying to do is impress upon him that what are you expecting?
Chef, I didn't want you to justify it. I wanted an objective answer from everybody. Yes or no? Did you think it was wrong that he asked them?
Not at all. Not at all. I don't think it was wrong.
He
asked him.
Can I just ask you a better
question? It was
question?
entertaining.
Out of everybody on the panel, you asked, did we have a problem with it? Who on the panel has ever asked another man his dick size? I never have.
Can we get to one question at a time?
Let's answer
because you deferring a whole nother question.
I don't have a problem with it, but I do have a whole nother question.
One community. Did you have a problem with it?
No.
Did you have a problem with it? RShaun, did you have a problem with it?
I can see if you say
no problem at all.
Counsel. You can hear me? I can see if y'all say like seeking counsel and shit like that. Y'all hear me, right?
Yeah.
Right.
I can see what you're saying, like a person seeking counsel and things like that. I do get it, but it's just things about Kevin Samuels that just give me a different kind of vibe. Like I don't see him ask the women things like that. I see him ask the men.
Just a question.
Hey, no
problem. It kind of rubbed me towards the way that I kind of think he is, and I think he's more feminine. That's why he's asking about genitals and male genitals.
Okay.
I think he's more feminine man.
Okay, no problem. Now, who on this panel has asked another man their dick size? Raise your hand.
I just see him as a feminine man.
No. Who? Raise your hand if you asked another man their dick size.
I never did.
I ain't never did either.
I'm cool.
So it's the same question.
I'm cool on that. I wish y'all go tell them other people. They online.
I'm not saying nothing about him. I'm just sitting there saying is you can look at it.
You trying to prove a whole nother point. The only point that I wanted, because I wanted OG Patrice to finish with her point. The only point that I was making is that I didn't find what he said to be offensive because as men, we are used to taking rough counsel. That's why they say is a young lady raised by her father because as she's used to. Hey, who that?
Everybody stop the show. Stop the show. I gotta welcome in my sister. You know what I mean? Whoa, hey, Sherelle.
Hey,
what's
everybody.
up, Sherelle? What's going on?
Let's
get it.
What up?
Mr. Best. We got a new rule. Me and RShaun told you.
Yes, sir.
She got a cam up.
No, she don't.
Yes, she do.
What?
Yes, she do.
When did y'all make this
Yes,
rule?
she do. That's called
Just
the
you.
house
If you like the cam up, you can. If you don't have to, you don't. If you can't,
we want to see that bonnet.
We want to see that bonnet.
Yes. I always tell
Wow.
everybody, Sherelle is a beautiful and intelligent young woman. And when I came over here to this space, so when you come over here to knowledge and relationship, just like you cammed up for their interview, you cam up for our show, young lady.
Speaking of the interview, Sherelle has the most viewed interview on knowledge and relationships. You know what I mean? Round of applause to my sis for holding it down.
Yes.
Let's go. Sherelle, talk to us. I'm out, y'all. Sherelle, talk to us. I'm in the back.
Salute to you.
Hey, can I just finish my statement because that was like right in the middle of my shit. But hey, look. So the bottom line is this: if a young woman is raised with her father in the household, she would generally speaking, to my experience, my anecdotal experience, have less of a problem with male authority or the way men communicate, speak, because she's used to seeing examples of how men respond to conflict, how men address their issues in those ways. So what I'm saying is, as a man, being around very much so masculine men, I don't have any problem with a man using what's the word? Curse words or vulgar word, things of that nature to make his point for emphasis. And I think that's what he was going for, was for emphasis. Say, hey, bro, you don't got nothing to work with. Go inside, clean your room, bro. Stop looking outside. Go inside. He made the point to say, hey, bro, because the dude was kind of still giving him pushback, like, bro, you got nothing to stand on. You can't even say, because he was like, hey, is you got a big Johnson or what? He didn't ask him how big it was. He just said, hey, you got a big one, right? And dude was like, well, I mean, it's kind of like, he said, bro, listen, if you say anything other than yes, he said, I got a big one. And see how easy that was? He said, if you got a big one, you know it. That's what he said.
Hold on, Rico.
See what I'm
Hold
saying?
on, Rico. Hold on. Rico, hold on 1 second. Vic, my back for interrupting you, man. I just want to apologize to you. My bad.
Oh, you good, my brother. You know how I gotta take I talk my shit, but it's all good.
Look, my question is this: since he dropped off, do you also offer that same explanation where he made the statement about men should be with men?
Whoa, what?
Okay, I'm the only one that heard it, right? Okay, well, I'm gonna sit here and be punk and act like I'm the only one that heard that statement.
He said men should
Just
be with men.
clarify. Everybody didn't hear it. Say it. Say what you think he said.
He said men should be with men.
He said men should be with men.
Okay.
When did he say that?
Fucking words in his mouth. He said it. It's recorded. Y'all choose not to hear shit. And when y'all choose not to hear shit,
you just gotta bring a reference. Ain't nobody said that you didn't say
y'all
it. You gotta bring a
choose
reference.
not to hear shit, and then y'all create a
Nah, that's some bullshit. No. Now you got to stop, Rico. Now that what you're doing right there, that's bullshit and disingenuous. Cause we telling
Dirty
you,
Mackin.
hold on. We telling you we ain't hear this shit, and what you telling us is that we tuned it out.
Well,
I told you.
okay.
Well, hold on. No. I ain't listened to the man in months.
Okay.
I told him that's how I got to the manosphere.
Right.
I bounced from that to MTR to Lapeef, all the way over to here. So what I'm saying to you is that when you say something like, "Oh, we tune this shit out," you can't do that, bro.
I apologize.
That's dirty pool right there, man.
Yeah, I apologize. You're right, because I don't know if y'all heard it, and I apologize for that.
I told you we didn't hear it. I didn't hear that shit.
Right, but see how I can admit that I was wrong. See how I can admit that I was wrong? I apologize because I don't know if y'all heard it. And I shouldn't have said that. That's easy for me to admit. You know what? Chef's right. He got in my ass, as I said in my opening statement, hold me accountable immediately, and I don't have any information that y'all knew it. I have no information that y'all knew it. And I apologize to you in the Nighthawks. I apologize. Y'all said y'all didn't know, and I apologize. This shit is all being recorded. This is recording me saying I was fucking wrong. I don't hide behind that because I learned from this. This is going to make me not be so quick to accuse the next person. So I'm learning from it. I apologize. I was wrong. Thank you, Chef. Thank you. I ain't mad at you, brother. Thank you for fucking holding me accountable. I need
you
that.
Good, man. You know how we get out. Stop acting like that, man. We still
I
in the house.
need that. No. I'm saying thank you.
This is what we do.
I'm saying thank you. I need this shit because that's what I'm trying to hold other people.
I just want to hear what it is that you think he said.
No,
you said that he said men should be with men. I've never heard in all of the things I've ever seen by him, even though I haven't seen them all.
Can I finish making my statement and then you guys can go around because Vic had asked the question and I think all you men answered. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay. So my point was, okay, if you guys feel that was a fair question to ask, in my opinion, I thought it was a little bit inappropriate. But as a woman who, like you guys say, that judge the men by their size, and all women are not the same in that aspect. And sometimes once a woman experience the man with the bigger one as versus the man with the average one as versus the man with the smaller one, it doesn't become a thing like that for her anymore. It becomes how good of a lover the man is, regardless to the size. It's how good of a lover the man is and how he's pleasing her. So I thought it was a little bit inappropriate too. For I've never grew up in an environment where I heard men ask men that type of question. I growing up around my brothers and uncles, like they was not like, man, like, you know, they wasn't those type of guys like where you would ask another man that question. And just to also to say, does he ask the women, do they got good pee? Does he? So if he's going to be an equal opportunist across the board with men and women, the way he come at them, why he don't ask the women if they got good pee, but he asks the men how big his stuff is?
Okay, no, because he says
Women
to
make
the
songs
women,
about it.
he says to the women, he doesn't ask them how good it is because he says all of y'all have that magic, all of y'all have the WAP, all of y'all have it. So he automatically, because he can't definitely say that your you know what I'm saying, your box is trash or whatever, and he knows that typically women reply with, well, I got that good and all this or whatever. So he doesn't never ask the women about their box, but the women always say, you know, he's like, that comes standard. Like when they say, oh, I got that WAP, he's like, y'all all have it. Y'all all have the WAP. It's like, we know if you ask a woman, how is yours? A woman she's not gonna be like, oh, I got regular, or mine's is trash, mine's is poo. Her natural reply is gonna be like, well, I got the best in the world, because every woman feels like her stuff is the best in the world. But a man
Right,
can't
but
do
it
that.
takes
Now, a man
another
can say he
man to
has.
judge that. It takes
Right.
another man to judge that with the woman, just like it takes the woman to judge the man. You
I see what you're
understand what
saying.
I'm
I
saying?
know, I see what you're saying, but I was saying like that's why he doesn't ask them about their, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
But like
yeah.
with a man, you know it's either big or it's small. You can lie about it, but it is what it is.
It's
They
some
don't
in
throw.
between, Sherelle. It is some in betweens,
Oh yeah,
baby.
you know that it's some in betweens, but I mean, you see what I'm saying? But the size doesn't change. You know what I'm saying? Like women, it's no way to tell, like, you know what I'm saying? Because it's a size thing. So it's gonna be what the number is. And that's what he's saying. So it's like that's the things that women like. So when he's like, oh, your thing is you got a big thing? Because he always asks the men what women would look for. Women expect you to have money. They expect you to have at least to have big penis. Are you in shape? Do you at least look good? Because this is what a woman wants. So when he talks to the women, he's like, men don't really care about your money, like, because a lot of times people feel like, you know what I'm saying, they get mad because he empowers a lot of regular guys, and he's
Yep.
really speaking for like
Right, but
these
honestly,
high
I
earning
can
men.
see those questions. Not to cut you off for 1 second, I can see those questions being asked of men by women. Like I will be asking that man, like, what's your D size? You know, are you fat? Are you, you know, how tall are you? Because those are the things the attributes that we look for them. And I don't know, maybe I'm just missing something, but because those are the questions I would ask a man.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So
Even if
when
I'm
he
bullshit, giggling, flirting with a guy or whatever, and he flirting with me in some type of way, and we just go in there, and I'd be like, yeah, okay, so what you about? You know, that would be the questions I would be asking him. I don't know. I just found it a
right.
bit.
And I
It
understand what you're
just
saying, but that's where he's coming from. So when the men are calling in, they're like, "Yo, Unc, tell me what I need to be to get a high earning woman, to get a high value woman. Do I qualify for these high value women?" And then he's gonna tell you the stats of what you need to be to get this certain particular woman. When the women call in and they're saying, "I want this high value man," he's gonna tell you the certain stats where he feels like this is what these type of men typically go for, and this is what these type of women typically go for. So it's like sometimes it can be kind of equal, because even like when men say they're gonna go 50-50 or they don't have money, like he's literally said you have to pay the cost to be the boss. You're not getting a Rihanna thinking that you're working at Walmart. Rihanna's not going for the guy at Walmart. You need to be able to be this certain type of dude if you think you're going to get a Rihanna. So it's like if you are on a lower level, then you got to lower your standards. It seems like he tells everybody to lower their standards. You see what I'm saying? Like, if you ain't here, then you can't have this. but it's just like a bunch of regular people on there getting mad when he's talking about top 10% of the whole world, top 10%
Right.
of beautiful women, and the
But
top 10% of earners.
but Sherelle, you admit in your mind it sounds like he making up a bunch of shit. It just does. It just
It's just
it belies
for me.
logic.
It's just the part
And
about how.
right.
Why would another
Objection,
man
leading.
Let me
judge?
finish. No, that's not leading. And then you did. Can you confirm for me? Did you hear him make the statement about the man on man?
Yeah, he said that we should advocate for men being with men.
Okay.
That was like a
All
title
right.
of a show.
I just want to
Whoa,
make
whoa,
sure.
whoa,
I
whoa!
know you
Please
guys didn't
elaborate.
hear it.
Sherelle
I know
is
you guys
good.
didn't hear it. We're gonna
What
find the
did he say,
video
Sherelle?
and
Because I
give
want
the
to hear this.
timestamp.
He's just saying that he made like a whole live about like just how they need to be advocating for men to be with men.
We're
or
gonna give you the
whatever.
timestamp, and when we give you the timestamp, it's not to come back at you. It's just the fact to say
I'm not saying that he didn't say it. I just
the
want to hear
whole
what it is in
channel.
context that he said.
Doesn't matter what context he said. He was serious about it. He wasn't bullshit.
Hey, listen.
Context always matters.
He was like,
Always.
women are not acting right, and if women ain't acting right, we need to start right, Sherelle? Women ain't acting right. If women ain't acting right, we need to start advocating men to be
For
with
men
men.
to be with men.
So I was like, okay.
Oh,
And I'm
okay.
an ally of the community. I ain't seen nothing wrong with what he said. But he said what he said.
Was he being facetious or was he being serious?
No, he's been
He said he
To be
actually
honest,
wait. Yo, stop. So watch this, Rico. We recognize in this big, beautiful world that words make a difference.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes, sir.
Pay close attention. Pay close attention. If you were a guy that liked to start off in doggy, then move into missionary, and then go with a little choking, you know, I would advocate for you as long as it was all consensual.
Okay.
Right. Okay. So let me tell you what the actual phrase was. He didn't say to advocate for men to be with men. Here was the words. You left something out. He said advocating for men who want to be with men.
Okay.
There's a difference, and you know it.
Okay.
No, he actually
Wait, hold on 1 second. Let me
men
finish.
who wanted to be with men. That's not his words.
There's that's the exact word. Google it.
men that
Go
already
pull it
wanna
up.
be with
They
men.
wait, hold on 1 second. They literally said I'm looking at it, and it all said advocating, because remember, I said that I never found it, I never heard it, right? I hadn't watched him in months.
So he's an ally.
Hold on 1 second. You the one that said that. You talking about timestamps, so I'm going and pulling up all the videos.
Okay.
They said Kevin Samuels advocating for men who want to be with men.
Right.
All right.
Okay.
So what
Fair.
I'm stating that want to be or want
to be
you
with men.
understand that makes it a categorically different assertion that
I
you're
agree.
making. Would you agree?
I agree.
Okay, that's the only
I
thing
agree.
I wanted to
So
get
all
on
I'm
the table.
so what you're saying is then he's an ally of the LGBT community.
Bro, I'm not saying nothing. I'm saying exactly what I told you. Come on now, man.
No,
Listen.
no. But
No,
I'm
no,
saying-
you're telling me. Listen, man. You're not my wife. Come
No,
on, man. You
I'm
know
not
what
your
it is.
wife. I'm
When
saying-
I say it like that, you can use. Oh, so you're saying that? No.
what
All I
I'm
said
saying
was that the words that you said was different than I'm looking at. That's what I said. All I said is that you left out a word. By me saying
I
you left out a word, you telling me that I said he's.
No, I left out a word. But if in fact
If
he
conflation
said,
was a person.
excuse me, but Chef, you being disingenuous. If he said we meaning him and others should advocate, meaning that we should support, we should fight for, we should march for men who already want to be with men, that makes him a fucking ally. You can't twist away from that. I didn't say he said men to be with men.
Let's say that he is an ally. What does that
Wait,
mean?
hold on 1 second, Vic. Let me just say this. You know what's funny?
Lifestyle.
You know what's funny? Let me tell you something that's real funny, Rico. If I'm telling you something about a particular topic and you told me you know nothing about it, you know what I would do is I would be like, yo, you know what? You probably need to go check this out, bro. Let's just drop it. You probably need to check it out, bro, because I want you to check it out, and then we talk. Let's just let it go, brother. I'm gonna let you go check it out. But what you're doing is you're bringing up a set of words that we stated we never heard. Right,
I said you didn't hear.
Right. So then, at this point, if we tell you that we have no sonic resonance or mental absorption or understanding of the existence of that set of words, at this point, you can't hold us accountable to some shit we ain't hear.
You accountable. I'm just asking you, what do those words mean to you?
The words. What difference does it matter if we didn't hear it and we don't know the context that it was delivered in?
What do those words mean to you if you read them on a piece of paper? If I read those words on a piece of paper,
let's go with his premise, Chef.
Let's
go with his premise.
If I read them on a piece of paper, what would those words mean to you if you read them? You don't have to hear them. You don't have to see the speaker. If you read those words on a piece of paper, what
Rico, let's go with your premise.
Mean to you? That's it.
Let's go with your premise, and let's just say that he is a supporter of the LGBT community. Let's say that that's a fact. Let's say that that's a fact based on what he said. Even though that's even though I'm saying just for the sake of argument, let's say that that's exactly what he said and exactly what he meant. Okay. Now, what does that mean to you? To you, nothing. In the context of the value of the message that he's sending to the people who aren't LGBT.
No, it means nothing because I'm a supporter. That's the whole point. I'm an ally to that community.
So that's a completely different statement than what you said that he's advocating for men to be with men. He's advocating for the men who already want to be with men, which completely changes the statement. And you just said that you have the same position.
Excuse me.
What is the point of saying that?
I said I'm a supporter of that community. He said we need to advocate. He used the word. I didn't.
Are you saying that we shouldn't?
No, I don't advocate for them. I respect their rights to be.
Yeah, Vic, let's play this game. Yo, Rico. So, question: do you advocate for men who want to be with men to go and be with women?
No, I don't advocate for anybody to be with anybody.
No. I'm asking you: would you prefer men who want to be with men to go and marry and be with women? Yes or no?
No, Chef. I do not advocate for anybody to be
I didn't say advocate. I said, would you prefer? Yes or no? It's a yes or no. You gotta have a yes or a no somewhere in there. Would you prefer that
women? No.
Would you prefer that men that preferred women? I mean, men that preferred men be with women.
That would be bisexual men. No, I don't. I don't prefer.
So okay, everybody. Okay.
I don't prefer it.
Rico advocates for gay men being with gay men, y'all. Rico is
don't do that.
I hear Rico rage.
All right, they sending you your rainbow flags now.
You know what I'm saying? That's a crazy.
All right, walk easy now. Y'all chill out.
Okay, that's a hot mess right there. That's a hot mess.
Red pill rage.
What you just said.
Hey, that's Rico's fault. Rico, why you trying to make this man gay? You supporting all the nonsense narratives that they putting out there on this man. That's a black brother. Then you say you support your black brothers.
The reality is,
why would you down talk that man publicly? That's worse than asking him about his dick size. And that's just straight up.
That's y'all trying to wiggle his ass out of shit that he said, rather than holding him accountable for his words.
If it don't matter, then what the fuck does it matter? If what he said don't matter towards the question,
it don't matter. So can we move on to the next question, please?
I just told you what he said. Y'all got defensive about
you know you got that shit wrong. Now you said you own up the rest of the shit. Own up to this now. You got it wrong. You made a thing, switched it up. Now let's go back. What's up, Dave?
Rico, you tripping. They got defensive because you got offensive.
Right. Well, everybody get mad when you talk about the Godfather.
But Rico, I love you, but there was no point to be made. If he's advocating men to be with men, it doesn't matter. Because there's nothing wrong with that.
Nothing. I told you I'm an ally of the community.
So for you to bring up the point makes it seem like, well, if he's doing that, we need to hold him accountable. Accountable to what?
No, it was just to point out
for consenting adults to do consenting adult things.
You're right. You're correct. Again,
The Godfather is a made man.
let me
You
explain
can't kill
something
him.
to you guys. Let me explain something to you guys.
RShaun is the Godfather.
Let me explain something to you on this platform. You guys got
Factual.
2 fucking apologies out of me where I admit that I was wrong.
Hot damn.
You got 2 apologies
Does
out of me.
I have a
admitted
question.
I was wrong.
I have a question. Does the Godfather have a ring that you men kiss?
Oh, here we go. See, now here we go.
It's
Now, see, this
recorded.
I'm just asking a
Shame,
question.
insults,
Okay.
guilt,
I'm
and the
asking
need
a
to be
question.
All I'm
I am
saying is,
asking a
Wow.
Hey,
question.
hey, I will
I'm
turn back
asking
up.
a
Wow.
Don't
question.
let me be clear.
So,
I can ask a
Rico,
question.
let me answer that question for you, OG. First things first.
Thank you.
I'm gonna answer this question. First thing, no. Second thing, I'm actually not a fan of the man. Thirdly, I have not watched his show in months. Okay, so just the fact that I choose to utilize free thought and my mental capacity to feel the way and my ability to chew the meat and spit out the bone, I don't think that I should be judged or even, I mean, come on, do you understand what that is? You know, that's
No.
ad hominem. You just hit us with an ad hominem because of the fact that we are actually thinking philosophically what's going on and thinking about what the man is saying. We don't have to support him. I'm not a supporter. I've never sent a penny to the man's Patreon. I've never sent a penny in the super chat. I listened to him. You know, it's funny. Myself and my lady listened to him back in October, and we listened to him for a couple of months. Then we transitioned over to MTR, and then, you know, La Peef, and then that's how I end up on YouTube. So the whole point I'm saying is, he was good for what he was good for. I don't worship the man at all, but you know, I know what's right and I know what's wrong. And just because I like or don't like somebody, it doesn't mean that it's going to hamper my scales of justice or my perspectives on what's right and wrong or what I agree and don't agree with. Someone that's evil could say the right thing.
Okay, I respect that, but the question I asked was literally
right twice a day.
The question I asked was literally a yes or no, and for you to give me a long drawn out
I told you no
answer.
Women don't
For me,
listen.
it's like it hit something. It's like it hit something. Because I'm gonna either say yes or no.
Come on,
so the long drawn out answer, Chef.
OG, don't commit.
That
Don't
you
commit.
had
It's
to
a trap.
go in detail.
Chill, Vic. Vic,
Calm down, gentlemen. Calm down. Calm down.
No, we're good. This is
down.
passion. What I'm saying to you is this. I started off telling you I'm gonna give you the answer, the yes or no answer, and I gave it to you, right? So now I gave you that yes or no answer, and then I provided you with the context. What your response tells me is that it tells me less that the context meant nothing and more that the context actually meant something. And because it meant
because you
didn't
have to, because either you rock or you don't, and that's fine. And even
what does that mean? Rock or you don't? What does that mean? You have to rock or you don't. You can't say that. What is that? It's like some
I'm saying
rock.
I'm saying either you rock with them or you don't, right? So if
that's the way you move. That's the way you move. I don't rock with anybody. The thing
now, why
is,
would you say I move like that? You see how you deflecting now?
Watch this. If Adolf Hitler
you're deflecting and you're getting defensive.
If Adolf Hitler said 2 + 2 is 4, and I feel he's an evil being, is that wrong?
Chef, I asked the question and you said no. And then you went into another thing. I respect the fact that you said, you know, you could take what you take from them and the rest, you know, you don't. The whole chew the meat and spit out the bones. I can respect that.
Okay.
Because there's people like that, you know, that I'm on panels with, that I rock with, that I rock with somebody don't mean I have to agree with everything they say. I can definitely respect that you're saying that. I just asked the question simply kind of being a little, you know, facetious, but okay. I just wanted you gentlemen to answer the question is all.
Okay, time out.
Thank you though. I appreciate your answer.
One moment, Chef. Okay, because this is a very important thing for this platform. Because that's what, maybe y'all didn't read my script, as somebody said earlier, but that was a very important part of my script, was about you guys, the community, holding us accountable. And when I say something that's wrong or I get fact checked, it's about we immediately correct, own up to, apologize. I'm going to say I was wrong or I'm sorry. And until I go do some research. Now, if I come and do some research, I'm going to come back on your ass twice as hard if I was right. But in the interim, in the moment, I don't want the fact that I did say I was sorry, I was incorrect about something, to be dismissed. That's what I want more of throughout the community. No matter who to include the Nighthawks. If y'all say some shit that's fucked up and somebody check you on it and you can't validate it, roll up and
Hey,
say,
R'Shaun, how did we meet, brother?
No, I'm not saying you did.
Nah, hold on, time out.
Did.
Hey, I want to say I appreciate you for even taking the time out to apologize and show us an example as an OG that even it's fine for a man to apologize when he's wrong, even on a public platform. R'Shaun, real quick, tell them how we met. How did we meet?
I'm pretty sure that was conversation with King, wasn't it?
What happened? Did we have a misunderstanding of sorts?
Man, I don't know. Probably.
So the whole thing was somebody had been trying to haze me on another platform. And when I came to conversations with King, Brother RShaun was in the chat doing his thing. How he get down. He's a very funny brother. Everybody knows that.
And I got you too? Oh.
King called him out. I co-signed King because I thought he was the same brother that was hazing me on the other platform. I mixed his name up with someone else.
Now I remember.
I made sure that I caught up with that brother because I went back to that tape to review because he said, hey, man, you got the wrong man. It wasn't me. I went back to the tape, reviewed it, looked through the live chat to be sure. And I said, well, goddamn, he's right. I could have blew it off and said, hell, he's just denying it. But I wanted to see if I was correct because I would never want to press a man like that and be incorrect.
Right.
So what I did was my due diligence.
Awesome.
Then I made a special point to, since I publicly came at my brother, I made sure I made a public apology when my brother was there present to hear it. Which is why we can have this conversation with no animosity under it.
That's fucking awesome.
That's
Vic.
respect. That's
it
respect.
blows me away. It blows me away to see that you do that naturally and authentically. You know, and that's a thing where I told RShaun before we even started this. I'm like, look, man, I'm about telling the truth. If I'm talking out the side of my ass and I get told I'm wrong, I'm going to own up to it. And if your ass get caught, you going to own up to it too. I'm not about hiding my mistakes. I'm not about that. Put them out publicly. Let's discuss them. Let's move forward. So I appreciate you, Vic. You know, you authentic with it. The Nighthawks, I know y'all real about y'all shit. I know y'all be set on your point. But again, I ask any content creator, leave the space for, okay, I know what I know, but I always tell everybody it's more shit I don't know than I do know. And I could be wrong about some things. I leave the space and the grace, and if I'm shown that I'm wrong, I have an obligation to come back and speak to the same audience that listened to me when I said the wrong shit, to say, hey, I was wrong about what I said. So like what Chef got me ass on earlier, which y'all got me on later, I was wrong both times. I assumed something, I projected, I was wrong. Y'all said y'all didn't know, you didn't fucking know. I was wrong for me to project that, and hopefully I'll be better going forward, not projecting that on the next guest, and so on and so forth. So I thank you guys. I salute you. Keep us accountable. But we're going to continue to press you all and the community to hold everybody else to the same account. That's what we're going to do. That's what this conversation was about. It's holding KS accountable for shit. So the same way y'all check me on the spot, the next time you hear him say some slick shit out his mouth, I expect that same energy, gentlemen.
So Rico, you don't need any of that energy. I don't have to give any of that energy. No. I'm just saying I don't have to give any of that energy for that man, right? I'm a humble person. I'm 49 years old, gonna be 50 in August, right? So when you break down what he states fits into that HVM category, right? What's funny is I didn't think about it. I fit into there, right? But in the way that my mind works, my soul, my ecosystem, I still don't consider myself a high value man.
Me neither.
I'm still growing. I'm still growing. Okay. I do not subscribe to all of the ethos of what he states. I don't. The thing is, there's some shit that he said that brought a lot of people together. And one of the main questions out of all of the questions was asked was he more helpful or harmful? Something to that effect. I believe he was more helpful. Even something as simple as even within my relationship, there were certain conversations, there were certain vernacular that were created. You know, something as simple as feminine energy versus masculine energy, right? Do you understand that provided a level of articulation where people the guy used to just think, oh, she's being an asshole. But now he's able to articulate it in a certain way. There's women that I know that watched him was like, yo, I realized when I would talk to my man what I was doing. Even my old lady was like, she said, damn, I started realizing certain things like, man, you know, it created conversations, bro. It created conversations. Sometimes people have a tendency when there's a time and a need for a cure within an ecosystem and homeostasis, which is the natural equilibrium of the ecosystem healing itself when it happens. Some people tend to rage against the catalyst, right? But within a paradigm shift, you know, within change, there's evolution, which is one end of the spectrum, and then the other end of the spectrum is revolution. Evolution is more gradual and timely, like the drops of water on the stone. Revolution is more violent and raging to pull people more to the center from the other side. And sometimes the revolutionary voices rub people the wrong way. Why? Because that's what they were supposed to do. And it brought out other voices. The revolutionaries scream, and then all of a sudden, after the revolutionary scream, you just shut your mouth and you listen and you see what doors and windows open and who screams out too and whose fists start to pump in the air too when they hear that message that resonates within their soul. It ain't for everybody, brother. It's not for everybody. And that's why he eats. Because there's people that are not able to articulate those words and express those feelings. And he's saying something that they feel, and they will send $100 out of their $800 paycheck to him. So we need to start thinking to the psychology of these people, and what they lack and what they need, instead of looking at him. Because obviously something he's saying is resonating. Because guess what? I only got 423 subscribers, so the shit I'm saying ain't doing nothing. So obviously my balance shit don't mean nothing. There's more people that are feeling the pain that he's talking about, bro.
Can
I hop in real quick?
But that's the authenticity versus the performative. Go ahead, 100 Watts.
I think that we just had a very great moment. I think we had a very lovely moment. So I want to ask a random question to the panel. Sweet potato pie or pumpkin pie?
Okay.
Sweet potato all day.
No.
Sweet
We're
potato.
going to yellow. We're going to yellow. He ain't saying nothing in a while.
It's not an argument.
My bad. I was over here watching booty shaking videos on Instagram. What's going on?
So you don't want no kind of
nephew.
I was listening. Yeah. I was listening, but I was like,
He don't want sweet potato or pumpkin. He want apple pie. Go ahead, sir.
I was watching some cakes. I prefer cakes. How about that? I prefer cakes.
No, but seriously, all
prefer cakes. No, sweet potato. Pumpkin pie is for the devil.
Give us your thoughts
he remixed that shit.
that we've been talking about. We want to hear your. So we're going to come to you and Cheryl first on the next question because you guys have been quiet for a minute, and we don't want you guys to be disengaged. And I apologize for it, but we just, we get into these deep philosophical debates, and we can go all fucking night. Y'all ain't here just to listen to us. Y'all here to engage. So we want to make sure you're engaged. But just give us your thoughts on how the conversations have been going for you. Have you gotten anything out of it? What do you think? Talk about what you want, sir.
Just for me, real quick, we need to understand that context matters. You gotta stop looking for reasons to discredit the messenger and just accept the message sometimes. I kind of, everybody kind of covered mostly what I was gonna say. Just we need to really start knowing the whole situation. You know what I mean? At least like 80% of what's going on, context does matter. I will say that. So I just kind of leave it at that because everything kind of been said until we get to the next question. Everything kind of been said. So.
Okay, good. Thank you. Look, we appreciate you for being here. Please stay with us, Mr. Yellow. We almost at the end of the stream, and you've been a fucking huge help, brother. Thank you for our first stream. I can't, you're a star. You're going on our star. You got VIP privileges moving forward. You and Lady Sherelle from the House of Sherelle, who about to drop some gems on us. Come on, Lady Sherelle. You didn't cam up for me, so you better give me some knowledge. Sherelle?
I'm sorry, I was on mute.
Oh, see, so you don't love me no more.
You're watching them booty shake videos on Instagram too, huh? Yeah, I know.
No.
Come on, Lady Sherelle from the House of Sherelle. Drop some gems on us. Or cam up. Make up your mind.
RShaun said Sherelle's avatar may be here, but she's probably moderating 8 other streams. I am. I'm literally in 6 other chats. But what y'all want me to say?
I want you to tell us how you felt our first stream went, what you think about the topics we talked about. Talk about whatever you want to talk about, Lady Sherelle. I mean, just are we even cracking the code of discussing things that you think are relevant or that need to be discussed and in a way that it should be discussed? From your because I know you're a great chat person. And,
yes, okay, so this is my thing. I'm in a lot of different spaces. I hear a lot of stuff that I don't like to hear, but I stay to listen anyway. I don't necessarily feel like one side has to die. I feel like right now in this space we have extreme left, extreme right. I do feel like after a while the dust will settle and it'll be great because of it, because I just feel like we're in a different time. I don't necessarily feel like we should dismiss what people feel, because I don't want to negate the fact that even some of these men that are in the deepest of red pill rage, they have a reason to feel how they feel. Just like some women who are in their deepest parts of hatred, they have some reason to feel how they feel. And it's like a diary. It's like Oprah. Everybody's just getting their feelings out right now, trying to come to some conclusion. So I don't think that we should be, I'm learning to not just be as dismissive to what we don't want to hear. And sometimes, yeah, a lot of people are pulling shit out their ass, but you got to keep on debunking them. But you gotta listen, and you gotta see the bigger picture. You can't look at it from one side. You start looking at things from the bigger picture, and then you'll be, you know what I'm saying? You'll get the bigger picture, and that's the whole point. That's how we're gonna come to a solution. And I don't necessarily think that none of us can see it, but I think every time we have these conversations, we're planting seeds. We're planting seeds of understanding. And you know how I always say, like, if I plant seeds tomorrow for an apple tree to grow, it's not going to be there the next day. It's going to take time for anything to grow, anything to harvest. It's going to take time. So, but I feel like every time we have these conversations that we're planting the seeds. And I just feel like at the end of the day, what we're doing right now, we're putting in the work. Because the same man that might have some harsh things to say about women might just have really good financial advice. Everything is like you can take a little bit from everywhere. So it's like, and some of it really makes sense because even if you don't want to play the game, know the rules, or you're gonna keep on losing. So I want to know what my op feel like. Just imagine, like now you get to see what your op feel like. Now you get to see what people who hate you feel like, or people that dislike you or have an issue with you feel like, instead of somebody just like being sneaky about it.
Okay, Sherelle, can I ask you one quick question?
Mm-hmm.
So you told me about the landscape. I wouldn't ask you about the landscape. I was asking you about me and RShaun, our program.
Well, you and RShaun are great.
So
okay?
no, I want to know what you think about this first program. I mean, I want the brutal honesty. Like, what, we got to be more salacious and more scandalous. I mean, we're not going to be it, but I want to know as a viewer, what do you think? Me and RShaun might show up in fucking thongs next Wednesday. Who knows?
Whoa,
Don't show
pause.
up in thongs. Don't do
But
that.
what I'm sitting there saying is, I'm just saying, it's like,
Okay, watch. Kevin Samuel's gonna get that clip, and then they're gonna be talking about you next week.
They gonna fire your ass
no
up.
fucking context for your ass.
One thing
None.
I know,
what you say,
one thing I know, Sherelle,
No context.
is,
There you
Sherelle,
go.
you are a diehard viewer. And that's the thing that I think a lot of people don't do. They don't tap into your brain and viewers like you to see what y'all think and what y'all want. And my question is this content boring? Is it too intellectual? If me and RShaun's gonna be who we are, and whoever rock with us, we don't want to give a damn. But I can maybe try to say, okay, let's listen to the viewers a little bit, because I'm not doing that performative junk. I'm not doing it. I don't care if you ask for it, but I just want to know, is that what our audience wants? What do you think?
Okay, look at me. I like the way I'm positioned right here in the middle of y'all. Y'all like that? I like that. Okay, but look, listen.
That's
Rico,
what she said.
Rico is Rico. And Rico, you from the home team. You from the Facebook group. And you give it up. You see what I'm saying? And RShaun, you will make whoever hosting the show pause their show to address you in the chat. You understand what I'm saying? Real like troll life, but now you're on screen. So I'm all for the trolls being on screen because I'm a troll. You know what I'm saying? So don't change. Stay with y'all. Stay. You know what I'm saying? Don't let everybody try to get you. Keep the pushback because we need the pushback. Don't y'all eliminate echo chambers. Nobody's coming here with a talking point without the proof. Nobody's coming here creating it to be an echo chamber. And a lot of times you may not see it now, but this is what we're going to need at the end, because everybody's in their echo chamber. The only difference is me, I move to every echo chamber. So I need a break. If I get too much red pill, I'm gonna have to go listen to Cynthia G. Yeah, it's wicked, but it needs to be balanced, right? So it's like,
yo, everybody's
not gonna do that. Everybody's not gonna go in these places.
Abort black babies. Come on, man.
Yo,
everybody's not gonna go in different places. So
wow, who said that? Yo, can I
Cynthia G said that all black male babies should be aborted.
She said it.
Yeah. Did we cancel her?
Now, remember, Rico, hold on. Rico, remember, consistency time.
What did Kevin Samuel say?
My name is Sergeant Chef with the Consistency Police.
All
right? You just enveloped sweet Sherelle in the bosom of your love. All right? And the bosom of Abraham too, right? Right? Okay. So watch this. Watch this. My brother, she just stated that she seeks solace from a particular area. Hold on. She just told you that she seeks solace in her own words. No context needed. Her own words. Right. She stated she seeks solace from a certain area in the arms of a person that stated that all black male babies should be aborted.
Sir, she's on the list.
Don't overtalk him. Don't overtalk him.
She gonna get the same fucking smoke for her toxic, fucked up views and statements that she said.
They're both on the list.
She is on the list without a doubt.
Yeah,
Sherelle kissing the ring.
And
So,
her.
so are we trying to get her canceled or something, or what?
I'm not trying to get Kevin canceled. I'm trying to point out the
Okay.
toxic shit that they say.
Yes.
Period.
Like
So what
Kevin
should we
said,
do with this information? What should we do with this information if we accept your premise?
If the viewers would absorb the information with critical thinking, they would stop watching this shit, and it would be a self-cancellation. No viewers.
So you think his small audience should reconsider watching his content?
If the viewers would stop watching their shit, that's a self-cancellation without me seeking to cancel.
Rico, what if I told you that 10 people? What if I told you 10 people?
Chef, hold on, Chef.
See the show.
Chef, hold on. We got to get the one
Hold up,
community.
best over there.
Yeah, we got to get the one community. Go ahead, one community.
all right. See, I don't agree with Kevin or Cynthia. I snapped my finger and Thanos snapped them both the hell out of here if it was up to me. I wouldn't quit one. I'd clip them both. It was up to me. All right. They both say right things, but they both say wrong things. Okay. Kevin Samuel said if a woman is like 100 and something, 50 pounds, she need to give up and go out somewhere. What about your child, your daughter growing up right now? She's 100 and something pounds. What happened? He's about to give your child some issues in her brain, thinking that she's not a beautiful person in her skin. These kinds of conversations happen. Anything that take away from us as a whole needs to go. Okay? Cynthia and Kevin could go get the double. They could get the double actions. Okay? That's how that go with me. Okay? I think they both make good points, like the manosphere and the womansphere, but where does it get us? Them people been in that vacuum of a conversation for a couple of years and it don't go nowhere. And it keep getting more violent, like how you said, you're talking about aborting the black babies, and we want to put these insecurity on our women and insecurity on our young women, because Kevin is not really coming to hurt the older people. He's coming to hurt our children, the daughters that we have, because those are the people that's going to develop a lot of these insecurities. A lot of our older women already have them already. But you see, our young people can be saved and they can be grabbed. So we need to watch what's being spilled and spewed out to our children. So we have to understand we're not going to cater for anybody. They both make right points, and they both need to go get clipped. That's my point.
Mr. One Community, thank you, sir. 100,000 fucking %.
Can I go? Okay. Let's go to 100 watts, because I haven't heard 100 watts in a minute. Watts, what's good, baby?
In listening to the way that he so eloquently stated that, I mean, at this point, honestly, I'm gonna have to ride with one community. If just based on as we've developed through this conversation, like, I mean, as a father, thinking about if my daughter was to be on YouTube receiving his content right now at the age of 10, I can very much see how that is damaging as fuck. Like now that he because that was an explanation, because everybody's given a lot of different explanations, but he spoke it to a way that I understood it, and that's just where I stand.
Goddamn, Watts, stay in the car, okay? Just stay in the car. I got this. One community, my brother. Real quick, have you ever seen any of the episodes? Because there's multiple episodes where they're having a conversation. Is the caller that calls in? He always asks them, the very first thing he asked them is, how old are you? Before we had this conversation, how old are you? If they say I think 21 is really his cutoff. If they say they're 19 or 20, he says, you're a little too young for this conversation.
Okay.
But depending on how they carry themselves, he'll hold a basic cut down conversation for them. And his candor is much different. And what he generally his advice generally is, where's your father? Why are you listening to me? Listen to your father. Don't listen to me.
Mm-hmm.
So that is a pressing point that he makes a point to do every time a young caller calls in. So that expresses how he feels about our girls and our daughters. It expresses how he feels about our family, because he's pushing for marriage. He's not pushing for hookups. He believes in the black family. And that's the problem. And that's why our young man, this is the shit your daddy should have taught you.
Okay.
So he's a complete man. Nobody's all good or all bad. So what do you say to that, bro?
I get that. Hold on. Let me take.
Hold on, you gotta let one community get that.
Right, Vic. Let me get you right there, Vic. I look.
Hold on, bro. Hold on, one. I gotta welcome Dawn Harden to the stream. Hey, sister. Welcome, Dawn Harden. Go ahead, one.
What's up, Don?
Right. I'm just saying though, right? And I'm not saying in the sense that he's just talking to young viewers, but we got to understand we're on YouTube. Everybody watch YouTube. We don't watch TV. Nobody watch TV anymore. So we're not going to play the game like everybody's not on YouTube. Our children are on YouTube, man. You beef too much with somebody, your kid might come on YouTube. We're all
You
on
isolating the point. You isolating the point.
So
You're
you
making the point.
You got to think about
we
the
have to monitor our input of our children.
Let me give you, Vic. Let me give you, Vic. Right?
I got you.
If I'm in the streets and I'm saying what I'm saying, right? Okay. It's people in the windows, you know. It's people that's on the next corner that I don't see, you know. It's multiple people that get this conversation that's coming out of my mouth. I have to learn that being outside, jumping out, acting all crazy. People see and listen and hear things, man. So we got to make sure that everything that we coming out of our mouth is precise in the right time so that it reach different people. It's like a teacher teaching in a class with multiple students, 30, 40 students, right? I have to teach in a way that I can teach all 40 students at the same time, unless I'm going to have to keep going to individual parts of the room to teach. And we're not in special ed here. You see what I'm saying?
Okay.
I'm just saying.
So do you advocate for censorship?
Huh?
Do you advocate for censorship?
Nah, I don't think things should be censored. I'm not a censored person myself. So I
So
don't think
what you're describing, would you describe as what you're describing as censorship?
I'm not describing that as censorship. I'm talking about when you make drastic statements talking about if a woman is 150 or 40 pounds or something, it's over for her and things like that. I think that's pretty crazy when people having daughters growing up in the world, like they could believe something like that. We could be beautiful however we want to be. Some people will never be skinny. Some people have big, they're just going to be the way they are. Some people, big body people, and that's just what it is. So what happens to those people? So those same statements don't fall on everybody.
He's going by the United States height weight chart index.
Mr. Freeze.
This is the same thing that they judge your kids by. This is where you get your statistic about how your country is obese. This is where everybody who's anybody goes by. Now, if you don't go by that, then that makes you the outlier. That makes you the cult.
Mr. Freeze, can I ask you a question? Why does he ask these ladies about their father?
To understand their relationship to men.
But he already knows that 80% of them don't have fathers.
Where did you get that?
No. That's what they hang his hat on. He already know 80% of them don't have fathers. So why is he asking a question?
That's a lie, Rico. You're making facts up now. He said 80% of the women file for divorce. He didn't say 80% of the women don't have fathers, Rico. You can't do that, Rico.
Okay, so the question.
The truth is not made of clay, Rico.
Let me ask you
charges to your leveling are not like charges.
The narrative that he put out now, if I find a video of him saying that 80% of black children are born to single mothers, if I find a video of him saying 80% of children, black children, are born to single mothers,
right, but it does not mean that they do not have fathers. A single mother, a single mother means a mother that is not married to the father, and the father may not live in the household.
He didn't mean to say that, Seth. He didn't mean to say that.
No. I listened to Rico on another thing. He also mentioned about the statistic that said that more than 60% of black fathers are in the lives of their children, of non-custodial black fathers in the lives of their children.
You don't have a stream of me saying that, sir.
So you don't remember that? Oh, no. Excuse me. That's right. You were debunking that. You were trying to debunk that statistic. That's right.
I was trying.
That's right. You do not have a stream. No. You're
right.
100%. Every child has
you were
a father,
debunking that one.
Because 100% of children have a father because can't be here if they don't have a father. I agree with that.
Give me this motherfucking wheel back. I got it.
Hold on. I got to get the brother RShaun, the OG Patrice, then Yellow. RShaun, what's good, bro? Talk to me.
All right. I lost my train of thought, man. Where was we at? I was listening to them go back and forth, man.
One community.
Woo. Okay.
About our daughters and Kevin Samuel's message to our daughters.
Jeff, that's 3 apologies, sir. That's 3. See how this work over here? That's 3 apologies. I was wrong 3 times, and I'm gonna say it live. I was wrong. I misspoke. I spoke too soon. But when I point out their shit, believe me, I got receipts. But that's 3 times. I'm not gonna go. I learned.
What did you point out that I was wrong about? That I need to apologize?
Hold on, Vic. Hold on, Vic. Rico, we're gonna get back to
You
y'all.
said when I point out their shit.
Hold on, Vic, Rico, hold on. We're gonna get back to y'all. I want y'all to
Can't level no playing, bro. I gotta get my face.
No. Write it down. We're gonna come right back to you. I gotta get to RShaun, OG Patrice, and Yella. Write it down. We coming right back to that after those 3. We coming right back to that. And I want to hear one community stance on this too. Go ahead, RShaun.
I don't really have a thing about what one community said about the daughters. I'm gonna just give my answer to number 12 and take it back to number 10 because I didn't get to answer that one. So number 10, I would not Thanos snap him away, and I'm gonna tell you why. Number 10, has he taught you anything directly or indirectly? I wrote that question because I never gave my personal stance. I needed Kevin Samuels because I am one of those dudes that did not have a father, did not have a father figure, did not have a role model. That's why he resonated with me. He wasn't a surrogate father, but I never really heard a man speak about things in the Black community. I just never really heard, other than my friends, but I mean, they were peers. I never heard an older gentleman talk about things as it related to in the Black community, relationships. It just wasn't what I got, other than like sitcoms, the Huxtables, stuff like that. But I mean, some that was a real person. That was my first time really hearing it. So for me, I'm gonna tell you what happened in July. It was around July of last year. He had a series about men. He actually talked to men. I wasn't on when he was talking to men the first time around. I came in at average at best. But he came back around to men again, gave him a week. And he talked about something. I don't remember what it was, but at some point he got to power. It was PMS. Power, money, and probably sex, something like that. But the P for power. He talked about how you can't expect to be doing anything in your community if you don't have power. You won't be useful. At the same time, I was listening to Jordan Peterson, and he talked about stuff like clean your room, 12 rules for life. Man, he talked about these 2 principles or whatever, nihilism and existentialism. I had lived most of my life hopeless. Lived most of my life like self-destructive. That was me. Up into my 40s, like dead serious. I had never really given it an honest try. But what they talk about is you're going to suffer. Jordan Peterson talks about this a lot. You're going to suffer whether you do nothing or whether you do something. So at the same time in July, when I heard those 2 messages and they hit me at the right time, the right frequency, whatever happened, I decided to do something for myself at that point. I didn't have like a doctor's prognosis or death. I was like, I would rather live of my own choosing than allow life to continue happening to me. So Kevin Samuels was instrumental for me to changing up to the point of I actually started doing, even for my physical health. I'm as big as I am. I, in October, started cutting out sugar. So I lost since October, or same time King started up. Since October, I've lost 12 pounds just by changing the sugar consumption. Nothing else. Not even exercising or anything else. I mean, but just that little bit. I mean, just that little bit, that little message, that little bit of encouragement, that little bit of pushback, like making you think like, what are you really going to do for your family or your community if you can't even do anything for yourself? And that just stuck with me. And it made me think. And again, I was listening to multiple people because I knew I was searching for an answer because, again, I was in a hopeless space. So he means I don't listen to him anymore, but his message was important to me at that time in my life. So I can't get rid of him because there's probably somebody else that's searching too. So those are my answers.
I dig you, man. Salute to you, man.
Brother RShaun. Salute to you, bro. I have like a who knows. I got some health stuff going on too. We've talked about it. But you say you wanted to answer number 12, so I'm gonna put that up there.
No, that was my answer for 12 and 10. I wouldn't get rid of them with 12, and then the rest of them were 10.
Most definitely.
You got to answer. It's on you, Mr.
Right now, I'm just passing the ball. I'm the assist man.
You need to take a shot.
I'll rock out on the other times, but
I'm gonna
pass it. That's OG.
Yeah. We're going to OG Patrice, Yella, and then y'all can finish
Sherelle, and then we'll go back.
Yeah. Sherelle too. I'm gonna get to Sherelle too in a second. But yeah, OG Patrice, speak to
Can you
us.
guys hear me?
We
Yes,
most
ma'am.
definitely can. Yes. Thank you, sister.
Okay, because I'm stringing, but I want to say this to all the men that feel that Kevin Samuel played a pivotal part in their life in helping them in some shape, form, or fashion. All power to you and respect. I would just say, in my humble opinion, that as especially as Black people, we have to be really, really careful with not falling into the people that drink the Kool-Aid again, because you have some charismatic person that pulls you in by your emotions, and sometimes you don't know the left from the right. And when I say drink the Kool-Aid, it's because I know our community don't have a culture. It's not strong anymore. We don't have a code of conduct. So we all are seeking something, right? And when I say don't drink the Kool-Aid, is the prime example is Jim Jones effect. That's the Jim Jones effect when we say don't drink the Kool-Aid, because we can listen and consume so much in us till we literally let it run our lives by listening to somebody else that pulls us in to that very thing that feeds us the Kool-Aid that can be to our detriment. But for the ones that say that what they got out of Kevin Samuels on the positive, fine. If you can decipher between chewing the meat and spitting out the bones, fine. But if it becomes a problem where it has changed your very core of your being and who you are as a man, and you so engulfed in the psyche of that philosophy, that's where it can become dangerous, because you to your detriment, you definitely can drink the Kool-Aid and end up like the people of Jim Jones. And I don't mean literally, I just mean figuratively. So that's the thing that for me that I worry about with our Black people is how much of the knowledge they're getting in them as opposed to the negative. And just the way that they gonna be holding Cynthia G accountable, they need to do the same for Kevin Samuels, because he's not perfect either. And he say things as well that are like I said, questionable or whatever. But sometimes I think we're in this space where people actually are really afraid to say something about people that have a big platform, and the majority of the people love them because they afraid to be hated by the same majority of those people. And that's another problem in the Black community that I'm noticing, especially in these YouTube streets. It's like, I ain't gonna say no name, but y'all know who I'm talking about. I ain't gonna say no name, but like, really? Where they do that at? We in 5th grade? Because I think you're afraid to say, to go against the grain, because you're going to be judged by all those people from that person's platform. I really
Put
do.
a name on it,
I do.
OG. Put a stamp on it. Put an address on it,
No,
OG.
I'm speaking. I'm speaking in general now. I'm speaking
Okay,
in
I got
general
you
of
now.
what I've been seeing on a lot of spaces but I'm saying this is the thing that I'm afraid of with the Black community, because we get caught up in all of that. We get caught up in the charlatans. We get caught up in the charismatic speaking of people, the way they pull you in and draw you in by your emotions. They know better than the poverty pimping preachers, in my humble opinion. So we
Question
have
for
to be
you,
careful
OG.
what we feed ourselves to our very detriment sometimes. I'm not, because I'm noticing like some of these people are putting these people on pedestals, like for real, for real. So I'm wondering, are y'all going out there in y'all real life and doing this, or is it all false flagging?
Yeah, that's fact. That's facts.
Hold on, Chef. I know you got a question for OG Patrice, but hold on. Let me get to Yella and Sherelle, and then we're gonna close in about 20 minutes, y'all. All right, about 20 minutes, about to close out. But Yella, speak to us, brother. Where you at with it?
All right, so I'm gonna try to make it quick. So I'm trying to hit like 3 points real quick. One, I'll answer number 12. So I think I got a decent answer for that. It would be harmful to snap away Kevin Samuels and everything all his content, because something even greater is gonna come out of this. You know what I mean? We done talked about a lot of planting seeds and all that. And I truly believe that's what it's gonna be. Something greater, somebody with a little more refined, a little more palatable message is probably gonna be the one to get it through. Right. Another thing I kind of wanted to hit on was I can't remember exactly who said there's a lot of people going, but somebody was saying how his content would be detrimental to young girls. If your 12-year-old daughter has made it down the rabbit hole far enough to find Kevin Samuels and he's the one that do it, I doubt it's gonna happen. Trust me, because it's a way more visual bad influences that she got to deal with before she get to Kevin Samuels. It's way more encouraged bad influences. Let me say it like that. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's too many Megan Thee Stallions and Cardi B's and Asian dolls and all these other women that would be able to influence her before she get to Kevin Samuels. You know what I'm saying? I would think that if she make it to Kevin Samuels, hopefully she going to learn, because ain't nothing she gonna learn on the back end with all them other women. You know what I mean? And real quick touch on some OG Patrice said. We for sure got to hold the ones we rock with accountable the same way. So I'm with holding Kevin Samuels accountable for some of the things he say. Like I'll put it like this: if I had to make one particular thing, and this is a problem with a lot of male creators, you know, the male in the manosphere. These fools be trying to be too vague in their explanations. You know what I'm saying? So when he say something like men don't cheat, we exercise options, he's not giving the other side what he say, well, we don't have to exercise options, but we can. He's specifically leaving out that part so he can rile up the crowd. You know what I'm saying? So you like, what you mean men can exercise options? You know what I mean? And you gotta, it is a way to kind of kick off some BS. But I will say this though: if we gonna hold them accountable, let's hold them accountable for what it's doing. Let's attack the issue and not the character. Because one thing I was gonna speak on earlier was the whole him having an alternative lifestyle. It's the weirdest thing that being gay is what we try to shame black men with. You know what I'm saying? Like, how in the hell? Like, I'll truly be surprised that the LGBT people do not speak up, because y'all couldn't weaponize my motherfucking I'm sorry, y'all couldn't weaponize my journey. You know what I'm saying? That's like backwards hate speech. You know what I'm saying? That's like backwards hate speech. You know what I'm saying? Gay people fall a lot for what? You know what I'm saying? For what they get. So for you to turn around and use their life to shame black men as if being a gay black man is something wrong, then what are you trying to prove? You're just trying to discredit the messenger and not the message.
Okay. Yellow, that was bomb, baby. Thank you.
Hey, that was fire, Yellow.
Yeah, it was fire.
It was.
Sister Sherelle, what you thinking? Then I'm gonna let Chef ask his question to OG Patrice. Then I'm gonna let everybody just say what they gotta say after that. I'm gonna let y'all debate after that.
Yeah. And the Nighthawk.
Okay, yeah. We gonna get to that too, Rico. We got you. But Sister Sherelle, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna finish what I was saying. To RShaun and Rico. So just understand that this is a middle ground. This is after everything, it's like just everybody's kind of like in a war right now, and this is gonna be a safe place for people to come. Don't we get enough confrontation everywhere else, so don't make it a whole just arguments, screaming and hollering for hours and hours. Just every time you come up with something, and I appreciate you, Rico, because every time somebody said that you're wrong and they can prove that you're wrong, you apologize. So, you know what I'm saying? Y'all know y'all already have it, being able to take correction. You know what I'm saying? So just keep it like that and just be solution based. So just at the end of everything, if you're going to have an argument, have a solution for it. Just like talk about solutions this year. Like not about the problems, because we understand the problems and we understand the discourse. like we've been talking about that all last year. So even when you come up to with a disagreement or something this year, just come up with a solution right behind it, and a practical one that somebody can do tomorrow, the next day, and the next day, and the
Amen.
next day, and the next day.
Amen to
Nothing that's
that.
down the
That's
road or
true.
nothing like that. So do something like to, you know what I'm saying? If you want to do it something, just have it. You know what I'm saying? So be open to learn. And but y'all know y'all got it. You see what I'm saying? So, just keep doing what y'all doing. I
Yeah.
appreciate you, Rico. I
Thank you,
appreciate you,
Lady
RShaun.
Sherelle. That's why I rock
Panel.
with you.
Let me say this. Let me say this. Sherelle is absolutely right. Thank you, Sherelle, for dropping that gem on us. Non-gym relationships will always be a safe space. All right, we don't partake. None of the foolishness y'all be seeing anywhere else. No disrespect to anybody. We don't partake in that. You know what I mean? So, and we will never partake in that. You know what I'm saying? So, but if they bring it, we are ready. You know what I mean? RShaun know what I'm talking about. I ain't gonna say my 5-on-1 thing, but they know. But we all about peace, man. We all about peace and bringing content. With that being said, I'm gonna go to Chef's question for OG Patrice. Then brother Rico, you gonna close us out.
Okay.
You know what I mean? You gotta be the headline. This is your show. You gotta close us out.
OG Patrice. It's kind of a two-parter. Part of the question is, one, do you believe anything that Kevin Samuels said is correct in terms of the way that our sisters have been handling the brothers? Yes or no? Anything.
Might be on mute, OG.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm struggle streaming. I did not hear his question.
Okay, my question
Can you hear me?
was, yes, I can hear you perfectly. My question to you was, do you believe anything that Kevin states about interpersonal relationships and any of the things that he mentions? Do you believe any of those things that he states to some of those women are true? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. So now we've in this conversation called them poverty pimp, charlatan, all kinds of ad hominem names and all of these things. And remember, I'm not even a supporter. I've never given a man a penny. All right. So my question is, him with all of those pejorative terms that have been thrown at him. So let's say he's beneath you as a creature in this ecosystem, in this universe. My question is, have you done anything to combat those things that he talks about that you agree with? Because somebody got to do it.
Wait, what do you mean? Give me an example of what you're saying.
So what I stated is the issues that he has spoken about within interpersonal relationships and things about what men want and what women bring to the table and what women expect. All of those things that he stated. I asked you if you agreed with any of them, and you stated yes. And I stated that with all of the pejorative terms that you used in relationship to him, it gives me the impression you see him somewhat beneath you. So then what I stated, or I asked you, was, what have you done within this ecosystem or community to champion the things that he's championed that you agree with? Because someone has to do it. Remember, the question was about Thanos snapping him away. So when I understand the question about Thanos snapping Kevin Samuels away, then I have to think about then who we left with. You follow?
Okay, first of all, I don't know what the Thanos part is, but I will just say this. I never implied in any shape, form, or fashion that I thought he was beneath me. So I don't know where you got that from. or something I said made you think that. Because if I actually felt that way, I'm very open. I would have said that, but I don't feel that way. I just I just feel for some of my people to not get caught up too much and drinking too much of the Kool-Aid of anyone. I would say that not just Kevin Samuel. I see other people in these spaces that kind of do the same thing. And
You
I
a church
know our
going
people
woman?
are longing for something.
You a
So to
church
say
going
that,
woman?
no, I don't feel that the man is beneath me, but I hold women accountable for some of the things that I see
You
that
a
is
church
happening
going
in
woman?
these spaces. No, I'm not. I'm not.
Okay.
No.
Okay. Do you
So
are you
I don't.
mentored by
Yeah.
anyone? Is there
No.
anyone
No.
that you
I'm not
find
mentored.
in a sense of authority that you see
I
solace?
mentor the younger community, the younger generation in my community.
Mm.
And I also hold women accountable. I told a story about how women do when it comes to child support issues. I told my son's story on Uncle Stu's and the vitriol and things and cunning, manipulative things that women do to men. So I hold both sexes accountable when necessary.
Yo, Mr. Best, I need to say one thing, and then I can clear out of here for you.
Don't leave before I ask my question.
Hey, look, right? So
Hold on, Vic, hold on. Hold on 1 second. Hold on. All right, so okay, so Vic, I'm gonna let you rock, and then Rico gonna close it out. Rico gotta close it out. You know what I mean?
but
So yeah.
all right, now I'm gonna be using coded language because I respect my brother's channel. Now we were just in American culture, what we will call a situation in 2020, and everybody made a lot of speculations about what it was, and a lot of people thought that it was a hoax, and a lot of people thought it wasn't as serious as they was making it out to be. A lot of people thought we were being fed misinformation. Now, when it's all said and done, all you know is that the amount of deaths was never over 1%. That's what you know. So when we're talking about the magnitude of things that are taking lives, we would have to say, in comparison, though important, though essential that you pay attention so it don't get out of hand, it was not the most pressing issue. So what made this so big? Now, when you relate that to our brother Kevin Samuels, and you say that what he's saying is more harmful than helpful, and like Chef said, if you want to Thanos snap him away and take away all the good and the bad that he comes with, because no one is all good or all bad. So if you took away all the bad along with all the good and got rid of him, what you would be left with? Okay, here's what I'm saying. If he's only affecting at max 50% of his active participation, he's at 1 million. Half of that is 500,000. There's 42 million black people in America. As a part of the things that are important to black people, he is not coming even close to hitting 1% effectiveness. And that would be exaggerating what he's already doing. So on a list of things, do I want to get rid of this man when there's so many testimonials of people that he is affecting positively? I think we listen to my brother Yella and just see what it grow to be. See what comes out of this. See who takes this and run with it. And then maybe we won't even have to hear from him no more. Maybe he'll play himself out. And something greater will come from this. I don't think any of this is accidental. I trust God.
So,
So
Vic,
if
did
I
you hear
know,
me say?
hold on, I'm gonna close it right here. I'm gonna close it right here. I'm gonna pass it right back to whoever needs it. So if I say I trust God in that sense, then I say if we're not gonna censor the man, to shut him down in reality, because we can't Thanos snap him. In reality, the next best thing we could do if we didn't believe in someone, take him out of the equation, just someone that we thought was poisoning the community with their message. If we're not willing to quote unquote cancel them, if our presence or unsubscribing or whatever the case may be, if us removing ourselves from the situation ain't enough to get them shut down from passing that message, then let's just leave the brother alone. Let him get his money.
Okay,
Anything else is just making sense.
Okay, okay. Wait a minute. Let me respond because I'm.
Everybody, hold on, everybody, hold on. OG Patrice, I do respect you. I do want you to ask your question, but we got to keep it real brief because I gotta have Brother Rico say what he has to say because we are about to close out pretty soon.
Of course,
So we about to
I
close
would.
out
No,
around like 1
I just
a.m.
heard some things.
We're gonna close around that time. So say what you got to say real quickly, and then I'm gonna have Rico go. And then I'm gonna bring up Mr. Knowledge and Relationship himself. M3. Everybody's gonna say they closing arguments. He's gonna close y'all out. Go ahead, OG Patrice.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm getting a little later delayed, but I thought I heard some words being put in my mouth for things that I absolutely did not say. So I just wanted to be clear. I never said that he should be canceled. I never said that everything he was saying was wrong. I never said those things. So I want to be clear on that. And I definitely don't believe that it's to a detriment of where I'm not with the cancellation thing. I have reservations, and those are my opinions and views, and only my opinions and views. And again, you can rock with the ones you rock with, and the ones you don't. Same as you do with Kevin Samuels. What is meat for you? Chew it. What is bones for you? Spit it out. See, the same rule got to apply to everybody. That's all I'm saying. Thank you, and congratulations on you guys' first channel show.
Thank you, OG Patrice. Brother Rico, please close us out with your questions. And whatever question he got for everybody, because I know you're gonna ask it.
Yes.
I want because he's probably gonna direct it between Freeze, one community, and Chef, and everybody else.
Yes.
So, Big Rico, Mr. Rico, close us out with your question, sir.
Okay, so the first thing I'm going to answer RShaun's question. Should Kevin Samuels be Thanos snapped out? Absolutely, without fucking question. Full stop. Period. Disappear his ass and several other content creators in my mind. Full stop. Stop. That's my belief. That's where I feel. I ain't qualifying this shit. The garbage, I don't need them in my space. Okay. Mr. Freeze, you just made a declarative statement that Kevin Samuels had several testimonials of him helping people. So I'm going to ask you, sir, at your leisure, drop those testimonials to me. I'm going to ask you.
You just heard at least two on this panel. One from my brother RShaun Dave. I definitely said that it would be a something that I got from it if I heard this as a boy.
And Chef too.
Chef too.
Dave did not give a testimonial.
His relationship was helped.
RShaun Dave did not give a testimonial, sir. We need to know what a testimonial is. That's
Do you not call it Dave?
No.
Was that
No.
or was that not a testimonial?
No, because
it was a
narrated by James Earl Jones.
I'm just saying that's not a testimonial.
Come on, you make me want to cam up. You so good at this, man.
You see how
this guy's good for TV.
RShaun and they twist the narrative, but that's okay. I'm gonna set that aside.
Nah, you get the red.
That don't count. Do you discount RShaun if RShaun was the only one he helped?
So you literally put RShaun in the Kevin Samuels winning column. He didn't put himself there.
RShaun, do you feel that way? Am I speaking for you? Am I putting words in your mouth?
I'm quiet now.
Were you listening when I was talking a minute ago? Rico?
Yeah, I was.
Okay.
Okay. So
right.
Again.
Man.
No, sir. But see, that's how people do this. Okay. So I'm gonna leave that alone. Because again, I've stated.
I'm just
before,
saying.
there are no
Let's say that RShaun. Let's say that I'm correct. I don't want you to have to apologize. So let's just say that I'm correct.
I ain't gonna apologize.
Let's just say,
for
let's just say,
RShaun.
listen
Ain't
to what I'm
apologize
saying.
for
I'm
him.
saying for being incorrect and saying that no testimonials, that I need to come back and bring testimonials.
Yes,
You
you
just
do
missed
need to
one
come
right in
back
front
and
of
show
you.
me testimony.
One of these men that you said you respect, that's helping you host this show, just said that, hey, guess what, bro? This man touched my life and motivated me in a way that I can't get rid of. Do you respect that or not? If he didn't help nobody else in this world, but he helped your brother right beside you, would you still want to get rid of him and all the good that he did as well?
Yes, I Thanos snapped that motherfucker out of existence.
He said he don't fuck with you like that, R'Shaun. Translation.
No, what I say
Is that what you saying?
RShaun would get that information with or without Kevin Samuels.
Do you feel that way, R'Shaun?
Hey, Vic.
I don't want to speak for that man.
I don't feel so good, Vic.
That's all I'm saying. Because you're literally telling him his existence is because of Kevin Samuels. That's what you're telling this guy. I'd be dead if it wasn't without Kevin Samuels. That's what you're telling him.
I just asked him, was that what he said? I said I didn't want to speak for him.
This
I just wanted to ask him how he felt.
There would be no Nighthawks. There would be no Nighthawks without Kevin Samuels. Kevin Samuels introduced me to MTR. He introduced me to Poor Man's Podcast. He introduced me to King Richards. Introduced me to Lapeef.
We're going to
hold on. Who introduced me to King? Which introduced me to a beautiful soul in this universe named Rico. So if you Thanos snapped him away, you and I would never have been able to have the wonderful discourse we've had.
But
Me
I would,
and myself,
I
would not have gained wings with these young brothers like the Nighthawks. There's a lot of
him
things,
too, man.
I would have just been selling myself and my soul and all of this talk that I do for my good corporate America job. Just doing it for pay to educate different people on what's called methods and procedures. But I'm able to speak my truths to the world, to my 423 people that want to listen. I don't want to
Listen, everybody, listen. We literally got 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Yes.
So the last question I have, setting all that aside, the whole 80%. How do you guys justify the 80% mentality?
Don't do it.
That's too much.
Don't do it. Okay, all right.
Let me hold on. Wait, hold on. Can I answer that?
We're gonna close out. We'll pick it up in the next.
Yella said he wanted. He said he finna knock it out.
Real quick, I bet you I can answer it in less than a minute. Guarantee you I answer less than a minute.
He got you on the clock, baby. Get it.
I'm gonna tell you right now. You want to know where the 80% come from? When he said that 80% of the children are born into single mother households, technically he's right.
80% of divorces are filed by women. 80% of divorces are filed by women.
Oh yeah, that's super accurate.
That's what?
That's super accurate. Women initiate divorce. Men ain't divorcing women.
No. Based on what, sir?
Rico don't believe
Why
in
the
that.
fuck would you leave? You're the only one that would
based
lose.
on the CI and taste test. I see women leave with my own eyes, and then they taste
My brother done got
niggas
fresh on
sitting in
these
court. Men don't. Okay. It's there because that's what it is. Like most men don't file divorce.
Why would we?
It's not financially feasible for a man to file
This man
divorce.
is all the way New York.
Time's up, y'all. Listen. Hold on. I see the homie One Community getting fresh.
All the way New York.
I see always in New York. I see you with the Timbs. I see you, baby.
Look like meth.
I see you. So listen, everybody, listen. M3's about to grace us with his presence. I'm about to drop out. Thank y'all for rocking out. Rico and RShaun, much love to y'all. The Great M3 is about to close y'all out. All right. And I am the network manager for non relationships. Y'all know where to find me. Y'all know where to hit me up. Find me on Instagram. Salute. And those who have my business number, definitely I'll leave it in the private chat. Hit me up, direct as well. Much love, y'all.
Right, peace and love, baby.
Let me just take a moment to thank everybody for showing up for our first screen. It's been tremendous. It's been great. I love all the support
Much
you guys
love,
gave.
much love.
Mr. M3, sir, you are our God. That's my godfather. I got one godfather, M3. That gentleman set me and RShaun up
Okay.
to give our voice. Ain't no fucking body else did that. That's my godfather for what he did for us. So, but I do want to thank each and every one of you for stepping up, showing your presence, being with us this late. This is crazy. It wasn't planned or expected, but it was good. And they ain't gonna all be like this because my old ass gotta go to bed. But I can appreciate doing a little mini Nighthawk thing. And
I don't care what they say.
Chef,
we don't care.
Yeah.
Okay, that shit trademark, cuz.
We baby Nighthawk. We baby Nighthawk.
Make another chef.
My props. Thank you, OG Patrice, Yella, Sherelle. You guys have really done a tremendous job making us do this first live stream. We hope that the replay does well. Push it out to your friends to look at it and hopefully they get some gems out of it. If not, we got to work harder for the next one next week. Go ahead.
All right, time's up, everyone. Time's up. Thank you,
Much love,
Rico,
M3.
for the shout outs. Let me go ahead and give the shout outs real quick to like all the other people. First and foremost, I want to give a shout out to Just Kaya. I want to give a shout out to Sheree B. Chicago. All right. Give a shout outs to the people that participate in the panel. Shout outs to Rico's wife for not killing him. You know, I'm glad that he was able to stay up, Rico. So blessings to that. Shout outs to RShaun. You know, the homie has definitely been holding it down as well, too. Shout outs to, you know, Chef Victor Freeze. Okay. Shout outs to 100 Watts. You know, shout outs to that whole community. Shout outs to Sherelle, Miss OG Patrice, you know, Twitch's finest, Yella, and One Community. All right. Go ahead and thank you. Go ahead and remove that little banner real quick if you don't mind. There we go. So thank you for tuning in to Knowledge in Relationships on YouTube. It was a pleasure having the Nighthawks, you know, to combat with Rico and RShaun, and it was very entertaining. And it was definitely wonderful to have, you know, also shout outs to JP as well, you know, for tuning in earlier. It was definitely good to see like Sunflowers who like join in and give their perspectives. Shout outs to Queen Forever 2K. All right. So thank you everybody for tuning in into the live streams. So everybody feel free to shout out like your YouTube platforms or social media. So I will get to you guys one by one. But first, I will start with the ladies. Miss OG Patrice, I'm going to highlight you real quick. Oh, I guess the Stream Ninjas got her. Hopefully she'll be back. Okay, I'm going to shout out Sherelle. Sherelle, can you hear me? Okay, I guess Sherelle is currently streaming or moderating for someone else's channel.
I thought
All
that
right.
was mute. Wait.
Oh yeah, shout out to Stan as well too. Stan came in there building.
Wait, y'all wanted me to say something?
Yeah, go ahead and shout yourself out. Or shout anything else out you want to say.
I'm Sherelle. Y'all know I don't have a page yet. You can follow me on Instagram at Sherelle_. Don't forget the underscore, same spelling. Don't forget the underscore. I will have content coming soon. So you're going to want to be following me on Instagram to make sure you can keep up with that. Other than that, you can catch me every day of the week moderating 4 or 5 chats. So thank y'all for having me here. Oh, and don't forget to check out my interview on this channel because I do have the top interview on this channel. Okay.
All right, cool. Let's go ahead into One Community. Let's highlight him real quick. Let's see. There we go.
Peace and love, peace and blessings, man. You know, it was a great conversation. I most definitely my time is different. I'm 5 hours ahead of y'all. You know what I mean? So it's like 8:56 right now. I haven't even slept. But you know, I seen Rico and them up there doing the thing. Nighthawks was up there with them. Good conversation was happening. Rico's a very knowledgeable guy. You know what I mean? I seen RShaun on a couple of channels as well. I was on a panel or two with him as well. So, you know, I just stopped by to come and show my support. You know, they first stream. I see nothing but great things for these brothers. Shout out to Knowledge and Relationships. Shout out to OG Patrice. Shout out to Sister Sherelle. Everybody that was a part of this dope ass conversation, man. You know what I mean? I appreciate everybody's conversation. You know what I mean? I think everybody's voices is needed. You know what I'm saying? When I say you know what I mean? I just double barrel it and just get away from both of it. You know what I mean? I think that the manosphere helps us. I think that the woman's sphere helps us, but I think they both equally take away from us in the same thing, because unity and unification is our ultimate goal. So that's really where my stands at. But I'm not against nobody as a person. I'm not against none of these people. We just got to understand when we watch people like a Kevin or a Cynthia or whoever, they have their view and then they have a YouTube personality. So sometimes they might go past a view and just give you a YouTube personality thing as well. And sometimes they might not give that view to their own family member. So we just got to make sure. So shout out to RShaun though, man. He said he learned from Kevin, and I won't take that from him either. But that's where we got to come in as men. We need brothers like Rico, older brothers like Chef. He older than me. A lot of these brothers that's older than us, to be those kinds of brothers. So we don't have to just depend on like a Kevin Samuels. We can start a chain and a foundation of helping one another to make sure that other brothers that have any insecurities in themselves can find strong brothers that can help them to be strong as well. So it's not just about fathers. We could be brothers to each other and help a lot of great men to be great fathers and great brothers too. So I'm here to be a brother. Salute to all of y'all. I appreciate y'all. One community.
All right, thank you. All right, Yella. Light skin finest.
What's going on, everybody? It's Yella. I'm never starting a YouTube, but you can come find me over on Twitch at twitch.tv/Yella. That's Y3LLA_. We cover some of the same topics. You can call in for advice through Discord. I'm not here to ask you your measurements. I'm just here to bounce off ideas with you. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, look out for the OnlyFans.
All right, that's what's up. All right, 100 Watts.
What's happening? What it is? I go by the name of 100 Watts, and I love those that love me, man. Look, man, everybody here on this panel tonight, much love and appreciation to y'all. Y'all already know how I rock with the Nighthawks. Knowledge and relationships. Look, man, anytime y'all rocking, I'm rocking with you. But for myself, look, I got what I need out of whatever comes my way. That's all I do. I just learn what I can from whatever comes to me, right? But you can follow me on Instagram and Twitter at 100watts_2fly. You see right down here below me, Finesse Visions. Go to YouTube, search Finesse Visions, subscribe. Make sure you tap that bell and get all notifications so when you know when we go live and we drop videos. Y'all stay beautiful, man.
All right, cool. All right, Chef. The OG, man.
What up? It's your boy Chef, CHEF space CHOUPINO. Check me out on my page. Food videos, casino, hotel tours, all kinds of stuff, streams of consciousness. Everything you want, we got it for you over there. You know what I'm saying? But everything is the truth. And the only thing I could say is I've been blessed to be on this YouTube internet thing. And hey, I could never Thanos snap that eccentric, quirky, weird-looking dude away, because without him, I would have never found you. Peace and love.
Most blessings, too. And also, shout-outs to you, Chef, for donating to the live stream. Definitely appreciate the $20 donation. So much love for that as well, too.
Nah, this was dinner for the soul, man. So I was just paying for the plate.
Hey, I appreciate it. Now I'm going to highlight RShaun. I know Rico had just left, but you can feel free to represent him on his behalf as well, too.
All right, on behalf of Rico and myself, I want to thank everybody for coming out, staying with us until, 4 o'clock my time. I don't know what time it is for you, but it's late for me. Knowledge and relationships. Thank you for giving us the platform to speak our piece this Wednesday. Wednesday is coming. Really appreciate Sherelle for coming through and sticking with us for a minute because, you know, she be on the move. I appreciate that about her. Everybody, like, I don't have a channel, maybe one day. And for all you dudes, if you don't have a big D, you better have a big R.
Let's go home with that, though. Let's go home. We got it. Let's go home. We good. Thank you, brother. Thank you.
RShaun DeMarco.
Hey, y'all still.
Yeah. Oh, wait, hold on. You can't highlight me yet. I got to highlight Mr. Best in the World before I get to my show.
I kind of already said something, but nah. I'm gonna do it. Thank you so much, M3, for even giving me the love, man. I appreciate it, bro. We definitely brothers, man. No, definitely, love you, man. For real. Thank you, y'all. Thank you, M3. Thank you for joining the Knowledge and Relationship Experience, man. We truly appreciate y'all. Know what I mean? And listen, y'all, man, y'all think we done? You think we done? You think it's over? It ain't over. We just getting started. We dropping some heat on you tomorrow. We'll be right back for you. Right back. You know what I'm saying? We're going to come through on Friday, too. Got something cooking up for the weekend as well. Not going to really say much, but yeah. You know what tomorrow is. Tomorrow is Thursday. That's the flagship. You know what I mean? Knowledge and Relationship regular show. You know how we get down? You know how we hold it down. Thanks to everybody for joining. Thanks for everybody in the chats. Marcel Flowers, Sherelle, you know what I'm saying? Everybody that was in the chat, man. If I'm forgetting somebody, I'm so sorry. I'm so tired right now. I've been streaming like forever. Like I feel like I'm just always on the stream, yo, for real. You know what I mean? Yeah, shout out to everybody. Shout out to Up Level Professional, you know what I mean, Kim, shout out to her. Man, shout out to Auntie JP, you know what I mean? Shout out to Stan, shout out to Queen Forever 2K, you know what I mean? Shout out to for everybody for coming through, you know what I'm saying? The Nighthawks, you know what I mean? I don't care what they say. We don't care. All night long.
Make
That's
us
my
go
joint
live
right
just
there.
because you did that shit.
Yeah. Got it. You know, I gotta sing that Vibe song. That's my joint. Shout out to Vic, 100 Watts, Chef, the Nighthawks. Know what I mean? Oh yeah, definitely shout out my homie, a story to tell. Shout out my bro Jay. What up, Jay? What's good, baby? You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Also shout out to One Community. Man, shout out to everybody that jumped on, man. Shout out to brother Rico, OG Patrice, everybody, man. You know what I mean? Everybody that jumped on and showed us love tonight, man. We truly appreciate you. If I'm getting somebody, I do apologize. I'm just so tired right now. I'm sorry. But thanks, RShaun and Rico, man, for hosting us. And I got to shout out my team, man. Got to give a shout out to Miss Petty Penny, Al. You know what I mean? Damo, Free Damo, that's the assistant network manager. Shout out to First Lady Tammy. Tammy, where you at? Shout out to DJ Eddie King, the music coordinator. And I am the network manager for Knowledge and Relationships. Catch me on here. You know what I mean? On Knowledge and Relationships. You know what I mean? Holla at me. You know what I mean? With my bro, Mr. If you know, he's on here as well. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, M3, you know what time it is, man. Take it away, brother. Close us out.
All right. Oh, let me go ahead and go ahead, folks. Anyways, once again, thank you so much for tuning in to Knowledge and Relationships right here on YouTube. Shout outs to all the people who came and gave their support. And as another reminder, okay, make sure to help build the algorithm. It's not just for the Knowledge and Relationships platform, but I'm saying this for all platforms. Shout outs to Sherelle for that idea. Make sure at the end of this live stream that everybody just posts a comment or comments or however y'all want to do it. But make sure you post a lot of comments to boost up the algorithm outside of the live chat. Just say, hey, say your piece on the regular chat. That will help a lot. We'll definitely do the same for you guys as well, too. with that being said, going forward, we will be adjusting our times again to like 7:00 p.m. Pacific time. Just to accommodate, in between the late birds, the early birds, and especially people who have to go to work as well. So that will start immediately, effectively tomorrow. Stay tuned for Friday. Friday will be a little bit earlier. We do have people that's going to be streaming on our platform, and it's definitely going to be well worth checking it out. And hopefully I didn't miss anything, but hey, stay tuned for more content. We're always going to be fired up with other stuff, and that's pretty much it. So before anybody tunes in, and also tune in next Wednesday for with the Rico and RShaun show. They're going to be coming up with more heat as well too. I don't think it's going to be as long as this live stream, especially like 6 hours, but it's all good. They brought in the heat. Everybody came in with passion and fire, and that's what we appreciate. So with that being said, I gotta remove that time. So, anyways, with that being said, before anybody returns back to non-gym relationships, make sure all you ladies and gentlemen get your minds right. And with that being said, we are closing out. Have a good night, everyone. Actually, now we're in the morning. Have a good morning. Y'all know what I mean. Peace.